Good afternoon. Not so much morning this time around for day number 4 in Malta for our Blast Slam 6. And as you can see, there's a few more people on the desk to get you through today. We finally united forces, all right? All 4 of us on desk here. Starting off with T, because I haven't seen you in a little bit. And you're my Blast Slam staple.
What's up? How we doing? Yeah, it's gonna feel weird because like we've been like monologuing, you know, 2 people all the time. You have a thought, you say it. Now we have to work together again. It's gonna be.
That's gonna be a tough one.
It's gonna be so difficult.
I feel like Kez is the one that's gonna throw us off the most because it's been a while since I've seen you on my desk.
It's about damn time, isn't it? Feels good. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Welcome, brother.
Gavner, of course.
Congratulations.
I'm not gonna leave you out.
No, I was worried. Yeah.
Couldn't. After 3 days of funding, how could you possibly?
That's true.
And Quinn.
Hello.
Unfortunately, we're gonna look exactly.
That was the obvious one.
That was such a low-hanging fruit. Yeah.
I mean, okay, hit Quinn with a high-hanging fruit then.
Yeah, hit me with the fruit.
Hit him with the fruit from the top of the tree.
Are you working next slam?
Oh, damn.
Are you employed after this? Because things might change
Spoilers.
depending your performance today. And look, things are going to definitely change for our teams depending their performance today because our group stages are all done and dusted. Best of ones put aside. But we're going to give you a quick little recap of how our last 11 best of ones did play out.
AJ, he's gonna break the smoke here. Oh, high ground one. They go straight for the disruptor and they got him. A Ravage immediately got the juice. His Aeon Disc isn't gonna last long enough. He's immediately stunned up. Ari, nice toss back and opening onto the Shadow Shot. Jackal shot though. Gets a grab on Ari and connects with 2 people behind. It's way too good against this lineup from Tundra. They seemingly have 0 answers. Skeeter, another shot, another focus fire. The Crimson Guard does nothing to stop Skeeter as he just continues to focus them down one by one.
Izia wants to try and start the fight. Macaplayer's laid down. They get the 3-man vacuum wall here. Into the stunning wave from Yopaj. That's 2-3 at the dead.
He's running them down, trying to find these other heroes, and he's doing a ton of damage. Takes out the Disruptor. Searing Chains gets the Storm Spirit, the toss, the Avalanche, plus the damage from the Clicks ends up being an ultra kill.
Yes, Whitemon is showing again alone.
Get the opening stun. Arrow to connect as well. They'll take Whitemon down, but they'll get him with a 4-man Ravage into the Requiem, pushing them all back, bursting through FY. FY's gone.
Exit towards Chira Jr. might be the easier target, but again, the chain stunts off the mark. Kit on the fall, pulling them back in Liquid. You have to run. Maybe they can find their target. Absolutely not. He's just gonna dance away. Team Yandex are making Liquid look like fools.
They need these heroes. The hook shot comes in from Big Numb. Crystals, he gets pushed back in to Black Hole. It's gonna be able to find the Bristleback, but can they kill it in time? The Wind Waker was already spent. They got him. Second BKB at the range. Timbersaw now caught in the Black Hole as well. Yamsun will finish the job. 2 dead as Celery trying desperately to get anything out of this one to try and turn it around, and he's gonna full heal from this. Bane goes in, gets the Black Hole. Can you save him? There's the Requiem, but yeah, the throne. You gotta just finish the game and do it itself. But it's not enough. The damage is there. Yamsun flicks it aside, and they've done it.
It was all the way down to the wire for these standings. Even the last game between MOUZ and Heroic mattered as to where they placed for themselves and also had an impact on our top 2, which ended up being Na'Vi and OG, making it straight to the semifinals. We'll be seeing them in Malta. And
no green.
That's crazy.
And looking at our predictions, this is the fun of best of ones, but also the fact that you get to be the first tournament of the year after a little bit of a break and a little bit of roster swaps for some people too. None of us had the top 2 correct. I don't know if anyone out there really would have. And it seems the only thing that was green was predicting REKONIX down at the bottom. Brother, that's why that's MOUZ.CET does it again.
Bozos.
Does it again.
You just hate SEA. That's it. You just saw the region,
true.
assumed they'd be in last place.
correctly.
Yeah, exactly.
I gave them hope.
I gave
and they
them,
went like,
I thought they'd do more.
But
I had
instead you were NA
aspirations.
haters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
We'll see about that.
did I put them last?
I think you did.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
did.
Just
think you
saying. All right.
Just
First
wait.
of all,
Just wait.
First.
bottom 4.
Yeah.
It's all the same anyways. You're all collectively
That green mark would
as
say
bad as each other.
Excuse you, I'm 12, not 16.
Well, look, it does leave us with the play-ins brackets, though. That was a lot of S's. Play-ins? Play-in bracket. It's just one.
A lot of S's, yeah.
There's a lot of
a double Olymp
Triple
yesterday
S.
as well, so let's just move on, yeah.
We can just move on. We got our last chance qualifying teams. That was the bottom 4. That's why T was sort of saying that it's a mishmash of the same things because they are at least in the same position. Then we have our middle of the pack teams. seeing Yandex and Spirit come up against each other. Falcons and Extreme Gaming, so having our TI finals run back there. Tundra will await whoever wins out of Heroic and REKONIX, and that means Liquid will take on either GamerLegion or MOUZ, which is super weird to be saying MOUZ down there.
Yeah, they've definitely underperformed, and that top half of the bracket is heckin' crazy.
Yeah.
It's like all top 4 teams, and they're playing for 2 slots to go to the top 6. Like, that's wild.
And if you were Liquid yesterday, you're watching going, oh, we're already going to be through. Uh-oh, 1 second, Heroic, you've done it again. Now they're having to play today. So it's like, I feel like you're going to feel pretty annoyed if you're Liquid.
Yeah, I feel like Liquid got a bit Neustartled yesterday. You know, you got some score, you don't get the other stuff going on. You're watching like this last game with like the throws that like going back and forth. It's like the most you will ever cheer for like another team. Usually you like, please, like stop doing this, stop throwing, and then they just do it again.
I think maybe the worst feeling could possibly be you're like, they've got it in the bag. This guy's tiling's popping off. That's it. He's going to close it out. He secured it for us. And then you just see everything kind of unravel, and you're a little bit like,
no. Really, we gotta hear the TeamSpeak files on what was said.
Yeah. Gotta hear the leaks.
The leaks. Look, we can get into the leaks later on, because right now we're going to be talking about the heroes of what we've seen over the last 3 days. We condensed all of our best of ones. We had 22 each day over 2 streams, and that gave us some very interesting stats when we do look at our heroes right now. So these are our most picked ones, and for me, what's not so much, I don't know if interesting is the right word, but one that's creeps out above the rest is Tiny. Yeah, he's been played 27 times, but it's the amount of times he's been played either in mid or as an offlane support. The fact that we're kind of going back to this old Tiny meta where he's not really winning games. Is that a nice way to say it?
I mean, in some way, I just feel like that post 4 Tiny has looked a lot better than like this mid Tiny in a lot of the games. Like to me, Ember is like the only really nice standout hero that people pick like more often than the others, and is just like stable in most games unless people like find this big counter pick, because other mids to me they just seem kind of very lackluster.
Yeah, Ember is very powerful, and I think the Marsh is the other standout. Like, he's first picked every game and he's above 50%.
Yeah.
The rest of them are all like 45%, which I think you often expect the first picks to have bad win rates, but these seem like weirdly bad almost.
I just double checked the win rate on Tiny as well. So support Tiny, 57% win rate.
Yeah, okay.
Looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Mid lane Tiny, 30%.
It's still trash.
It's mid lane only is the reason why the hero looks as bad as it is. But players like Ari in the 4 position, Saxer as well, they're going to play it, and it's going to be really, really good.
Yeah, it looks phenomenal. The Largo is also that other interesting one, being added to Captain's mode so quickly after coming into Dota. It actually feels like he's one of the quickest heroes to be added to Captain's mode after its inception into the game there, and a lot of teams not knowing where to place him. We've talked about it a lot, but yeah, T, it's like a similar sort of stats, I'm sure, are prevalent whether he's played off lane or in position 4 or position 5.
Yeah, the thing with Largo is like teams just don't understand it. It's just like you're randomly picking it without context. I think Navi's done a pretty good job at making sure there's like a Razor or some hero to actually utilize the Croak, and yeah, it's always going to be a thing when a new hero comes in. You're just going to pick it and then kind of forget about its kind of strengths. So some teams shouldn't touch Largo. Other teams are really dominating with it.
I mean, especially with it coming into Captain's mode like so quickly. I think barely half the players truly know like how good this hero is, because I feel like Valve kind of did like a quick one. Like usually you have like a year, you have like TI, then it comes, but this one they're like, nope, here you go, brothers, free pickings.
Yeah, I like this. I think it's a way better style, because it's just like, I just figure it out. And then they'll patch accordingly. The hero, it's just kind of funny, honestly. It's just a good bit. New hero added to the game.
That was not on camera. Thank
That's all right.
God.
It will happen.
You are so lucky.
We have enough Largos that it will happen.
There's so many frauds.
Yeah.
I think you got to keep those tongues in your mouth, boys, all right?
Don't worry
Let's
about
talk
it.
about the outliers of heroes being picked up, because we're all focusing on the Largos, the MOUZs, the Tinies, but there are very niche picks coming out from teams to great success. This Underlord looking fantastic, and he's also still a little bit of flex. I believe we saw him in the carry role. So off lane is where he stereotypically is. He had that one patch where people loved him in the carry, and it feels like remnants are still there.
That hero is OP as hell. Like, it's one of the best offlaners, like, by far. I mean, if you look at this whole list, there's quite a lot of offlaners. I mean, apart from Beast, this hero should get
He's 1 in
shafted
11, dude.
real fast.
How is he 1 in 11?
That's just so rough.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's more how is he
even
even
know.
1?
Yeah,
it should be 2 and 10, right?
technically.
Okay.
Technically.
We can get into that, but I'm surprised he's even won 1 game right now.
The hero was very bad. The brew rate win rate also surprises me. The hero is first picked every game, so like you don't expect it to be super high, but I feel like 5 and 11, you gotta back up, like put this hero second phase. You should not be first picking it when it's like doing this cheeks.
Yeah. And Darkseer, OG pretty much doing all the heavy lifting, right? Out of the 6 wins, 5 of them are on OG, 1 from Liquid. So only 2 teams have tried touching the hero, in which the majority is OG, our top 2 team. potentially coming into the next 3 days, maybe other teams start trying to copy it because it's clearly working for OG.
Yeah, I have a couple heroes I would like to talk about because I think there might be heroes that would like creep up in priority. I think to me one of them is the carry Muerta. I don't know how you guys feel about this here, but I think in a meta like this where you've got a lot of the auras, I think having mixed high damage can be pretty nice. You guys have any takes?
I think it's a very good hero, but I feel like most people can't play this hero, genuinely.
Yep.
I feel like there's like 3, maybe 4 carry players. It's like Watson, Pure, Yatoro, and then like...
You can stop the
Come
list,
on,
that's
there's
it.
one more guy.
Is there one more guy? Who's the 4th guy?
It's Parker. He's
He's
dominating.
not
Okay,
that.
that's 3
Yeah.
here, but...
Parker ain't here. Those 3 can
In
play more.
spirit, he's here.
I think the rest of the people, they're not anime enough. Like, they're not blue lock pilled.
Okay, I feel like that's pretty good. How about the next one? I have Phoenix on the list. This hero for sure is better than what people give it credit for.
That's Matthew Philemon only.
I was gonna say, I feel like it also sits different, right? For us, Quinn and I were talking about that Muerta is a non-casual player hero. Like, you need to be a Muerta spammer to do well. Phoenix is different. I think you can be a casual Phoenix enjoyer, but I think there are just so many traditional counters that it's just like, you really need to have a good Phoenix.
You guys are forgetting about the ex-Nova Phoenix, guys.
Are you talking
Chinese Phoenix?
about, you want support Phoenix or core Phoenix?
Either or, I don't care.
He just wants Phoenix.
305, 305.
Okay, mid Phoenix. I want mid Phoenix.
Oh, I was about to say that. You read my mind. I was about to say that too.
All right, last one. This one will get, I think, T going. It's the Grimstroke.
Woo! I love Grimstroke. Grimstroke's one of the best heroes in the game right now. It is fully underrated. Only Na'Vi respects the hero. And guess what? Where are Na'Vi, guys? Where are Na'Vi?
Semi-finals.
There we go. Grimstroke should be picked more because that level 15 talent, 25% spell amp on your Soulbind, boom, broken. Unleash on 2 heroes, boom, broken. Should be picked more. Other teams learn from Na'Vi. Pick that Grimstroke. Boom. Back to you.
Don't care about your opinions. That's enough for me. Back to you now.
XQCL. All right, I won't give my opinion on that. In fact, I'll just keep this moving along. And looking at our first matchup, last chance qualifiers here for one of these 2 teams. Oh, our schedule, sorry. I was getting ahead of myself. I'm so thrown off.
1 step at a time.
1 step at a time. Our day ends with GamerLegion, MOUZ, whatever, Snooze Fest. We'll get to that.
damn, man.
Yeah,
Whoa, what are we doing?
We'll get to it eventually because we've got to focus on what is the hype of REKONIX up against Heroic.
They might have one final fight in them. Yo Pledge up in about 10. They do get a good call onto Yuma here, very close to the base.
Nice blast.
Oh, that's a big arena blast. They're in onto the 3 of them. My goodness, Whisper blows them up.
KJ, he's gonna break the smoke here. Oh, high ground ward. They go straight for the disruptor and they got him. A Ravage immediately got the juice. His Aeon Disc isn't gonna last long enough to even try and refresh. It's not gonna work. They finally did it.
It's actually kind of sick. Toro jumps in onto the high ground. There's going to be the roar, but Jikroy, does he have the damage to do it alone? No, he gets the static storm. He's going to be forced to pop the BKB. Nice burning barrage, but they'll continue the chase, taking down Pan. Chase continues, glimpse back to the other side, trying to get helped out. A lot of damage coming in.
Bumped back in by a nice flame break. He got the raw onto Kez. Kez in trouble. Jikroy managing to turn around Perry, and Raptors dance. He lives, and he'll slice down Crystallis. He's gonna get surrounded, but FBZ doesn't want him. He knows that the Beastmaster can be dealt with, and don't you know that birds love mice for the breakfast?
REKONIX sitting down there in the bottom of the ladder there when we looked at our group standings. They did get a win over MOUZ, but that was the only one they got for themselves. 1-10 is where they ended up. On the side of Heroic, it looked a little bit better. 5-6. That one loss at the end of last night is what unfortunately ended up in this position for themselves, having to play this first initial best of 3. But yeah, there is a silver lining. You're top of the bottom 4.
Yes.
Yeah, it's something for sure.
That's the Australian take.
It's the top
Things
of
are upside down. Things are upside down versus Australia, so we're gonna look, top of the bottom 4. That's some good stuff right there.
It's the top of something.
Second place is first loser.
Well, look, I'm just saying, if I put a group of 5 Aussie Dota players together, I don't think we would even take one game off of MOUZ. So REKONIX already doing much better. The fact that they're an all Indonesian lineup for themselves there. So got a lot of pride for them. And look, tier 1 LAN, they're not here in Malta, but they're getting that international experience for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing I think with REKONIX, which you have to look at being a very interesting thing, right? Because for Indonesian Dota, they have been always competing in the SEA qualifiers throughout every single year, right? Because like you see here, there's some Barracks, some Spawn, some Army Geniuses. Boom, of course, started as an Indonesian org. They're kind of shifting to Philippines, of course, but every single year there's a team that's trying to be the national Indonesian team that makes it to the tier 1 stage. Again, varying success. Of course, I think Boom and now REKONIX are kind of the big 2 to list from that. But again, national teams is somewhat rare in Dota, outside of course, maybe a Russian team, Chinese team, SEA always seems to get one between Philippines or Indonesia, but Indonesia always not maybe spoken as much about for the SEA region, but here, REKONIX, they're trying to lift the flag, trying to do it. Again, not the best results, but again, very cool to see just a full national team.
It is a bit of a shift because when we saw them in the qualifiers in best of 3 format, they looked great. And then you come to a best of 1 and you wonder, is it just not their format? Do they struggle because they're not as consistent with drafts? And maybe a best of 3 is like, we can alter a few things. One bad draft, that's not over. We have that second chance.
Yeah, I feel like they've struggled a bit when it comes to like the mid games and like throwing some stuff. But I want to show their drafts and where I feel like they've actually had a good chance. Like the lower draft is the one where they actually beat MOUZ, and the other draft is where it took a very, very long game against Tundra, like over an hour. And it's really coming from like a lot of aggressive heroes, like you can see. You know, the Jigroy, Windranger, his Kez, they play really well on these heroes, especially also like POS4. Like I like what the LoL has been playing on his heroes. You know, he's got some Dark Willow, he plays some Bad Riders. So I want to see them like take more just like early aggression to the opposing teams, especially against Heroic. Because when they have like a bad early game, their games are not good. But if they have a lead and they can have a little more consistency in the mid game, they can give us a good game today.
I feel like that is hard though, Quinn, because Heroic have had such good early games. Like I really, truly cannot emphasize how much their score is not reflecting the starts they are getting in their games.
Yeah, they're such a weird team because I think prior, when you look at the other Blast Slams, they were a team that was closing games out and clutching, making comebacks even. But this Blast Slam, it's been the complete opposite.
Yeah.
They own the early game and they just chuck it out the window, heaving it into another dimension every single game, it feels like almost. It happened last night. It happened against XG in another series.
It happened every night.
They just, yeah, every night we get out our popcorn and watch Heroic throw the game. So I don't know what's going on there, but it's very different.
But it's, I mean, kind of obvious in regards to roster changes. They've lost a very vocal player in Divide, who's just a mic breather. You see him in ranked games, he's just spamming the mic. You know, with the old ant emote where the little guy would have like the screaming thing?
Yeah.
That's kind of him. He's always doing stuff. Schofield might not be as, you know, talkative, but the plays he makes indirectly make other people shine and make moves, right? So you've lost Schofield, the chaos, the map play. You've lost Divide, the guy who goes, do this, do that, do this, do that, you know? And now it's Theodore, who's a systems-based player. He wants to follow someone else. You go, King, you know, he's, you know, enabling. And then you've also got, you know, Tai Lung, a very young mid laner who probably isn't going to be as vocal as the likes of, you know, previous players on the roster. So yeah, I think for Heroic, they just have lost the big voice in the team or the big player in the team.
It is funny that you say that because I spoke to KJ earlier and I may have asked him a similar question along the lines of what you're saying there.
Uh-oh.
KJ, of course, not a nice position that I want to be talking to you in, and the question has to come to mind. What's going on with Heroic? You guys have had some roster changes, but it's still not playing to the characteristic Heroic style we're used to.
We're not playing. I guess that's not that bad, right? Because we haven't achieved a lot last year. I think we had a good position on TI, so I feel like we're changing a bit our play style. We've become more consistent, but and I feel like we're playing very well. But we have come to the last part of the date, you know, like we've done all the right things in the date. We chose the good, nice clothes. We made good jokes. We chose a nice restaurant, and now it's in the end, and we don't know what to do. And then we need to learn how to finish everything up. So we have so many good games. We're just not exploding the enemy throne. So I feel like we have a better heroic gameplay style right now.
I mean, your early
just
game...
not finishing it.
Yeah, your early game is looking fantastic for Heroic for sure. What would you say is the key issue as to not being able to close out the game if you have that answer?
I mean, I feel like it's just lack of patience for us. We are like, for now we just want to slaughter them even more. And the way the patch is right now, it's just very like it's if you make mistakes, it punishes you too much, you know, like you give too much gold if you're winning, and we are always winning, so we throw the games. I feel like it's just like in a place where you need more patience to close games, and we just want to win them. I feel like that's our biggest mistake, but we were working on it, and
yeah, I definitely have no doubt about that. So you feel it's more so much where the patch is rather than, you know, the fact that you guys have had those roster changes and maybe lost a bigger voice in the lineup?
No, we didn't lose any voice in the lineup because it's Yuma and me who gives all the calls. I don't feel like it's a patch as well. It's not like patch related that is making us lose for sure. Like it's our lack of patience. in the past, if you don't have patience against tier 1 teams, you also lose, you know. But I feel like it's a mix of both, but it's mostly our patience. We're just not having patience. It has nothing to do with roster changes. It has nothing to do with it has a little bit to do with patches, but with the patch. But I feel like it's mostly just us.
Just before our draft kicks off, we got that insight and got to hear what KJ was saying. And I wouldn't say it was an exact contradiction to what you were saying, T, but I would say he doesn't agree with what you're saying.
That's fair.
So take the L.
No. Again, it's like they have their opinion. I have mine. I feel like they are maybe underselling what the previous roster did potentially to make themselves feel slightly better. And you got to feel good to be able to compete. But I do feel he was leaning on one thing a bit too much, personally. But such is life.
I will say, to like chime in on the patience part, like I absolutely agree. And Dota is there's a very fine line. And he was talking about it too. You know, if you're too patient or impatient, and like they told the line way too much. Like he had some jump on Disruptor that's kind of crazy where he's just like jumping the gun. You had Whisper who's like double ravaging every fight. You have them who are diving like behind the throne. You can just wait, set up a better play, give yourself a higher chance to make it happen. So if that's what they're working on, I'm happy.
Yeah, and that's where going back to my point, I feel like even if you don't believe in, let's say, the loss of 2 people changing stuff, it just takes 1 call per game from that type of player. If that call isn't coming in, then you are going to feel a big difference. So maybe on the higher level, he is 100% correct if it is him and Yuma, but on the smaller moments, the one-liners, the little kind of, don't do this, yo, chill. If Theodore or Tylung aren't making those little micro calls, that's when the team's going to feel it. And again, all of it does compound to a volatile heroic at Blast Slam.
Yeah, I mean, I think I look for this heroic roster to get it together relatively quickly, though. I feel like teams generally, they either click or they don't within the first couple of months, and I think it's not that common that a team who's shaky in the beginning eventually becomes solid. I feel like you look at Falcons, right? They got 6th at the first line they went to, and then they went on a tear for the rest of the year. To me, that's how good rosters typically look. You're a little shaky, and then eventually it clicks. And so for me looking at heroic, you've got a little time where I'll give you some grace, but after that, you've got to get it together.
Yeah.
Well, it could potentially start here in this best of 3 because our game 1 draft, I just want to mention it as it's coming up on screen here. Heroic taking out Kez, Razor, Viper, and REKONIX taking out the Husker, Shadowdean. Shadowdean. That might be his new name. Shadow Demon and Abba.
I mean, in terms of the first phase bans, there's some that stand out a little bit. I would say like with the Centaur, it's not a hero you see banned all the time in the first phase. Same with the Abaddon. But Heroic did have a couple games where they just first picked Abaddon. They're like one of the teams that they will like first pick a core or even first to pick their cores and they just call it a day and then you just keep moving with your supports.
Yeah, they will even triple pick their cores.
Yeah.
They will just straight up pick them back to back to back and they do not give a hoot. I think the Kez ban is kind of just respect ban, I think, for the Jikroy Kez.
I just want to see REKONIX have the early game, right? Don't forget that against Na'Vi, they had what, like a 17,000 gold lead. Against Extreme, they had like a 9,000 gold lead. Like they have been able to command certain early games in games that they have lost. So already seeing the Batrider, it's kind of laying that ability to do it. They are going to go back for the...
Really?
He's back.
Yeah.
Really? 1-11 master.
I would never... I'm sorry, the way Tylung played yesterday on that Beast against MOUZ, there is no way you can sit here and be like, yeah, Beast was the undoing in our draft. This hero is trash.
Exactly.
Tylung, game of his career.
That's a sus reaction from Quinn for sure.
That's what I was saying. Get this man off panel.
Genuinely,
get this man off panel.
I'm actually shocked that he is willing to play it again, and I wonder if it's coming from him or someone else in the team, because my experience generally with players has been when you play really well in a hero and you still lose, your reaction is, I don't really want to play this hero again right now because I felt like I was owning, and you look at the stats and you're like, okay, maybe it's actually a hero problem because I was owning, and with how hard I was owning, we should have won. I think you can blame the hero a little bit.
I think you watch a replay and you see Whisper double ravage a man with Aegis and you go, yeah, bro, that wasn't on me.
No, that's true, but I think
there are some other moments as well. If you want.
That was one. That was one out of maybe 60.
I mean, you can fall, I think, into the thing that Quinn just explained. Another thing that might be good for them is that, I mean, obviously Whisper can also play it, so maybe there's like a bit more, you know, it's a flex. It doesn't have to be the Tylung Beast, but I will say that it does give me a lot of confidence. And I think, you know, when you're the young guy, and I assume he's cocky, as you should be. When you're young and high rank, I'm okay with it.
He needs to prove, he wants redemption is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, the hero, the guy is 111, like the Beastmaster hero. He went 20-0, couldn't make it work. Time to drop a 30 bomb, who cares? All
Just
good.
one up yourself.
Yeah, it's easy.
It's easy.
I do think it's a little, like, it's not particularly good against Batrider, and it's full blind, and I think the hero is also mostly a mid hero because offlane Beast is, like, pretty bad unless the enemy counterpicks themselves. So to me, I think just in terms of draft integrity, not even to mention, like, Tylung specifically his performance last night or anything, but picking Beast into Bat with, you know, plenty of counterpicks coming, I'm a little dubious.
Okay, I can subscribe to that.
You don't think Beast is fine against Bat? I feel like you can control areas, he doesn't really gank your lane. Or are you talking about like some mid-game interaction, you get to jump?
I feel like Bat is pretty good at ganking Beast in mid. Like these some skirmishes, like he comes and he flame breaks you and you get some kill or whatever. Like I think anything that is good at fighting on runes and around mid is good against Beast. Because the hero, if he dies 1 or 2 times before Ags, he's like a dumpster fire.
Okay.
Heroic, they are protecting the Beastmaster, right? By picking the Gyrocopter, they are keeping the potential Zoo Beastmaster offlane alive with the, you know, the random Kunkaban as well towards REKONIX.CET.
That's true.
They are trying their best to keep both Aghanim's Beastmaster and Helm of Overlord Beastmaster kind of in play in this game. And it is the double call that, again, Heroic have been drafting a lot more than other teams.
Have there been any Helm Beastmasters yet? I haven't seen any of them.
I don't think I've seen one at least on our games, but it's always possible depending on the...
Yeah, I think it was the Ags one. Like one time it was Beast who maybe would have played on Zoo and then he got like clinked.
Clinked, yep.
I see. Unlucky.
Yeah.
But it was such a good Helm of Overlord game, but yeah, the clinks did ruin it.
Okay, so REKONIX go for the Underlord. I mean, I love this hero. I think it's also quite good against these two. Like also with like Batrider, you're good with like stacking. You always give like a 1+1 kill combo. Heroic are one of the teams that have played Gyro support, which I think overall is kind of sus. But you know, perhaps you can find the pick later. Maybe you're like, yep, we want to run back an Ursa into the Underlord. Like, screw you, we're not giving you this matchup. Could be possible.
One thing with the Gyrocopter pick though, it does give KJ kind of creative freedom on his 5 position. Like if he wants to go for a slightly weaker laning hero, Gyrocopter's going to be able to play out most lanes kind of by himself with the flak. You just kind of need that 5 to be any type of body. You know, KJ has been playing like Ancient Apparitions and kind of more niche heroes. REKONIX, taking a page out of Falco. Yeah, going for the Crystal Maiden.
I mean, this is somewhat offlane Beastmaster deterrent.
Yep.
I don't think you really want to play offlane Beast in a Crystal Maiden because your boards just die. I agree with Kezu. I think the Underlord is great against these heroes. Super, super good. It's one of the best offlaners against Gyro because you mitigate the AoE damage. Gyro's all this spread damage, and Underlord is the king of you do no spread damage between the auras and also his innate aura. So, big fan of this. This hero is Giga, and it's great against both these heroes.
I mean, so if you're Heroic, do you just find the 5 and like you just jam your lane, you know, your Gyro, whatever, Gyro Clock, Gyro Zombie, or something else for like the game that allows you to play through? Because I could see the Ursa route that you take. So you just, because like Underlord, when you give this hero a good lane and a good early game, you're playing into double auras and then Aghanims by like minute 15 to 25, and it's not easy.
Then you just go, Tusk or Clock in the 5 position, you pick up the Fiolica, Willow in the 4. You have really strong ganking support duo that after lane just groups together and finds kills. So like, that's at least where I'm going in the support kind of picks.
I mean, I think if Heroic flexes Gyrocopter to support and picks Ursa, I think you put Underlord carry and you counterpick this Ursa.
I could see that too.
Like Nat talked about, you know, Crystal's played Underlord carry earlier, and I think it's honestly not that bad, especially if they try to Ursa counterpick you. Like, don't give this guy a free lane, because if Underlord gets countered in lane, the hero becomes like a walking gold bag.
Well, with a Wind Ranger coming out, it's most notably been in the carry role so far for Blastland, but with the Gyro sitting there, where is the Wind Ranger support kind of coming from, and how is it fitting into this?
I don't know yet. I mean, it could just be the post 4 hero for Theolicor. I mean, it fits like his kind of MO. You know, you're a solid laner, your range, your follow-up damage, you go with some other dude, you pop the power shot into whatever stun you have coming out. I mean, it could be the carry, I guess, but I think for now it's likely just the 4.
Yeah, they're just gonna forcing REKONIX to ask themselves these questions, because like in their mind they already know exactly where the 3 heroes are going, right?
The heck?
But with the Hoodwink pick, which is normally your 4, then I would lean towards Wind Ranger and Gyrocopter both being 1-5 flexed within the draft, and the Beastmaster is getting position 2 and 3 flexed as well. There is heroes are going to the very last pick to decide where they're going.
I don't like Gyrocopter, Windranger, Hoodwink together. To me, it feels like this similar style of, it's like the triple range dudes who are in the somewhat mid-range damage department. I think they get pretty countered by Pipe. They get very countered by like heroes sort of being, I don't know, just generally strong and attacking you. Like you've got a period in the early game where you fight together well and your skirmishing is powerful. But once you reach that mid-game phase, I feel these heroes are overlapping. And I just see them, something about this hero combo, these hero combos is very rare and it feels wrong to me.
Yeah, I mean, I would have just liked something like if either one of those are your carries, I would just want to have a different support later that you can pair up with it also in the lane. Like you have some Gyro Hoodwink or Windranger Gyro, like whatever combination you have in the lane. They're fine, but they're a bit clunky together. Like I think also Beast, he's not necessarily the hero that wants to like go in first. Like, you know, he wants to like see what's happening, then like blink roar a guy or like play some area. So they are still lacking that, but the good thing for Heroic is that they have ultimate last pick of the draft.
That hero needs to be a guy that just goes in first to open up the rest of the heroes that you were mentioning. But REKONIX go for Shadowfiend. I am slightly worried though for REKONIX that the heroes just exist in their lanes, right? Underlord wants to sit and farm, Shadowfiend just sits. Batrider Crystal Maiden can easily make ganks, but there is a kind of this need for time for REKONIX, and we were praising them on how well they were in their early game, you know, breaking the lanes, trying to be aggressive. Sure, they would eventually, you know, fall short and, you know, lose 10 games in the group stage, but
I mean, genuinely, my biggest worry for REKONIX is I think Crystal Maiden is a very hard hero. Like, I think there are just a couple of players who can make this hero work on a consistent basis. The one who stands out is Snaking. I think he's by far the best Crystal Maiden. And when you're not really good at this hero, you chain feed and become useless. So I'm like, I actually like REKONIX's draft better so far, but I think Crystal Maiden is a very volatile hero when not in the right hands.
Yeah, I think especially to those post 4s, like you're not that good at fighting off to the side, like both Windranger and Hoodwink. If you have like 1 or 2 clicks too many and they catch you out, maybe with even like a boar on the side, I do think that is a volatile lane, but it is a skill matchup. Like CM SF is a strong lane together. I think if you have good lanes, the supports, they can go together. Like CM Bat, you have Underlord, if he has a good lane, he gets an early gate. So if REKONIX can find this stable mid hero, which I have yet to see coming out from this position, because both teams still need their mid, the 23 mid has always gotten slapped in the last couple days.
REKONIX don't seem to think that it is a mid that Heroic are looking for, because they ban out the MOUZ and the Brew, which is hitting that archetype that T wanted in the last pick for Heroic. Someone who's willing to be the one that blinks in and sits more at the front rather than relying on the Beast to do that.
Yeah, I think that definitely Beastmaster like is okay blinking and catching in sort of a skirmishing style, but in terms of team fights, it's very weird. Like the hero needs 15,000 gold to do it right, because you need Ags, BKB, Blink, and then all the other in-between items. And until you have those items, you can't actually start team fights. Especially in this game, he doesn't have that much team fight follow-up, right? It's a lot of skirmish, you've got call down. But really, in terms of you're playing against a pipe, right? Heroic, they have no pipe buyer yet. That pipe versus no pipe discrepancy can be a really big deal in fights as you go down the stretch. So definitely very sensible.
Yeah, I also like just to round out the draft, and I think for REKONIX, it would be cool if you can find a hero that Beast mid doesn't enjoy, just because of the idea of what you would kind of think Heroic would want in the last pick. I mean, Void Spirit is pretty solid, I would say, for their draft and against what Heroic have, but how's the mid matchup? I feel like Beast should be pretty happy in this one, no?
I think, okay, so if you max Dissimulate, I think you can draw the lane.
Okay.
But you cannot do anything better than draw, and you can get stomped really hard.
Yeah, because that's a problem.
Careful. I think, like, in your dream, he's... Like, this is a very bold pick. If he does not lock in, he can get slapped, because we've seen what Tai Lung can do on this Beastmaster.
I just want to see the Batrider and Crystal Maiden actually play with the Void Spirit. Like, you're picking Void Spirit to go see things happen on the map, to then invite the Underlord to ult in. So it's like, it's not in your dream to actually go, hey, supports, play with me, can play on every active rune, play on every timing, because if you don't, and you allow Heroic to do their job, then you know, there is at least one window into the game for Heroic. But double support and Void Spirit, all focus on them for the early game, of course. And Heroic, they go for a last pick.
Oh, I actually like it. It's offlane.
Yeah.
Dude, like CM SF offlane or like in the safe lane, Pudge can absolutely feast on these heroes. I will say it is a skill matchup in this lane. But if I were to play offlane Pudge, I want to look for sluggish heroes. I think you have found that. CM's already super volatile.
This CM is already starting to feel like a bit of a walking money bag that Quinn was talking about.
Yeah, that's gonna be potentially quite rough. But yeah, REKONIX, they have built a lineup that, let's say, it is very even in the mid game. It is Shadow Fiend having to do somewhat everything, and there's of course, a hook, a dismember, then there's a roar as well. Like, it's quite easy for Heroic to understand, like, who do we need to jump? Who do we need to 100 to 0? They're still taking a lot of time to actually decide where the Gyro, Wind Ranger, and Hoodwink are going. They have not picked.
Where are these going, guys?
I'm surprised the Hoodwink isn't being picked. Like, surely...
Yeah. Okay, so yeah.
Okay.
Carry, Wind Ranger, position 5 Gyrocopter, position 4 Hoodwink.
I mean, I'm going to say it. I think REKONIX.CET's draft is a lot better. I think the caveat is they can get decked in lanes.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't think they can get decked.
Oh.
I don't think they're necessarily... Yeah, gracious. I don't think necessarily should, but it is possible. And so I think if they can escape the lanes, if they pass the skill check in laning phase, then I think it's easy for Indonesia.
Damn, easy for the Indos. I do like what the REKONIX have, but it comes with like requirements. Because if you get early level 6 on like FBZ, you can make moves mid and you get to your auras and Jigroy just gets to have like a nice game on SF. I do think he's kind of chilling, but I have seen Whisper play these games on his Pudge, and I think this hero can like defy logic at least a little bit in terms of how you view games. And I think this top lane might just get out of hand.
Yeah, I could see a world where Pudge and Beastmaster just become like these two unkillable units that just keep walking through the fight, and then all this like cheap setup that REKONIX have, it doesn't really ever kind of transpire to be, you know, a big kill.
They need... What they need is Mr... What is his name? How am I blanking?
Who are you talking about?
No, they need Mr. Jigroy Pamunkas.
Okay. Oh, you were trying to get his real name.
They need 0 deaths on this top lane. I need them to play crisp and clean, and if they can, then REKONIX, easy going.
Okay, I was wondering what you were blanking on there, but that makes a little bit more sense. So thank you guys for the insight. But what really matters is the fact that Heroic and REKONIX have gone up against each other before in a best of 1. It went the way of Heroic, so they're going to be holding strong onto that one after what happened last night to them. But it's a different sort of ball game in a best of 3 game 1.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get to the action here between Heroic and REKONIX. I'm ODPixel here, joined by Fogged. Fogged, we're getting a treat here, right? With that last pick Pudge coming in from Heroic. We're going to get to see what Whisper's going to be able to do with that on the off lane. And overall, I guess the question's going to be there. Can Heroic win these lanes well enough to ensure that their draft can work? Or, like the panel said, do you kind of prefer the overall just sort of strategy that we're seeing from REKONIX's lineup?
Yeah, I would agree completely, actually. They have, I mean, Shadowfiend and Underlord have looked ridiculous. I think they're boasting like 80% win rates or 70-something% win rates in this tournament for good reasons. The carry SF, the mid SF has its merits, and the Underlord, just these auras are insane. So I do think Heroic, they've got to kind of get quite a bit of kills, get the ball rolling in order to get that lineup to work for them. Because if these auras do get online, I mean, looking at Heroic's lineup, right, it's mostly magical damage for a very long time. So,
yeah.
Hook.
Oh, that should get them the first blood. FBZ's going to get blocked off as well here by Theo Lecour, as Whisper, King Jungles will take him down. Whisper to get that first blood. And
that's a great start.
Flesh Heap stack.
Yeah, if you're playing, I mean, this is what you want to do at this draft. This is, honestly, I look at Heroic's draft, it's all about kill, 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 get an advantage, and just kind of dumpster. And I think it was Kezu or Chi saying, it could be a point with Heroic's draft where like, the Beast and the Pudge could just, if they get too many kills, become too tanky for them to deal with, right? But there is always going to be that Underlord % damage. So we'll see what we do get out of REKONIX, as this is a very important game for them. They've gotten a pretty solid overall draft. It's just, are they going to get to the point for the timings, or is Heroic going to do what they've been doing in a lot of games where they kind of steamroll through the early game? Sure, they throw it later on, but they do steamroll through the early game most times in Heroic.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they sort of manage to improve on the kind of letting those wins slip away from them, because it all matters, you know, here in the best of 3. Very important to keep their tournament lives alive.
And pretty interesting to see the this little pivot that they did with the Gyro plus the Wind Ranger, right? They, as soon as they saw the Underlord, and they're seeing that they have a lot of like magical spread damage. I think that's when they were like, okay, maybe we want something that's just going to be straight up physical damage. It's not going to play into the Underlord as hard in the lane, and perhaps punish. So, interesting pivot.
They're going to get the setup here. They get the bushwhack into the hook. So Whisper claims another. I mean, this is sort of what you were saying to me earlier. Right? Oh, well, actually watch at the same time down on the bottom lane. King Jungle should be fine with the stick charge. Still has a Fairy Fire as well if necessary. In fact, he's thinking about turning on towards Dalal. And in fact, they'll get the kill. King Jungle's able to turn with humor and take Dalal down. So starting to see some of these kills coming on the lane. And yeah, this top lane in particular, right? This is the one where things can get out of control, right? This SF, the CM, they've got to be careful against these two.
They're crawling heroes, right? SF maybe a little bit faster, but they are some of the slower heroes in terms of laning phase. And yeah, this Pudge, this Hoodwink can absolutely set up for constant kills. They're a little limited on resources and mana for now, but we'll see that come into play. And yeah, I mean, Quinn was talking about the CM in particular. Not a lot of players can make this hero work. It can just become a feeding machine. And in this game, right, he has the Glacial Guard, which isn't really going to block too much. There's not really any other options, so the Arcane Overflow is hard to use, but as we said, tons of magic damage. We'll see what it actually does to protect him.
Yeah, looking at the mid matchup so far on the CS, we've got 12 and 4 and In Your Dream. Tylung at the moment 12 and 6. So very close on these first few waves between the two of them. Does this sort of continue, or does one start to bully the other out at this matchup?
I usually feel that the Beastmaster just has great control of this one. Unless the Void Spirit plays out of his mind, it's almost a guarantee that the Beastmaster ends up winning the lane.
Seeing sort of the damage trade now. Yeah, they're very much starting to favor Tylung. Anytime he
it's hard to kill the boar.
To clear the waves, yeah, you just get right-clicked down here by the boar and the beast.
Yeah, you always get to like, you're like, oh, I'm gonna get that boar, but it sits at like 25% because your nukes just don't do just enough damage. Maybe if you put the secondary point, but I don't see anybody really do that in this because you need to have Remnant. So, yeah, those boars always end up surviving, and the axes really do start to build up now when he hits level 4.
Now on the top side of the map, despite losing the CM's life earlier, all in all, the farm for Jikroy on the safe lane, SF still going very well. He's having perfectly fine time. They've yet been able to trip him up. And if anything, sure they did get that one kill, but it hasn't happened again. There hasn't been any more kind of mispositioning from either the CM, Varish, or Jikroy on the SF. So no further kills coming in at the moment for Heroic on either of the lanes. It's slowed down.
And something interesting, like for bottom, right? They decided this lane, having the Wind Ranger and the Gyro, but this still does mean that the Underlord, he's going to get a lot out of this lane. So he is going to likely get to these items. So let's see if it's just because they wanted to have that focus fire to just kill him through the early pipe potential. Because, yeah, the lane, you can see, FBZ, he's able to just stand his ground completely free. There's not much damage between these two. Unless
they're going to drive for Jikroy. They're going to either get the setup, the bushwhack into the hook. Let's see if they can run him down. He should be fine. Same time on the other side of the map. King Jungles is going to end up falling. Whisper's going to indeed try and chase on forward. Jikroy is going to look for the denies to the neutrals, and he'll get it.
Good play. Mid lane, though.
Yeah, they come in, and Tylung just gets the kill. Even with sort of Dalal trying to come in to help out. He might. I mean, can he get Tylung in return?
He might get turned on.
Yeah, he's not got the mana. Doesn't have mana for Flamebreaker or anything else to throw out at Tylung, so Tylung just ends up getting a double kill on his own in the mid.
I've seen this too much. When you play versus the Beastmaster, you're like, oh, he's so low. But the Hawks, the Boars, it's like there's 3 heroes there. So Tylung continues to impress on his Beastmaster. We saw yesterday, 20 and 0 or something that they lost. An absolute beast. Varish getting chased already here. Looks like the lanes are starting to break. Heroic wanted to pressure even more up top.
King Jungles.
That Wind Ranger in a 1v1.
I imagine what should be fine for Yuma, right? Yuma should be chilling in the 1v1, but I guess as you say earlier, even with the extra heroes, it wasn't like they were slowing down FBZ's farm on the Underlord, so Underlord's going to farm, he's going to farm.
I mean, this middle thing, though, it's an absolute disaster now. Like, you were mentioning, like, not too long ago, right? 2 minutes ago, it was about even CS-ish. In Your Dream has gotten 1 CS since that point, and he died, and they lost it.
Yeah, that's crazy. And up top, King Jungle's getting very aggressive here. It's going to be into the 3 of REKONIX, so he will be punished. Good hook from Whisper, though, catches for Ish, so Heroic, find a trade.
Jikroy wants these last hits, though. He wants to be getting these kills as the SF. If you're dying, losing some souls, you want to start getting that little bit of benefit from the extra one. So CM does get the last hit, unfortunately, for them. Mid's in trouble again. Catapult is still alive. Looking to play around the power rune. Tylung has Roar.
See what we can get out of this. The Roar setup. Piolacor's going to use the up the Acorn shot into the bushwhack for the lockdown. It's not quite enough initially. him a chance to dissimulate, but the board damage continues to come in. There's no escape for In Your Dream as they're able to kill him off. Still long before he's able to find that XP for the level 6.
Bottom, FBZ, there's a flank, KJ. Only level 3, but with isolating him away from a creep wave, maybe it's enough.
Hit down onto King Jungles. Both supports here to help out REKONIX. I'll take King Jungles down.
Good support.
Backup comes in from both Dalil and Varish just to make sure the Heroic aren't getting away with these moves. They might just be able to punish Yuma as well with Dalil hot on the chase. He's got the wind run. See if the stats are going to be enough with the right click. Shackles back up. Yuma, he's going to tick out though. Dalil gets the kill. Whisper though at the same time in under the tower with the Dismember will kill off Jikroy. So the action just continues across the map. You know, with REKONIX, they're making moves, but they are getting punished for sort of the openings they leave when they go for this on one side of the map.
Exactly, and that's kind of the problem, right? It's your Shadow Fiend.
On another.
It's nice that you saved... Oh, Varish. It's nice that you saved the Underlord, but this safe lane is getting dumpstered, and it's the Pudge, and Whisper has taken over games like this.
And TPs are coming in.
Boy.
They really want to kill this Pudge. I don't think they're actually going to be able to. There's a one charge is in healing low to the ready Whisper. He's thinking about turning. He's got Dismember. So he's going to be able to start healing off.
Oh, God.
Jikroy. Jikroy's going to get the raises out.
Oh, he got greedy.
He gets the trade, but indeed wasn't able to kill him first. See if Dalil could clean up Theolacor as well. He can't. Theolacor's able to TP out. So ends up, you know, he kills the SF again. Short this time, he ends up dying.
Hey, the SF got the XP. That was greedy. He could have hooked the SF and at least prevented him from getting XP. He ends up hooking the bat. So, okay. It's a small thing, at least, for the side of REKONIX, but, I mean, Heroic, they're kind of taking over this game pretty early on. The mid lane and the off lane, as we said, the kills are racking up. That net worth disparity is pretty tremendous, 1,300 over. Yeah, look at it again, right? Like, you just hooked the Pudge. The greed is good.
I mean, it's always tempting, right? You know, as the Pudge. You know, you're a hungry boy. You want to get both of them. You don't want to just guarantee the one. But sometimes the risk is it could cost you your life.
It's like when you outplay yourself almost. You're like, oh, we can get 2 kills instead, right? And then you're like, that was kind of silly. Oh, well. Ends up giving a bit to the SF, but it's not a lot. So either way, I think Heroic very happy with this early game that they've been able to dictate. Although Yuma did die the once, and he's maybe slightly slowed down on the Wind Ranger. The other 2 cores are doing fantastic.
Yeah, Whisper's super farmed. Well on the way towards the Aghanim Scepter after the phase boot, so it's going to have that pretty crazy amount of damage pumping out from him.
And now T was talking about perhaps the lack of movement that could happen from the side of REKONIX if this happens, right? If these kills go down, who's going to make the moves now? In Your Dream is struggling. SF is a hero that doesn't really like to rotate too much, and your supports kind of need one of those big cores to make the moves with them. So they're going to have to move the Void Spirit, but In Your Dream is struggling. So if he doesn't get success with these rotations, could be pretty grim.
Should be able to punish King Jungles. Pushing out the way pretty far on the top lane. As REKONIX will turn up to take him down.
Nice. Give it to Jikroy. Exactly what you got to do. Get him every single one of these kills to catch back up.
See for the rune. In Your Dream is able to jump in and get the pickup, but he's going to get a hook. Into the Dismember, into the everything. They'll throw down all the ults there to blow him up. So another stack here for Whisper. Already up to 6 Flesh Heap, having a very, very solid start in the Pudge. I mean, you know, without a doubt, this Pudge last pick is definitely causing a lot of issues for REKONIX. And, you know, Whisper's got no sign of slowing down anytime soon.
Whisper's such an interesting player, and he has been for such a long time, right? Because he's one of these players that'll be like, oh, it's a good Pudge game. Oh, it's a good Phoenix off-lane game. Oh, it's a good Bat off-lane game. Now Bat's more popular, but he's always willing to play these incredibly aggressive heroes compared to some other players. And, yeah, seeing the results of it. 3K lead right now in terms of the laning phase. And yeah, pressure everywhere, because it's limited movements overall that I feel like REKONIX can do at the moment. Until they have Pipe and the Underlord wants to start getting more involved, there could be heroes that just survive. Because this Pudge, if he gets gone on, I mean, if he moves his point booster into his inventory, he's over 2k HP. They're just not easy kills whatsoever.
And they're going to try and go something with the smoke here. They do have Lasso on Dalil.
This is the fragile hero.
6 on Varish.
So if they can get on top of Yuma.
Yeah, he's already aware. Smoke dispelled. They saw Varish. Yuma will play it safe.
Yeah, still, his farm is still, I mean, slowed down a little, like I was mentioning, but still pretty solid. Gonna have that Maelstrom at a very good time. And then if the Underlord, if FBZ does show, can just get solo killed pretty easily. Tai Lung.
Yeah.
They're gonna, I believe they're gonna have double Aghanims at the exact same time, it looks like, which is pretty crazy if Whisper's gonna be able to match a Beastmaster's Aghs timing, but a double Aghs timing that early, that is pretty immense damage. And I don't know if the pipe will be ready in time.
It's gonna be difficult because, you know, obviously, for In Your Dream, you know, in terms of the skill build, did indeed end up going for this max dissimilar right. So to sort of make this work, you've got to be looking for action. You've got to be going to these fights.
Yeah, I mean, we'll let Quinn talk about it at the end of it, because I don't believe that he really likes this build. Usually he likes when they go for like the shard, and they're able to play with their remnants and just farm the jungle with it and all that too, just for more safety. But yeah, we'll hear from him more, because I'm a new voice to it, so. He's not getting many kills, and when you have the Vessel build, you know, you ideally want to be getting this momentum, and yeah, momentum definitely not on your side at all here. He is bottom of the course by a large margin. The Hoodwink's actually very close to him.
He's having a tough one. 0-3-0 so far in Your Dream this game. It's not been an easy start.
Tai Lung's done this with a lot of people, so.
Yes, and I guess that obviously the concern was there, right, when, you know, from the start, just being in that matchup as the Void Spirit against the Beast. We're definitely seeing how much more the Beastmaster can get done right now with the pressure. Now ready to join side lanes to take down these tier 1s. It's going to be the bottom tower gone. And Whisper just continues to go uncontested, was just able to clear a very nice big Ancient stack. You know, one more neutral camp, and he's going to have that. So it's going to be like this 13-minute Aghanims timing done on the Pudge.
I mean, they're going to have triple timing on the chorus, pretty much perfectly hitting together. While on the side of REKONIX, they don't have a hero. Like, the pipe is something they can rally around, right? But the other two heroes are not doing that great to be able to rally around. The SF's okay, but the Void Spirit, I'm really concerned how In Your Dream recovers this game. Because there's just a lot of disable for him. There's a lot of damage just going out all over the place. It's not easy to just dip and dodge.
And so for Heroic, when they're having this sort of start, you know, we've seen before, you know, how they can build this pretty good lead and then let things slip away. Do you think we're going to see sort of a different approach from them in this sort of game?
I hope.
Like, will they be a bit more reserved in trying to push it to the next stage and be happy to farm?
Yeah, I think like exactly what KJ's saying, just a bit more patience in terms of things. Yes, getting kills, being aggressive is fantastic, but this is a nice lineup that can take objectives, and if there's no contestant for objectives, you just keep taking objectives, and eventually, you know, that's going to probably net you the win. So if they have something like Beastmaster, which is probably one of the better objective takers currently, especially with this type of game, they could just play it cool, Tormentor, Roche, Constrict, Control, and put that pressure onto REKONIX to make the moves.
And In Your Dream,
it's going to be the case.
He's going to try and look towards King Jungles, but again, does not want to fully commit. Knows that it's far too risky to try for such a play. Space is there for them to stop. Hook in the pit, there's the hook. Whisper. It's going to catch Farish. That's the see him going to the shackle. It's a beautiful one there. Comes in from Yuma. Catches the both of them. Dalal and In Your Dream. In Your Dream has to jump away with the Dissimilate. I mean, they just cannot fight them right now, REKONIX. I think they've just got to accept that this Roche is going to Heroic, whether they like it or not. As anybody else steps over here, they're very likely going to be food as well.
They'll roar it, because it was going to move. Can they steal it, REKONIX?
But he did! He did! He was able to jump in and pick up the Aegis! He's going to get caught by the shackle. But my goodness, he got it. We'll see if he survives this now In Your Dream. He's going to go down the one, so the Aegis quickly taken away from him, but it's allowed them to set up to kill Whisper and Theo.
These are huge kills.
They're even going to try and use the portal aggressively, see if they can shut down the escape of anyone else. They won't be able to. The rest of Heroic actually get out of there. But I'll take it, Jikro says, and indeed In Your Dream he did. He jumps and gets the Aegis as that little bit of a Roche move does not play to the favor of Heroic.
I think I just woke up my household with that screen.
They're desperate, right? They're like, you gotta kill it, and they do get the kill. But In Your Dream, he was quick. I mean, there's definitely no, there actually wasn't time to pick it up. With the sort of position Roche was when he fell, they weren't actually close enough because he's walking away from them, ready to deliver the Aegis straight into the hands of In Your Dream.
Heroic, how does this happen? I mean, they're still pretty solid, a comfortable spot, right?
They are.
But that slows down momentum massively and gives honestly, REKONIX good time to farm and recover, get these next few items. The Lil now has a blink, so they have a way to start fights.
I mean, yeah, they can look to make plays now. Otherwise, it would have been this sort of period where they're trying to make moves into an Aegis.
Into Aegis.
No, that Aegis ain't there. It's not there for them.
Oh my, okay, well, that's that just happened. And Jikroy now, he's also, look at the net worth. He's the same as the Pudge. So unbelievable little sequence of events. Not even from a team fight, just from a Roche running away. Back to business. Heroic looking for kills still. The REKONIX are prepared for this move. They have the pipe behind. FBZ's there. They have the bat with the blink. Looks like Heroic opts against it. FBZ's playing a little too close to Iron Dream too. It's actually showing on the wave.
Hello? He went for the blink initiation. It didn't go the way he planned, Fogged. Blinks in and dies.
All right, Heroic. Like I said, still in a comfortable spot, but yeah, gives maybe a little bit of a shake-up, so we'll see how they look to recover things. Maybe now they just wait for that next objective, right? 'Cause they still probably feel good on their timings. Probably will just sit back and wait for that. But I wouldn't say that REKONIX can't fight around that. If they can get a good angle with this pipe now online on the Underlord, the SF now having Yashikaya, there'll be options for them to fight in that area.
We'll find Theolicor and should be able to take him down without too much difficulty.
Nicely done. I'm waiting to see if he does purchase Shard, though, on the Void Spirit, because a lot of them do purchase it to be able to get that extra farm where you just throw your Remnant onto creeps, so he's just looking to hunt for now. He's looking for kills. Hey, Yuma. Trying to sneak on him, but can't.
Got a haste rune as well here if they want to play with it. REKONIX. I mean, they do want to try and make moves. They will be able to get into the triangle area, at least take away these small couple of stacks that were going here for Heroic.
Hey, that's nice, right? You can feel pace of the game. Heroic, sure, wanting to maybe sit back a little more for that next item, but the space, Jikroy is feeling pretty happy. He's top net worth. Dragonlance is done. Heroic looks like they are going to join up. Maybe Smoke, look for that positioning around that, maybe a bit before that Tormentor in particular, because they did see Jikroy, so they have vision of him going into the jungle. They are stalking him, and they do have Blink on Pudge. Jikroy.
I mean, he's got backup around, but if they get a quick hook onto the SF, it could get tough. They're going to go for the jump forward. In with the Dismember. They'll open up onto him, but the last is there for Delo to lock down Yuma. They're seeing if they can save Jikroy. The pipe buff comes off. Jikroy can't get the Requiem off, though. They're able to kill him off through the pipe. Whisper will try and TP out, but the Frostbite is there. So they will pay the price with 3 of their lives there, Heroic, for trying to make that play, maybe even more. Theolicor ticking down to the vessel, jump forward with the Dissimulate. They'll lose 4 heroes for that, Heroic. That went horribly, horribly wrong.
Well, REKONIX is complete. The pipe, honestly, it kept the S. He had what, 5% HP for a couple extra seconds?
It took them that much longer to kill him. And now Tyling's going to have to put the roar to just run away.
Oh, wow. I mean, that was, honestly, that was the 2 supports really doing all the damage. The Bat and the CM did, I actually didn't get to see the fight recap, but I want to say they did like over 3k damage of each of them, because they got a full duration CM ult, full Firefly, full Lasso, because all the attention is on the SF. REKONIX is back.
Yeah, very, very, very good Lasso from Delol to just immediately lock down that win range, just stop Yuma from getting out the initial damage.
Yeah,
they were prepared for that. Even though, you know, Heroic were coming in from a pretty good angle, there was no hesitation on REKONIX to immediately address the threats that were being thrown at them.
And now,
very nicely played.
FBZ has Pipe, FBZ has Crimson.
Yeah,
we're definitely seeing that damage mitigation come into play. They're the ones with the gold lead.
Absolutely, and this is sort of the concern, right, for Heroic. I think, you know, as Pound as you were saying, you know, when you look at the drafts, REKONIX's draft, it looks kind of nice. And at this point, no, Heroic, they were kind of getting what they needed earlier, but things started to go downhill after sort of the Roshan incident, and now it's kind of a hard game for Heroic.
Yeah, agreed. It's just a very nice lineup overall from the side of REKONIX, just if they can get to these points, and now they have. Even though Void Switch still a little behind, the Wind Ranger as well. Heroic still looking to fight.
And catch. He's going to get the catch onto Tai Lung. So if they've got the damage taken out, the force out the BKB from Tai Lung. He's going to go for the BKB TP. Wants to get out of this one. He'll back off. So the chase will continue from FBZ. He's got his eyes on Theolicor. Won't have any further catch initially. So it looks like the rest of them should be able to run. We'll see a bit of a wraparound coming in from Jikroy. He's going to have eyes on King Jungle's in Yuma. Actually, they'll turn towards him. Go nice Shackle. He's going to have to sort of chill in the tree line, but he's going to be safe at least in that tree line, getting away from the attempts of Heroic. So he'll be fine.
Hey, that was nice. That was a really nice tumble. That was actually a moment of scariness because how much damage the Wind Ranger can do, but yeah, tumbles and dodges it.
Because yeah, without that tumble, he probably gets actually shackled to the tree, right? And
yeah,
probably dead. So
maybe.
Troy with the nice moves.
Nice little stuff. Heroic, at least for a couple of them, we're seeing Whisper. He's like, all right, guys, you know what? Things have not gone the way we wanted it to. We need to get these BKBs, because now we're actually in some difficult situations versus all this magic damage of the opposing team, and we don't have pipe. We do not have that damage mitigation.
Who's getting pressured now? REKONIX. They've got that group up power now with these items that allows them to sort of go for these objectives. In Heroic, they've got to try and make a move, but these moves are getting harder and harder to make. They'll at least have an amplified damage rune to help them out for the next play.
This could allow them to have enough. The amp damage is quite a bit extra damage, and the BKB is about to come up. See who they find with it, though, because it is REKONIX getting some beautiful lassos back to back to back here.
Yeah, Dalil's made some good jumps. See if they can catch him first. Oh, he's going to get the blink off! Who get the blink lasso off immediately on towards King Jungles. Dalil should be fine for now. King Jungles will drop the ultimate down on towards him, but the bat's okay. See at the side, the Requiem goes off. They've caught Whisper here in the corner. Jikroi's able to turn for the raises, take Whisper down. Yuma with the focus fires, trying to kill Jikroi, but the Crimson Guard, it protects him, won't save him. They will kill Jikroi, but it took them so much time and so much effort that they might be in even more trouble. Yuma's caught by the Frostbite. They'll lose 4 heroes at the end of the fight. And again, all they're getting in this SF, it's just taking them far too long to kill even one of these heroes right now, because all of the ways REKONIX can save one another. And again, that could have gone a lot better if they were actually able to get their hands on the bat. But you know, as soon as Dalil saw that they saw him, he was just instant with the blink lasso to just sort of shake up their ability to just be able to kill the bat and get on with the fight. This bat's becoming quite a menace.
Honestly, he's the MVP right now for me. His little movements, his little catches have been absolutely phenomenal. Just the instant lassos, like you mentioned in top, right? When they caught the SF, just grabbing the Wind Ranger before that damage comes out. Bottom as well. Quick blink before they get the initiation on him. Heroic is very split.
Look, they see him. And as soon as that tree's down, bam, in with the blink, ready to start the play. They go for the raw on towards the Void Spirit, but at this point, Inya Dream's pretty tanky. They can't kill him. And then at the side, Jikroi getting this Requiem off, completely cornering Whisper. Nice turnaround that had laid down the 2 raises to kill him. And by the time Yuma's trying to start his job of killing Jikroi, it's a little too late. The fight's already fallen apart. Sure, they kill the SF, but it cost them so much.
Yeah, and you really see the Crimson Pipe, right? You see the Wind Ranger was literally hitting SF for 0 damage because of the Crimson active. 4K lead now for REKONIX. Heroic's in big trouble. Because their lineup, it really does thrive about playing with an advantage. And yeah, REKONIX's draft, this SF plus this Underlord, they're super strong right now in the meta, and this bat is finding grab after grab after grab, allowing them to just pretty much win every single team fight with just a 1 for 5 almost. Heroic needs more coordination too. That's the other thing. We're seeing everyone's going for different targets, and they're not on the same page. Yuma joins the fight, I think, 4 seconds after everybody else. If they get the hook plus the focus fire immediately, that SF dies way quicker. So Heroic needs to really shape things up in these next few moments.
Smoke time for REKONIX. They're feeling pretty good right now.
And Tylung, he's 5-0 again, Owen. The map panel was talking about how this going 20-0. Beastmaster is 1-11, if I'm not mistaken, in this tournament. Some crazy stuff going on.
See who they can find up here. At the moment, it's just Theolacor in the area. You know, they'd rather get something bigger than that, REKONIX.
Yuma, how's his BKB doing? Still, okay, almost has it. Really needs it, as we're seeing in the fights. They just full focus him, but it's not going to be an end-all, be-all save because of the Bat Rider lasso, if he times it properly.
And REKONIX with sort of the auras and such, could they group up and just force the Roshan, or too risky still?
I think they maybe could, but I think their lineup is more designed around grabbing that lasso and getting that pick.
Now they'll definitely get some interest around the pit, taking down the ball.
It's gonna start.
So yeah, Heroic know that this is going on, and at the moment, we'll see how much REKONIX care about that. Yeah, they won't full commit into the pit. Smoke's coming their way from Heroic. We'll have a shield rune here ready for the next fight. Who are they going to put that one on? Just give it a Whisper, or... Yeah, Whisper, I think these runes be ready to take that.
These runes can make a big difference. You know, this can, it's an insane amount of HP on these tanky frontliners. All right, they're going for the big wraparound. That is the BKB for Yuma reveal. Scan. We'll connect.
They know exactly where Heroic's coming from. Can REKONIX.CET something big up here? Croy ready in the trees, whispers in with a blink, but straight away Talal. He's going to go for the lasso one towards him. They have the Requiem, they'll burst with the shield room, but indeed that's a lot of health to get through. They'll get the root down on towards Whisper, but the BKBs are at the ready. Looking now over towards In Your Dream. Actually, Whisper, it looks like he wants to go for the easy kills first. Goes with the Dismember on towards Barish. Wants to take down the CM. At the same time, Yuma tries to focus fire. Jikroy will kill him, but again, Jikroy, he might die, but so does Yuma. It's a bit better because they get 2 for 1, but they're still, you know, it's not as clean as they wanted to be, Heroic, when they go for that sort of smoke wraparound.
Again, they're very split. I gotta be honest. I'm watching Yuma kind of left on his own on an island. He just ran in 1v4 onto high ground to just focus fire the Shadow Fiend. I can't believe he gets him, to be completely honest with you. It looked like he was gonna survive.
It was close again, yeah.
The rest of the team was split off from him. It's awkward the way a lot of these engagements are starting. The shield rune actually absorbed an insane amount of damage there.
It did.
But overall, the positioning from REKONIX is very good.
Yeah, so a little bit of a favorable shake-up, getting the 2 for 1, but as I say, still not as much as Heroic need to kind of get this game back on track in their favor. Need more than that.
Yeah. Except that I think that what you said, though, I think they'll be slightly happy with that one. Not like
yeah,
elated, but like good job, guys. You know, at least we got the 2 of them. We lost Yuma, but you know what? We didn't lose 5 for 1 again. So. And Yuma, I feel like he does need this next damage item in particular, the crit, because I'm just seeing the block, right? The damage block is too much for him. He does also get the serrated shift, so we are seeing these neutrals. They will start to make a difference in terms of how much damage people are going to be doing. No greedy serrated shift, just making sure.
I gotta be careful with these carries.
Yep. I'm so sorry, Natsumi.
No, poor old Natsumi.
I feel so bad. I was talking to Seb about it afterwards, too, and they were all just like, oh. No. Other good thing that I'm seeing from REKONIX, by the way, is these 4-staff plays. Actually really impressive stuff. They have triple 4-staff, so being able to, you know, reset the positioning of Jikroy was also pretty nice. Getting him out of the middle of the fray, getting him onto high ground to get that extra hits onto the Wind Ranger. So I actually think REKONIX overall, like, actually is playing better as a team in terms of those fights. Rogue's just all split up all over the place in terms of how they're actually straight up fighting. And not queuing up auras. I thought the gyrocopter was gonna go auras. I gotta be honest with you. I thought he was gonna go mech pipe. But he's gone 4-staff and then he's going for the Lotus, I guess, for the bat.
Yeah, not at all.
Things have gotten shaken up, but.
Because that's the thing with obviously auras at the moment. Is it ever too late to buy them? Like obviously in the past it used to be like, well, if you're not going for them at the start, the mid game, you never want to get them as like one of the later pickups. Or are they that good right now that you do see some games where it doesn't even feel bad to kind of get one into your build later?
He's kind of poor, I will say, but like I think as like these like support gyros, it's like the dream build. Like what else do you really want to buy on a gyro? You go,
yeah,
you know, you get your shard as a support gyro maybe in some games. Sometimes it's kind of worthless, and then you just go like Glimmer Force, and yeah. So I don't know. Either way, see if that ends up hurting since they are playing versus these auras. REKONIX looking for a grab. Lincoln's fresh.
Jump. See what they can find here. They're going to be ready as the Roshan moves towards the bottom.
They have good positioning, and buying this gem is actually really clever at this moment, too. So Lincoln's on the SF, they have Gem on the front line Void Spirit, and he's gotten his Ags finished up, so it's strong timing from them. On the flip side, though, Tai Lung has a Refresher. So eyes on this Beastmaster.
They went for a very, very long wraparound here, Heroic. Right
An
behind the
one.
tier 2.
Does everyone take the perfect right path? Are they going to break? Good job, guys.
So
oh my god, this is very unexpected.
Yeah, FBC's not gonna be ready for this whatsoever. There's the jump. They'll throw the Roar down onto him. I mean, the whole team going at him. He's pretty tanky. In fact, the Requiem's still able to go off. They'll finally kill him. Can they get more hero? Whisper looks towards the lob. Puts the BKB, but he's very low on Whisper. Will hide in the corner. They'll kill off Jikroy. Whisper does die, but Heroic, they've done it this time. Raw, second one ready to go. On towards In Your Dream. They get the cleanup. The team wipe is theirs. That smoke, it was a deep one, and one they did not expect one bit on REKONIX. That's the kind of moves the Heroic needs to sort of catch them off guard with.
That might have been one of the deep. I think that actually was one of my like 10 something, like one of the deeper smokes I've ever seen a team do.
Yeah.
Went behind the tier 2 mid to flank and goes up the pretty dangerous ramps. Places vision, gets the pretty much perfect catch in the team fight, honestly. I don't think you can ask for anything better.
Just taking FBZ out before he's able to buff up and help everyone. Shackle comes in on towards Jikroy, and at this point, sure, Whisper's dead, but he's done his job. They sort of stand, you know, toe-to-toe with them in a team fight without their Underlord. You know, as soon as FBZ's gone, the team fight really does fall apart.
Very impressive. Tai Lung, I mean, he's putting out a statement almost. He's like, I'm not losing this game as Beastmaster, you guys. I've gone like literally insane in so many of these games on Beast. This one on top of the net worth again, yet to die. Great roar targets. Shiva's soon to come up. This is going to be a big one that he gets. My favorite item of the patch, I think. And in your dream now, struggling again still.
Okay, Moon ready as well for Tai Lung to take for the next fight.
And Yuma overall now, after that last fight, sure, the Crimson and the Pipe, they weren't on the Shadow Fiend, so he was able to actually deal that damage. He perhaps can actually change his build a little bit. Doesn't have to go for that crit. I didn't see if he queued something different up, but can opt to go for something slightly different. It looks like it's the Manta, so just some extra stats. That's very nice.
Radiant are scanning.
Whisper also almost has Refresher, so.
Ooh, coming up here. Up to the Tormentor. Jikroy and Varish are around. Jikroy actually going to start towards the Tormentor. He immediately TPs out. He's like, okay, I don't want to be here. The force is coming big time there to get him away from any sort of disable and allow him to get out. But that was a quick sort of tuck your tail and run there. Even able to get the TP off as well on Varish. So as soon as they see it's not going to be a good place to be, they get out.
How? I actually thought the Shackle hit him. I swear, I looked like it had hit him, but I guess those Force Staffs got him just out of range of it.
Oh, let's check the replay.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, it was at least, what, was it 2 Force Staffs, right? Was it 3?
I think so. I don't know. Either way, so
I think it was his Hurricane plus the 2 support forces, yeah, at least. He covered a lot of distance during that TP.
Yeah.
Of course, with the space there that they make Heroic, they don't get the kills, but they will get themselves the Tormentor, so shout for Whisper.
Okay, so he's going Silver Edge next. All right. Interesting. I thought he'd still maybe go for that BKB, because there's still a lot of like random magic damage in all this.
I guess you sort of just trust.
Have
we'll see on the replay again, there's sort of great escape here with all the forces and the TP. But, you know, Jikroy's like, I'm going to start Tormentor. He says, oh my goodness, I need to get out. So there's the first force, the second force, the third one. Shackle, yeah, didn't quite hit. So those forces, absolutely necessary to save him. So clutch stuff coming in from the supports to bail Jikroy out of that.
Heroic have refound their footing. A 5K lead is never enough for them, though, because the 20K lead wasn't in some games either.
I know they've got to be careful.
Keep it crisp.
Yeah,
just keep it crisp.
Yeah, you got to imagine, obviously, after those sort of experiences, they would have had a lot of discussions, and you know they're not going to let that happen again.
No, I hope. I think everyone hopes.
Oh, that's a BKB. Who
write it down.
Tyler?
Write it down. That's one. 1 minute. Poster at the 35-minute mark. Write it down.
He's having a flawless game, and then he presses his BKB. Well, let's see if that comes back to sort of bite him, because there is a smoke from REKONIX heading their way. Obviously, he does have Refresher, but obviously he's only going to have 1 BKB rather than 2 effectively in the fight. So that might matter.
At least what he can do is he can roar, refresh, BKB, and then just roar, right? So at least he can kind of cover.
Exactly, yeah, but he's got to do it quick, right? Yeah. Make sure he gets that first roar off before he has to refresh BKB.
Yeah,
or they do find themselves in a fight in the next minute.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he'll just back up, finish Shiva's. Yeah. It just is probably going to get reclaimed during all this, but hey, we said patience is the name of the game, what they want to do, so they want it to be a little bit more patient. Don't blame them. Jikroy.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to get a lot of extra stuff on the map with the Shadow Blade and go for extra
but that could be risky.
He really has to be careful.
Something about SFs once they get the Shadow Blade, you know, the sort of music starts playing, they're looking for those crazy, you know, YouTube highlight plays. They can go horribly wrong. You know, you don't see the YouTube highlights if the play's gone wrong, and there's a lot of them with SFs and Shadow Blades.
We are electric.
Exactly. So Jikroy, it's got to be careful. He'll back off. To finish up that Silver Edge, as you say, he's very close to it. It just needs the Just under 1,000 gold and have the Demon Edge, and Silver Edge is done.
Just interesting. I saw. I don't like to usually talk too much about the items and stuff, but that does mean that his overall hitting of targets, it's a bit hard. At least hitting the Wind Ranger, right? Like I thought maybe he'd go MKB or something, but
well, I tell you what, he got BKB out of Whisper. So you know what? Maybe he'll say that's worth. BKB down on the Pudge. Varish did his job.
Okay. So yeah, let's see if this build ends up working for Jikro. He now queues up the BKB. Heroic climbing themselves up to a 7K lead now. Swinging around the map. So they're just looking for kills, not looking to go for any over-aggressive, go for high ground kind of breach play. They're just looking for kills outside before they push the envelope too much more. The low.
Well, let's see if they can get the jump. Heroic. Onto the high ground. Do they want to go for the jump under the tier 2 though? Could be a bit risky.
Links at 25 on.
He's getting insane amounts out of the map this game. Crazy farm from him, and still yet to die on the mid Beastmaster.
He's got the Dream neutral as well. Maybe not the Giant Small as much, but I've been liking this hero item a little bit more, but just the Timeless. Good for Beast. You could feel Heroic, the patience, right?
Yes,
quite a bit more than the other days that we saw.
For sure. They go for these sort of smoke moves, and if it's not looking like there's going to be an easy jump to make, they don't try and force it. They pull back, they kind of reset, wait until they're ready to go again. You can absolutely 100% feel the sort of different approach that they're coming into this game with, especially now we're getting into this sort of territory where it was starting to get towards the later portions, and those later portions sometimes haven't been too fair to Heroic, so they're going to be super focused today on making sure that no mistakes are made here in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, this is when execution is everything, right? It's like an AK lead at 38 is not
it can go
substantial by any means. It can absolutely shift with one bad fight, so... Seeing the Lincolns being purchased up, I think I saw Hyuma get that one. I see Delol, he is building the Aghanims. I always have to talk about this one because the secondary bypass of that lasso. Heroic, ready for the fight.
Whisper's going to open up with the BKB Dismember on towards Dalol. Tarling's in with the blink on towards Varish. They'll look towards the two supports and they'll get them quickly. The cause now of REKONIX having to get out. In Your Dream will go for the TP away. We'll see the force TP from Jikroy. He'll make it out just before they find him. So at the least, they're able to cut their losses, get the cause out, but still two supports dead. Heroic continuing to get away with their moves right now. And they could definitely sort of have the space that they want to try and push here for a Tissue Tower in the bottom lane. See how much they do want to try and force it. They do get Jikroy's Courier. Still a bit of money short at the BKB, but at the least have it's 2.5 minutes to this stage, so probably would have had the BKB sooner than that, so that might hurt.
It's a very good courier kill. Hex also now finished for Theolacor, so Heroic getting timing, right? As soon as they get another item timing, they look for a fight. So yeah, really seeing the caution that they're playing with. And great catch on both supports there. See Whisper also now. He buys Boots of Travel 2. So I think they identified, they saw that SS Shadowblade. I think they know his idea, like trying to get out on the map. So I believe that Whisper is now going to be a hunter with perhaps the Hoodwink, and they can look for duo plays. So REKONIX is they're getting kind of stuck inside the base with the way that Heroic is constricting them. Heroic.
There we go.
Yeah, only Jikroy can get out. So yeah, I mean, the Silver Edge purchase, you can see why he wanted it to be able to get out, but yeah, has to be super careful because of this Whisper Boots of Travel 2 now.
Jungles clearing the wave. REKONIX, what do they want to do with this knowledge? I mean, obviously not too much whilst they wait for the BKB, the Mithril Hammer component to be back in the game. It's going to be a minute until that's there for Jikroy. They will try and go for the smoke play. I mean, yeah, they know that someone's alone. It's going to be Whisper. If the lasso set up into the Requiem, should be a pretty clean kill. Nobody else is able to connect and help him out. They'll do what they can with the space, though. Sure, they lose the Pudge, but they want to try and take something in return. So they'll move into the Roche Pit, taking it out very, very quickly. So it's a trade. They lose their Pudge, they get an Aegis.
Honestly, I think you'll take that on Heroic. I think you're pretty happy. Sure, you lose Whisper being a bit greedy, but yeah, this is a very good pickup here of Aegis, Cheese for pressure, etc. Good vision too. I wonder if this should get dewarded. No way that one stays, right? They have complete vision in the triangle. Yeah, Varish will check. What is this? Four minutes into the Aegis now. Very difficult for them to fight into Aegis since most of these fights that they've won early on, right? It's because the Bat was able to find and isolate or, you know, break some type of the initiation that they've gone. So into Aegis a bit more difficult, but he does have the Axe. So double lassos could still be a crucial element. Nikro's BKB has respawned and he has hit 25.
Let's see how much Heroic want to force it with the Aegis. I've already taken out, of course, all the tier 2 towers.
Lincolns on Lincolns on Lincolns for Heroic. That's going to be the safety call for them. Lincolns isn't Lotuses versus the Bat Rider. Don't let them grab us and pull in.
Heading through the twin gate, but not going to catch anyone down here. REKONIX playing safe up on the high ground.
Maybe, so it looks like Heroic maybe trying to bait one of these two cores, right? Because I think Whisper, after he died this last one, they put him bottom solo for a second. They kind of all poured over, maybe anticipating that type of movement that could come out, but not going to be the case. They'll shift back toward top. Tormentor is up in about, what, 30 seconds? Yes, 30 seconds. I love that we have the timer now. It's so nice.
Because will they go up here or no? You just let this go Heroic.
Wait, what do you mean? You mean REKONIX, right?
Oh yeah, well, the Tormentor, right?
Yeah, Heroic's gonna take Tormentor for sure.
Yeah, but REKONIX will just let Heroic take it, right?
Yeah, there's no way you.
There's not.
Like sack the game for a Tormentor, right? Not needed. Chikroy is close to the next big item too, which is actually since he didn't go MKB, this is actually a really important one because he does have the Shadow Raise applies attack damage. If he can get the crit, can actually just start killing these heroes with these raises. And I'm glad to see that Pure's build has kind of gotten more popularized, right? The Kaya Yasha, didn't want to talk about it until the later stages, but yeah, this seems like maybe it is going to be adopted by some more players, where you just have the
it just feels
magic
super
damage,
nice.
which is good early, and then late game you had 25 and you have attack damage from raises, so. Pretty cool.
Oh, just having the cast speed bonus, right? Getting your spells off that little bit quicker. Feels really nice in the midst of a fight.
CM ult misclick.
Oh no. Well, anyway, the fight's going to go on. Raw's going to be coming in onto In Your Dream. They can't save him. In Your Dream just gets taken out. Now Heroic can try and look for more. You get the blink over towards Chikroy. Puts the BKB in the Silver Edge. He'll get out of there, but Delil's left behind. Shackle comes in from Yuma. It's 2 dead without buyback.
Disaster. Honestly, REKONIX, I think they were like, oh god, I panic clicked freezing field. I meant to smoke, and then they get jumped as it's happening, and everyone just panic runs away. Disaster. In Your Dream just spent his gold too. Dies immediately.
A whole minute. Heroic, though, as we say. Well, that's the thing. They're still got to be careful. They've been here before.
2 kills, Lasso was used, BKB on SF was used. I think it should be a safe call. It should be
safe enough, but you never know.
Glyph forced.
REKONIX not wanting to do anything until they've got a full 5-man back up, so it'll almost certainly be 1 set. I mean, are they actually going to end up losing 2? Pushing power is pretty good here by Heroic. That seems to be so. Heroic. I'll get the melee racks in the mid. I'll get range and melee down bottom. So pretty much 2 sets there taken by Heroic. They'll be very happy with that. They'll back off. They're not looking to force it too much further right now. They're happy with that progress. Yeah.
Making up for the brutal mistake that they made around Broshan 2 further fights. Now just looking a lot cleaner with these decision-making calls. Very specific calls, not looking to push the envelope too much, go for any extra kills, even though Hero is dead. Take buildings, back up, reset, wait for cooldowns, and now perhaps look to go again.
There we go. REKONIX might want to do something now whilst the Aegis comes to an end.
I think they got to kind of YOLO.
Yeah, just get out on the map, try and sort of find some chaotic fight that Heroic aren't completely prepared for. Not gonna be easy though.
They do have a smoke, but I think what it is, it has to kind of be is like smoke, put down a ward down, and hope that they're not smoked. And if you can get that Bat Rider getting a double lasso when they're not ready for it, that's the ideal. But Heroic, as we said, they've really started to fix their act in these last 15 minutes or so. And getting very big. I mean, Whisper, Aeon Disc finished up after that last go that he died alone. Now probably can't die by himself at all with Aeon Disc BKB. Will just BKB TP out after the go, and almost has the overwhelming boom too. Starting to get pretty tremendous in the lead. Now 20K is pretty substantial. REKONIX. Hello.
And they're going to drop down the pit here, REKONIX. And the Roar's already come out. The jump's been made over towards Dillal. They've caught the bat. They'll take Dillal out. Varish to fall. Both supports dead once more. Now Heroic, they can push up the cause. In Your Dream's going to try and make the jump over towards Whisper, but he gets the BKB off. Whispers away. Jump back in. Has the hook in on towards Jacroy. Will have the Linkers to protect him for now, but he doesn't have another round of the Linkers to protect him from the Roar. Puts his life to an end as Heroic. They are definitely doing it here. 3 dead on REKONIX. Very ready for the fight there. I mean, REKONIX, they went for that sort of desperate play here, trying to set things up with the Underlord ult. It didn't work out. Just immediate jump from Tai Lung, finding the bat, knowing that if they can take Dallal out the fight, without the threat of the lasso, there's not really much more that REKONIX can kind of throw at them to initiate onto Heroic. And now with them dead without buyback, Heroic, they might have done it here, folks.
Hey, Tai Lung is like, I am not losing this game again on Beastmaster. 10-0-11, it's level 27, flawless. I mean, honestly, pretty much flawless performance from him. And yeah, they tried to go for that sneaky play around the ward with the double lasso, but yeah, Heroic very prepared. Great double roar.
Here we go, they get the mega creeps. We'll see how careful they do play it. You know, obviously they've still got a fair bit of time where there's no FBZ or Jicroy. 30 to 40 seconds. Heroic on for tier 4. Dallal trying to make the jump. He's going to get caught there by the Hex from the other course. So to hold back. In Your Dream tries for the jump forward. Heroic still pushing on. It's the tier 4 gone. Comes the second one. In Your Dream.
It does tell me that they're being patient, even with just having the win range.
They're being
to be honest with you.
They're just, you know, just letting Yuma hit the towers, and now at this point they might just do a full retreat anyway. You know, the respawn's starting to come in. There's no need to rush it. They've got time here, Heroic. Don't throw it away.
This is like, honestly, the biggest disparity between their play that I've ever... between a team that I've seen play between one day and a second. Just one day being insanely aggressive. Still being aggressive in this game, but then just, yeah, in a specific type of way.
Yeah.
And we see that play again.
Absolutely. No, just Tai Lung and Whisper just immediately making the jump in, getting on top of the 2 supports, and that's enough. You know, you kill the 2 supports, the fight starts to fall apart. Yuma's able to fully focus FBZ because the supports are dead and take out this Underlord, and at this point, there's nothing left for sort of Jicroy in Your Dream to do.
Yeah, and we did see it. I didn't even highlight it. I did see it, but the Whisper play, little cheeky stuff that he did there, refreshed his Aeon Disc for the secondary one, and then he got past the block of cheese, I believe, from KJ, full healed, and went back in the fight. But insult to injury, REKONIX had already probably lost the fight. Mega creeps coming in. Heroic. See how they want to look to fully close this one out.
Let's have a look. I mean, if they lose this game, I'm a little worried because there's a Divine Rapier getting queued up, folks.
I saw it queued up. I did see it get
What's
queued.
going on there?
I got this one. I mean, actually, I'm just not going to say it. Every game is terrible, so I'm just not going to say it anymore.
That's a little bit of a worry. Don't buy the Rapier, Yuma. Don't do it.
REKONIX. They can buy the Rapier. Heading outside.
There we go. Dallal is going to get the freedom to get the jump this time. He will. He gets a good 2-man lasso. They get the catch on towards Yuma and Fiona Court. Can they burst through them? No, Yuma's going to get the BKB off, but he's dead. They've killed off the Wind Ranger. They'll turn towards Tai Lung. They kill off the Beast. Now they can look towards Whisper. The eldest by him a bit of safety. He's going to try for the TP out. He'll get away. But uh-oh. A little bit of a shake-up. They get the big jump there with the lasso. You know, this is why Heroic need to be as careful as they are. And this is why, my goodness, Yuma, I don't know if he really wants to
it.
buy that rapier. He was so close
Please.
to having the money for it. He might have had a rapier on him in that play. Fortunately for Heroic and the Heroic fans out there, he didn't. But I think you got to take that item out of your quick buy, Fog.
Just buy an Aghanims, please. It's not the greatest Aghanims game, but just buy it. I don't care anyway. Just so you don't buy this rapier. Either way, great jump. This time he got the double lasso. He did actually break the front. He broke the front Lincolns, I think, with his 4-step, and then the second one got bypassed. Maybe, I don't know, because KJ has one also. Tai Lung, he does die though. They finally claimed the Beast
first.
Masters,
Who got the money for that? It's probably quite a bit of money, right? Yeah, Jikroy gets the kill. That's a lot of money for him, and indeed his Divine Rapier dreams are online. And we'll see what. I mean, do they know he's here? I think they do. They're gonna find his courier. Yeah, they know he's.
KJ?
Oh, okay. Oh, he's fine. They don't have. Oh, they have vision on him now. They've seen him. Yep. They knew he was over there, and that's the gem, right?
Yep. They should have another one, I believe. But, I mean, getting now sequence kills, 2 kills into another one. Now they're going to have to wait for the gyro, or he's going to have to buy back, perhaps, if they want to look to fight as a team together around Rush.
We'll see this jump again. As you say, Dalil getting in, catching the 2 of them.
That rage on the second lasso looked almost bugged, I got to be honest with you.
It like dragged him in. He doesn't have some sort of... Well, we'll see back in action, actually. REKONIX, they're going to try and force the Roshan here. They should be able to get it before Heroic's out on the map, so nice quick Rosh for REKONIX to take. But he didn't have cast break yet, but it must have just been right on the edge that sort of dragged him in. There was quite the range on that second lasso.
I mean, it is 650, right? It is still pretty high, but yeah, that looked like it did that little vacuum.
That's true, yeah, 650, 650, yeah.
This is huge. Now they've got a secondary. Who actually ended up taking it, the refresher shard? It's on In Your Dream. Okay, I feel like I would like that on either the SF or the Batmore.
Yeah, you want the double BKB, right? Yeah.
Either the double lasso or the double BKB. Okay. Maybe he'll pass it over in the team fight because we'll see. Issues.
I would have been kind of maybe more okay with it on him if he was going for like. I mean, obviously it's still a lot of burst, right? You know, getting both of the charges up on your Astral Step and your Resonant Pulse in the middle of the fight. Like that's a lot of spells to throw at them.
Hey, Heroic shaking up again though, right? Like
they are. They're going to have memories of all those other games, right? You know, what do you think is going through the minds of Heroic now at this point? They got the mega creeps, but they've just lost 2 kind of rough fights. That 30k lead or whatever is reaching up to is now down to a 15k lead. Well, what's the plan now?
At least for me, I would say just Yuma, don't show yourself. Like honestly, Yuma just needs to hide. Yuma can't get caught by a lasso or from the secondary one. He just should join the fight later. At least for me is what I feel. Because if he just BKB and rushes in after the initial go, then he's gonna get free spells off usually.
Yeah.
So just, I mean, go back to how they were being patient before, just with positioning. Be very, very patient for those fights. It literally just shifted 15k. They're playing into an Aegis, an SF who potentially can get that rapier. Thank goodness.
I mean, I imagine with the way the last few fights have been going, you know, the fact that REKONIX have still shown that they can still take these fights, that Jikroy, even though he wants this rapier, he probably will still hold for buyback, right, before he buys it. Like,
Since he bought bots too, yeah.
Yeah, because he obviously if he does die with the rapier, still, it sucks, but he can still do damage without it on that second life. So I don't think, he won't go all in on it until he's got the money for both.
It could be one of those plays where they just have like the numbers, he buybacks, gets the rapier and then goes, right? Something like that. But yeah.
Oh, that's true. I get that. Yeah, maybe save the rapier for the second life. Yeah, that could always be a nice play. Yeah. Because then you're bringing it to the fight when everything's already been used. Obviously, you could be bringing it to a fight where everybody else on your team is dead. But if your team has buybacks as well, then it's not, that can be a move to just go in on the buyback play. Especially when there's a high likelihood the fight might be happening just outside of your fountain because you've been mega creeped and the pressure's going to be on.
I mean, pressure truly, even though it is megas, like Jikroy, be careful how you show. I'm still watching. If there are these double lasso plays, I do like Jikroy can just kill. He can kill them so fast with the damage he does right now. So
yes,
it really is all on Dalil. If he gets these double lassos, the game is definitely still in good possibility.
Because what does Dalil look towards next for his sort of next big item? Is he going for another sort of item of survivability? Do you go for the refresher now at this point? What would you like to see from him? What kind of enables his plays?
I think BKB or refresher are the two that are in my mind, but I think it's more just, I don't know if he's going to get to the point of that gold. I think it's just you just need to be really thinking and just really concerned about the state of the map. You can't really think about that next item on the Batrider.
Hello?
Dio?
Get caught here by the root. They'll try and force him away, but the jump in from In Your Dreams there. Whisper's, sorry, Tyler's going to TP over to try and help out, but King Jungles, he's already dead. Whisper will go for the jump in, he'll get the hook in on towards Jikroy. They'll focus the SF, see if they can bring Jikroy down, but of course Jikroy has got this Aegis, so he's going to be back for round 2. King Jungles buys back, the same to be said for Varus. They want to get back over to the fight, but off the side, Tyler, with the refresher BKB, he'll start to run away. They do get the missile connection onto In Your Dream. Hook as well into the Roar. They'll try and force him to the side to keep him safe. Can they keep him alive? They can. He's able to get the Dissimulate off as well as the Astral Step, but he actually Dissimulates the position and doesn't Astral Step far enough away, so he's still dead. He's gone. They'll overfall. The base indeed, it's in shambles. They've got to get back. Buyback will come out from In Your Dream, ready to start dealing with the creep pressure. TPing over, Yuma will not be able to TP into that as the creep is very quickly killed by Jikroy. So it's progress again for Heroic. You know, it's a situation where 2 buybacks have had to be used by REKONIX. Heroic, they've got everybody alive. They just have to use the 1 buyback themselves from King Jungles. They might be ready to try and run it down a lane and look to end it. Or maybe they're not. Maybe they still want to play it safe. What do you do now if you're Heroic? Do you go for the win, or you're still not quite content enough to try and end this one?
Oh, and I can't answer that. I think for Heroic, you probably don't want to go for the win because you're terrified to go for it again.
You're still terrified, yeah.
If they can force a glitch, I mean, no, they're not going to do it. They're going to chill. Let's be honest. They're going to chill after all this. So they're going to probably relax a little bit. And again, so this last fight, the lasso got blocked. I don't know if it was both, but I know the secondary lasso did get blocked, so the initiation was completely broken. And the hook, right, it landed on the Shadow Fiend, put Jikroy in a really uncomfortable position. I kind of do want Jikroy to spend his gold somehow.
And it's a bit of an awkward end to the fight there. In Your Dream, I think he could have gotten out right. His Dissimulate, he just came back up through the central one, and then only had the Astral Step to jump away, meaning that he's just stayed in range of the focus fire. If he'd just gone to one of the further sort of holes and jumped out, he might have lived.
He's having a. I haven't really talked about him too much because he's having a really hard game. He's honestly not being able to have too much impact because of how tanky everybody is. So he's just kind of jumping in. The supports are too far away from him, and he doesn't really do too much versus the cores. So, I mean, yeah, he probably should have lived though. Okay, so Jikroy, yes, thank God. Okay, he ate the Moon Shard. I was watching him attack in this fight, and he was literally, like, his attack speed is dreadful. Sure, he has the Shadow Raise attack damage thing, but yeah, at least having the Moon Shard is nice. Heroic, backed up to that 30K.
As we saw, Yuma, he did go for the Aghanims instead of the Rapier that he had queued up. He was thinking about sort of Rapier or then Satanic or then Aghanims. He settles on the Aghanims.
I think you can go Aghanims and then Satanic. Like, he still has growth. I never mind an Aghanims because it just gives you reduced physical damage, right? Like, you're not going to just die to some SF even when you're running in, so. But this is, I mean, I don't know. I don't really know what to take with these games, too, with Heroic, because if you're struggling like this in every game, like, there's something wrong. Even when you're, like,
if you're in these games, where you're like 20K to 30K lead, and the sort of closing up gets complicated. I mean, I guess that's the good thing, right? I guess if that's a problem you have as a team, it's a very kind of clear, defined problem, right? And so, like, once you solve that, your team's going to be pretty unstoppable.
I mean, it's very true. I mean, they did say it, right? They even are like, we're not really too sure. And they think they need some more patience. So, yeah, let's see. REKONIX looking for the grab Yuma.
Oh. Got eyes on Yuma. They're going to be able to get the jump and get the lasso. Drag back into the Requiem. Yuma, he's dead.
Okay, I need to talk about some of this stuff too. Like, like overall being split up like this on the map. I know it's almost 60 minutes, but when you're a team in the lead, you want to play together.
And Jikroy's just going to be able to move up and maybe look for more time. Like he's going to TP in. They're going to try and take this fight. They get the control on towards Jikroy. They've got the refresher for the second round of lockdown. They'll kill the SF off. Buyback did come out, though, from Yuma. We'll see King Jungles. He's going to start moving towards the base already down the mid lane. The jump's going to be there over towards Dalel. They get the catch on the back. He has got buyback available. So there's 2 kills. But, again, a little bit of a caveat, of course, that they used the Wind Ranger buyback.
It's just the way they're doing things. Like, I thought they would be kind of, you know, constricting completely. You're playing around 60 minutes. Yes, you want to get your neutral items, but you also don't want to give any opportunities to what you know that they're trying to do, right? Hunt, pick someone off alone. I know they have the double boots of travel too, but that can just take too long to join into the fight, so. Yeah, Yuma now not having buyback.
I mean, this is a really risky 6 minutes, right? if they make a rough move, if they for some reason split up and get picked off again and Yuma dies, they will lose this game.
Just stop split. I honestly I really don't want to see them like hitting like a small camp in particular by themselves. At least have like 2 or 3 heroes behind you. Now they're gonna have the neutral items, so maybe that's gonna be the call where they just fully stick together, and let's see which ones they get, because they can get some pretty monstrous ones. Divine Regalia with cast range and attack range.
Okay.
Titanic Stygian. This Beastmaster's damage is crazy. Oh. Okay.
What we got?
Double courier for some money.
Yeah. I mean, that was the Gleipnir recipe, so that will be put to a stop for a little bit longer for FBZ. Dude, they're not about to get a pick-off, are they? I mean, they've found Tai Lung. He's going to put the BKB turn with the Roar. And he's got backup coming in from Yuma. Yuma's going to try and help out. Here's Whisper as well. They're looking for the lockdown. Varus will get a pretty decent ult off, but he does die at the end of it. Tai Lung is gone. Whisper will get the hook in onto FBC, but FBC is going to go for the BKB TP out. He'll make it out of there alive. And see if they can get more if they go for him. Your Dream, he's got the Astral Step. Still pretty slippery here on the Void Spree. He's going to go for the TP out. They're going to catch him. They're able to put a stop to it. He is dead. And his buyback's still on cooldown for 2.5 minutes.
2 dead with no buybacks. Beast can buy back. They could. I mean, they could force the issue, but I don't think they will again.
I mean, because surely this should be enough, right? You know, 2 heroes dead for nearly 2 minutes. So. Surely now Heroic may feel that there's the safety and security to go for the end of the game.
Maybe they're not going to do it. They're going to wait 50 seconds because Roche is going to be spawning too. But this could, I mean, this could be one of those where you go for it.
Oh, Whisper's good hook. Get the catch on the Jikroy, but the BKB Lincolns will keep him safe. Lotus thrown down onto him as well. He's able to step back to the high ground. Still hasn't managed to make his purchase, of course, on that Rapier, wanting to keep that buyback gold available.
Nice catch.
He's going to catch up to Delo, but that Delo's actually able to break away. Jikroy's in trouble. King Jungles is on top of him. Jikroy will manage to get his way back to the base, but Delo might be in trouble. Hook from Whisper comes out to Jikroy. Jikroy's gone, saving himself for Delo. The buyback comes out for the both of them. FBZ trying to push back Heroic, but he will fall. He's got buyback available as well. He's almost certainly going to have to use it. Decide to try and get the catch onto Jikroy. There's the Roar, comes in on towards the SF. Jikroy taken down. Now they look towards Delo as a die back on the both of them. They should finally have been able to do it here. Heroic, they won't be losing this lead today. They take the game.
63 minutes for them to do it, but by golly, have they done it, Owen. My God, this was... I mean, yeah, this is still sloppy, though. Like, there's some nice plays that REKONIX is doing to be able to come back, but Heroic did take their patience with this game, but still hemorrhaged quite a lot. So, man, I'm looking forward to this next game because I have no idea what could really happen. Heroic has still looked really good in these early games, but...
Yeah. No, and for sure, you know, I think REKONIX, you know, they could be proud of sort of the moves they were able to make to keep that one going, keep that game alive, and keep Heroic on their toes. Heroic, though, indeed, overall, at the end of the day today, their sort of patience, it paid off. They'll take game 1.
Whilst it was a game 1 win for Heroic and a little bit of patience towards the end of the game, there was definitely some impatience that we saw earlier on, which is a little bit interesting when considering they said today in our interview, patience, that's key, that's what we've got to learn, and it felt like they still had to relearn it in this game.
Yeah, this game was anything but patient or clean. This was a mess from beginning to end from both teams, to be honest.
Yeah, I like that we're starting with this.
Perfect start.
Yeah, there we go. Like, they're trying to go for Roshan as it's moving up, and of course they have Raw, they have ways to hold the Roshan in place, but then in your dreams it's there to snipe it, and it's like, Heroic, after the early game, if this was just a clean Roche call, get the kill, reset, this is probably going to be a 30-minute win for Heroic. Oh my God, go towards game 2. But because of this blunder, you do offer up the entire game to actually have this, you know, the length for it, REKONIX, to create some moments themselves.
They somehow, like, they find these plays that you just know if this one play doesn't happen, the game will be clean. They always mess up that one crucial play that then giga extends this entire game. And I will say at the same time for REKONIX, they had some good stuff happening in like the mid to early game because they made a pretty nice comeback, but I hate their itemization. Like, there is so much that it's leaving to be desired. I think Jikroy's item build on SF is kind of cringe. I understand the Yasha Kaya, but then the follow-up with the Shadow Blade and the Pike, there's no MKB, he's never buying Rapier, and they have one Lotus Orb against Beast, Pudge with Refreshers. that really upset me. That really upset me.
I can hear it in your voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Void Spirit's items also were. There's too much. I ain't even gonna start. But he didn't buy one. Ladies and gentlemen, home buy one.
Y'all are haters. This was a great, fun game of Dota to watch and not so much analyze, apparently.
Exactly. Like, you're watching this game for the love of the fight, the love of what Dota can be in its messiest form, right? But yeah, we are looking at two teams, who are very much trying to find themselves because, yeah, it is just weird.
Do you think Heroic are the #1 team to have Aegises snatched against them? Because I remember one event, it was a Dream League, they had it happen to them twice in one day.
It's unfortunate. It's just, they're just in this really weird spot. And other than Tai Lung though. He's
oh my God, Tai Lung, he is the highlight of like both teams, I want to say.
Yeah, exactly. I see Tai Lung, I'm like, all right, that's pretty cool. And then everything else is just weird, right? It's just lost. But again, there are some good moves though from Heroic. I think after that Roshan, in other games from Heroic, that play they make is at the end of the game and they lose. But they've made the mistake so early on that they actually could solve the problem and then like refine themselves to then play this very like over-disciplined game where again, other teams might have tried closing out, but I think it's actually good they made the mistake at the 17-odd minute mark or 50-minute mark rather than 50 minutes, 60 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think this thing can happen sometimes where you're hyper aware of the mistakes you're making, that you can then continue making them because you're like so aware.
It's a manifestation almost.
Yeah, you're almost doing it to yourself in some way. Like they know that they're throwing, and so they kind of throw more because they're focusing so hard on trying to not to throw. It's strange, but I feel like that's what's happening.
Yeah, they need to I just think you have like this, they're definitely doing better. Like in this game, obviously it's not pretty, but you know, you can't just immediately fix those and like, you know, from one day to the other. But I will say they could look like a little more at like, you know, just the timer of the game. Like you're not finishing Roach at like 1450, 1455. Yo guys, let's chill, let it move up there and then like, again, do it cleanly. But they kind of, I don't know what it is, but they miss those like, you know, the exits to like call it off.
You guys, the clock.
Watch the clock, guys. Come on.
I feel like it is those small things that is so like naturally inbuilt to you that it's like when you're hyper focusing on something else, you forget about those things. There's this time where it's like you kind of just forget Lotus Pool is happening at that like multiple of 3, and then you see someone else take it and you're like, oh, game's done. Call it, go next. Obviously, it wasn't that clear cut for Heroic. They were able to get the win for themselves, but it does bring a lot of questions about REKONIX. And as our mid lane connoisseur, Quinny, did you like the Void Spirit? You also love Void Spirit, so I feel like you're going to be
He will always blabber about this hero, I think, no matter what people buy, but...
Yeah.
That's not true. I
know
probably
you're
would.
going to be so mean to in your dream on this, and it's like I needed a positive, but...
I'm not even going to talk about the Void Spirit because I'm going to get too negative. So instead I'm going to talk about Tai Lung.
There it is.
I think this guy is the best guy in the lobby. And I think he has been for several of their games recently. He mega gapped in mid, doubling his CS, tripling his denies. He gets the gank coming in mid. He was 2 levels above him. And once again, I think the highest impact player in the lobby. I think this guy, they cannot give him some free lane like this. To be honest, he just looks like the significantly better mid player than in your dream. And so I think if you're,
REKONIX?
Yeah, sorry, REKONIX.
And you're drafting
yes,
for REKONIX?
There we go. Thank you, Matt. Saved.
Then you would want to do a mid matchup that is favorable to In Your Dream.
These guys are good. Wow. You guys are
Those
good.
3 days of the morning panel,
Let's go.
Clean.
2 halves of 1 brain.
That's not good. When we're not together, it's
2 half
tough
brains.
to
Yep.
2 half brains. Anything else you guys want to talk about because we're moving on from mid?
I think just for me, like a little bit when it comes to the game, it hurts REKONIX a bit that I think they had a very good draft, if not slightly better, and they still kind of didn't find a way to show that nicely in the game. Like it's a skill diff and a gameplay diff, and that is a tough one to like talk about between the series.
Yeah, and I guess with Tai Lung, even though he's like crushing lanes, I am expecting, again, not today in this tournament, but at some point, he'll probably find his voice a bit more because like there's some moves that Heroic are making without him, and with him dumpstering the game, any other mid laner there is probably going, guys, wait for me. Like I'm the guy winning you the game. He should be like kind of holding them back slightly. I don't know if he is at the moment in regards to like, hey, that smoke's kind of illegal, because there were some moves from Heroic where they just fully ignored the guy winning them the game. So maybe once Tai Lung gets some more confidence in the roster, that's also when Heroic will feel a lot stronger because he'll be able to kind of balance how good he's doing versus the team and what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you join a new team, there is some element of they're doing their thing. Yep. I'm the new guy. I'm joining this project, right? So I'm gonna let them talk. I'm just gonna play my game and try to fit into their mechanisms, because you don't want to, you know, trample what they've got going, right? Even if you may feel like you know what's best, right? That takes time to incorporate yourself and feel comfortable to talk the same degree. So I totally agree. I think that's definitely a dynamic that's happening.
And you were saying that showed through some of the smokes that they were doing without Tailong, but the one that they did with Tailong, it was really good, because this is what really ultimately brought them back in after that upsetting Roshan ages now.
Yeah, like I will say this even happened like maybe at some like Dream Leagues a while ago, where they have really interesting smokes. I will say against some teams they can maybe read those, but this one is pretty insane. I've never seen this path. This is like a half-minute smoke to like come. Like who will expect you to come from this angle? There's like nearly no way. So you have like, this is some of the best things that Heroic do when they're on the money. This was like their best play of the game.
I mean, they started by even not smoking Fiolacore, letting him show on the mid wave. He then pushes out, retreats back to the team, then smokes up. Of course, like you mentioned, going behind the tier 2, having this deep wraparound. After the fight happens as well, I think in your dream on the voice where he even just draws on the minimap like a massive arrow, like, what? They came this way?
Okay, so I was watching that back, and the reason why I think he was so surprised, I mean, obviously it's a surprising path to take, but before the smoke hits them, he's drawing that they're going to be across the river directly from them on the other side of the Roche pit. So he's actually anticipating they're going to be there. He's communicated it to his team.
They started positioning down there anyways.
Exactly.
Yep.
You have your supports more in the front line so that it leaves your poor Underlord to be like,
boys.
damn, I was actually the one that broke that smoke, huh?
I mean, it's just very impressive. And that's the thing though with Heroic, like they can do these random Roshan plays, the high ground throws, but like the smokes, these little small things they do, it is really refreshing to see. It's what allowed them to be a top team last year, where they win the odd tournament, they get these like top 6, top 8 finishes. It's because like the smokes and these things. But like without the fundamentals, great word in competitive Dota, then we don't really get to see these smokes happen like every game.
I mean, I think, to be honest, I think Kezu mentioned it before, but a big problem really is some of these individual mistakes and just like a little bit of a skill gap between these two teams. And so I think if you're REKONIX going into game 2, you need to draft in a way that simplifies things for yourself. I think the Underlord was a great choice for them, but I look at the safe lane, CM, SF, it's just too high execution, genuinely. You're playing against a team that is better than you at laning, and so you need stuff that simplifies the lanes for you. You need easier stuff to execute, because if you can do that, then I think, that, you know, we mentioned there are moments where they look very, very solid, but you're just not gonna play a lane that like a Tundra or something would. That's this fine line. It's just not gonna happen, right? You have to recognize that and be real with yourself a little.
I mean, it's also like you guys are talking about Tailong, I mean, for the right reason. Like, we've seen it like so many times when you have this last pick mid who's blind against the other dude. Then it's like, oh, we're just gonna flex the Beastmaster into mid, and he's pretty happy. I would like them to put like a higher priority on like their mid pick. Like, pick it on 18 before the bans come out. Or like, pick it to close the phase and then give it the bans you need, instead of, oh, we need our mid, you're gonna get 2 or 4 bans, you know, whatever, down the line. And then it's just so hard to play, because whatever they can do to make it easier, they've gotta try.
Are you saying this for Heroic or REKONIX?
REKONIX.
Okay.
I mean, it feels like for Heroic, this guy can random his hero and slap someone.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I feel like it's the inverse, because I remember for so long, people would interview Ali, and it's just like, does it feel broken having someone like Malrine on your team where you can just open up a draft with his hero, he gets countered, and he still wins? I think this is Tailong. I genuinely think, as a coach, he is one of those mid laners that now fits into that category. You get to open your draft with almost anything, and he genuinely will still somehow come ahead.
But then at least give the guy like a better matchup, because again, there's a difference between like losing and like you're slightly like half a level behind, and then there's a screenshot Quinn showed us where you're 15-0 to like 40-20. Like that's getting destroyed.
Yeah, that's a big yikes. And later on as well, with the team fights coming out, there were a lot of other issues you guys had outside of just execution. I know that itemization, it might be a little bit of a heated topic right now on the panel, but we're gonna have to talk about it. It just needs to be said.
Yeah, I mean, I do think one thing that was going well for REKONIX is that they have Crimson Pipe, and that Heroic does not. I think that comes down to sort of the ease of execution, and I think also this Underlord and the draft they did for themselves. I think on paper it is better, and you can see in this fight, a lot of it looks good for Heroic, and then he presses these 2 buttons of doom, and this fight goes much better for REKONIX than I think you would. Look, this Winter shoots him for an hour and a half.
Yeah, he's not dealing any damage.
He's looking at his watch, Yuma, while he fires, like, yo, is my watch broken? No, it turns out it's Crimson Pipe, so I think you want these items, you want the strong team fight, it's a little easier, please.
I mean, it's also, not only is it the auras, but the triple force stuff they had, right? The pike, the double force on the supports as well. Like, they were actually using it really nicely. Like, there's a clip on top, again, we don't have it, but like, when the Shadow Fiend's TPing and they double force him out during the teleport to keep him alive to stop the shackle. Like, REKONIX in the team fights, they felt like they were always like communicating, making sure that they were like making these small moves. It was the big picture stuff. Where are they standing? Where are they fighting? But inside the fights, the skirmishes, they were playing pretty like cohesively. It's just, again, the other stuff that kind of come crumbling down for them.
But that's what made, I guess, the eventual execution of Heroic so nice to watch, is them realizing it during the game. This Underlord needs to be taken out because of the auras, but the supports do too, because of just how much they're doing, whether it's damage being output or saving their course as well.
I mean, to make Kezu just annoyed again, it is just
Yeah, let's
Lincoln's
do it.
diff, right? Because
Lincoln's Lotus diff, guys.
Heroic have 5 Lincolns, right? Every hero has their own Lincolns, and then REKONIX have 2 Lincolns, and that's about it. Their Underlord had the Lotus. He then tried opting for a late game Gleipnir rather than going for a Lincolns himself. So it's like, you know, you're missing maybe one more Lotus, you're missing maybe one more Lincolns, just something to turn around a fight.
You got to say what yours is, because for Quinn, it was the lack of Crimson Pipe. For Kezu, it was the lack of Lotus Lincolns.
I mean, they stole the good ones. I was upset with the Crystal Maiden going for the naked Force Staff, you know? Throw the cheeky drum, then go for a Force Arthur. But going for this, like, staff inventory after you fed in lane, like, twice and then died in the jungle, that was a little sus from me. There you go.
You got a nice balance. You got a mid laner, an off laner, and a support to give all the criticism you possibly could. Right now, though, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, this best of 3 continues with a Game 2 draft.
Today we will be doing a blind ranking of best TI players. Collapse. I feel like the recent TIs have got to be favoured because overall the game's just got harder. Collapse he's got to be in the top half.
I agree. Top 3, top 4?
I'm down to put him 3.
Okay, let's put him 3.
Let's pop it in 3. Collapse in 3. Bulldog. I mean, back when they won, his play style was he was pretty good back then, right?
He was pretty goated back then.
I think 5, 6. What do you think?
Maybe 6.
So, okay, let's put it 7. 7. Let's go 7. You're right. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I don't know. I mean, it's got to be top. I feel it's got to be top 5 again.
Yeah, but is he better or worse than Collapse?
I think I would put Collapse higher, so maybe 4 for Anna.
Yeah, maybe 4.
Okay, Puppy in his prime. This is really hard. Like, how do you put all these players relative to one another? It's just so many different areas.
But now we're gonna put him on like 8, and that's worse than Bulldog.
Yeah. But then we've already done 3. We've already done. No, 5's still available, right? Because we've done 3, 4, and 7.
So 5 or 6?
I mean, we're even putting him 6 or 8.
I think 8.
Okay, we're putting Puppy down at 8 then. Sorry, Puppy. Skeeter?
I think we can put Skeeter in top 2. I think that's fair.
I mean, he is very good.
Yeah.
I think I definitely think some aspects of the community still underrate him.
He won twice, right? For 2 different teams as well.
Yeah, like.
And he's still going strong.
Yeah? You were number 1 or you want number 2?
I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, what player would actually trump that?
Yeah.
We can do 2 and then leave the.
Yeah, we will. Just to leave the. Yeah,
leave some room.
And then we get something funny because we might have to put someone awkward up there number 1. It depends what else we've got to go. So let's put him in number 2. Matumba Man. I don't think we can't give him the number 1, right? We've got to hold the number 1 off. I don't know. Does he have to tank a 9 or a 10?
Maybe Matu he's a kind soul.
He'll forgive us. If he's watching, he'd probably be like, yeah, put me 9. Should we give him the 10?
He's such a good lad. We'll put him on 10.
Yeah, exactly. He's such an understanding guy. He won't mind. So we're gonna have to put Matumba Man at number 10.
This is a good logic. I like it.
He won't mind.
Faith Beyond.
I think a 5 or a 6 is good for Faith Beyond.
You choose.
We'll put him in at the 6, just in case there's someone else we need to get in the top 5. I think 6 for Faith Beyond. Yeah. Samael? I think that 5's looking kind of good for Samael.
Yeah.
Yeah, turns up, super young guy, smashes the competition.
Is he the youngest TI winner?
I think he was, right? Youngest TI winner. So I think, yeah, Samael, you put him in the middle of the pack at number 5. Yeah.
PPD.
I mean, someone's got to take the 10. And I feel PPD, he's also into that kind of self-deprecating humor. He won't mind it. Oh no, we already gave away the 10, didn't we? So it would be a 9.
Jerax.
Yeah, that's fine. There you go. Yeah, Jerax, he can be our number 1. And again, I think out of all of them, Matumba Man might have got screwed a little bit, but he'll have a laugh about it, I'm sure. We love you, Matumba Man.
I'm not sure Matu will ever see that, but I might just have to link it to him anyway to get his reactions. Kezu, did you like?
No, that's a super sus list. Like, I don't know what was going on in their minds when they were recording this one, but they were not in the right mindset there.
Do you want to do a quick blind ranking right now, 1 to 4? Just you?
Of what they had like on the list?
No. I'm going to give you 4 heroes, and you're going to blind rank them.
Heroes?
Heroes?
Yep, heroes.
Oh, okay. Heroes. Oh.
Okay, go.
This is just for Kezu.
Okay.
Oh,
no,
I don't know why
sorry.
you care.
All right,
Yeah.
sorry, my bad.
We'll walk out.
I'll stop talking.
Yeah, sorry. Twin, come on
I
over
love you
here.
guys. Not
I do it quick. Let's go.
Okay. Beastmaster.
3,
Okay. Hoodwink.
2,
Shadow Fiend.
1.
Well, now this isn't funny because I was gonna put the shitty hero at the end. I was gonna say OD.
Oh yeah, definitely 4. That's like number 127 or however many we have right
The
now.
list needs to go
There's that
further.
many?
God, why are you so rude
Yeah.
to Owen? What the hell?
Oh, man.
Who's rude to who?
You, because I said OD. I didn't.
Oh,
It was really bad
damn,
joke. I think
sorry,
it
guys.
deserved that silence, honestly.
Sorry, the
But we
joke
can-
left the room.
That was
It
a
really
hard
did.
one to follow.
Yeah, we might just have to refocus up though and talk about something that is a little bit more interesting. Heroic REKONIX, a best of 3 in a game number 2 after Heroic took game 1. The draft bands that have played out right now: Gyro, Kez, Slaughter, Batrider, Husker Viper, Razor, and an Ember Spirit is that big old opening pick for the side of Heroic.
Mr. Tai Lung has destroyed on his hero, so I would like them to have a counter pick ready for it, but I also believe that Heroic are hipster enough to flex it away if they have to on
Yeah, this is
Mr.
a KJ5.
And they'll play wherever they want.
Dude, we played scrims against these guys that went off the chain.
Yeah, they will random their hero on
no,
not a
they
roll.
pick some guy and you counter pick him and they flex everyone to everywhere. Yeah, so it's definitely not guaranteed mid, but I do think this is a sus first pick. Like, you've already got Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend is Giga Hero. It claps Ember's cheeks in lane. Like, this already favors REKONIX to me.
But it does go down to the point that was made on the panel, the idea that, Tai Lung is this player that you can do this with, right? He's going to find these ways to win the lanes. Like, when you look at the games he's played so far, like, even on his Ember Spirit throughout the tournament, it's always double-digit kills, like, popping off. The same with the Beastmaster. Again, only one real major bad game on the Beast in regard to scoreline. So, Heroic is drafting in a way that they are utilizing Tai Lung for this. So Yuma or Whisper, all the supports, some of them have to step up where he's countered in lane, you'll fix it elsewhere.
While that is true, but I think there's like a big difference between like what Malrine does, where he's like the goat of like dodging garbage lanes, and Tai Lung, who to me, he is definitely the standout player, but he's destroying lanes where he's either even or slightly favored. So if he does go into this mid lane, even if he's slightly better than the SF, he should struggle. Like, I don't see him just straight up going 10-0 with his eyes closed. So he should be in for a slightly worse game.
Or he's about to prove you wrong.
Yeah, he might. Might just be a quick 2-0.
That'd be like a Fiora core rotation that might, fix the problem.
I mean, Ember versus SF is a lane that it's a playable lane, but you need to do a lot of things right. And if any of those things go wrong, then it gets really bad really quickly. So we'll see if they put him in or not. I'm curious. I think it genuinely could go either way. We saw that weird like triple range pick back to back to back where you don't know where any of them are going, the Hoodwink, Gyro, Wind Ranger. So I could see them do something similar this game on Heroic where everything is being flexed.
The premonition of opening up with 3 cores and then flexing one of them to a support role. What we'll be seeing here, T, is Largo and Bristleback with one more band to come out from REKONIX.
Yeah, I mean, Bristles can be annoying. REKONIX have been playing it a couple times. I mean, when you have Shadow Fiend, you always just want a hero to run in and absorb so much time that Shadow Fiend can look good. Largo, that's just a tasteful one, if anything.
A tasteful band.
tasteful.
That's good.
Like,
I
I
like
don't know.
that. That's a good description.
I see Largo and I'm like, I'm still yet to find my love for, the Largo and certain team partnership. So at the moment, I just see kind of the band just being there because it's in the tournament, but
I think that hero is also a pretty good counter to Ember because you just play off
Sure.
chains so much
Yeah,
these days,
the
and you
chains,
just
yeah.
lick the chains off, plus the Vessel. I think it's actually a pretty bad matchup, genuinely. And even if you go shield build, you can lick the shield off, and slight max is not an option anymore. So like regardless of whatever spell you max, like he just kind of owns you in fights.
yeah, I think I kind of tunnel visioned a bit more on the Croak partnership there. But yeah, the lick is also something.
That's
Oh,
a
Enigma.
very early Enigma band. Like, so I understand, and Heroic have been a little bit like hipster about this from like even last year or like 1.5 years ago. They were like if we take out Gyro and we pick Bristle and then we go Enigma, like there aren't that many counter picks, so that's like a similar thing they're going with here.
Oh, that's why they banned Bristle.
Yeah, like so this Bristle ban is like only for the Enigma, but then at the same time, like I think if this, the Ember will probably just still go mid against the SF. You still have a new option for REKONIX in the safe lane if you want. Like there are other options. People used to like some Alchemist. You can do some Naga Sirens, whatever, like whichever has a good game for it. So I think while it's interesting from Heroic, I don't think it's that crazy hard to answer for REKONIX.
We cannot forget that in the Valahio qualifiers, a week or so ago, I believe it was played in the mid lane by Tai Lung. So
he also played it?
Yeah. He's only got 2 competitive games to his name, but they are both since joining Heroic. 10 days, he played against GamerLegion and lost. 9 days ago, he would beat his old team Amaru with the mid Enigma. So since joining Heroic, he has been kind of...
He's played it twice?
Yeah, he's been told, hey, you got to play this in the mid lane potentially. So the flex that was alive with Devi is still alive with Tai Long.
Huh. I'm calling a little bit of cap on that.
Yeah, same.
I also think it's...
Because there's the Ember in there? Like, you think there's too many variables, or...?
I just think, like... I think it's one thing to do this flexing stuff against worse teams in qualifiers, and it's another to do it on, like, an international stage.
Just to be clear, I would like Enigma to be offlane. I'd like Ember to be mid.
Yeah.
I don't want to see it.
You're just saying you have to think
My
about it.
beef ain't with you, it's with them.
Yeah, I'm just going just in case, you know, it sounded
We're
like you're
all on the
coming at me
same
there,
team.
brother.
Nah, I'm coming at that, Enigma.
Yeah, no, I respect that. But no, I want offlane Enigma, mid Ember, keep it simple, but you never know with Heroic. There's always something. REKONIX, though, they are continuing with a very nice, well-rounded looking lineup. I think that's something that we praised them for in the last draft, at least, was you look at their heroes and they feel coherent. There's map play, there's skirmish, there's ways to enable each other. You got the Jakiro, Tiny, great map playing heroes. I want the Tiny to be the 4 position no matter what, and then just pretty much go find heroes, go kill heroes.
Yeah, I think that's pretty unanimous. I don't know if anyone on the panel wants to disagree with a support Tiny.
Nah, that's good stuff.
That's good.
I also like Jakiro way more than CM. It's way easier execution, way harder to like die or chain feed in lane. I don't like this Beastmaster.
No, you're getting clinked.
So it kind of, at this point now, I feel you're sort of locked into it being Beastmaster mid, which is good against Ember mid. The lane is quite good. Ember is not good enough at killing the boars, especially when you get to this level 3 and 5. You get overwhelmed by the spit. But SF carry against Enigma is...
That's not good.
It adds volatility back into the mix, which I don't like.
What about an Enigma mid then against a Beast?
That seems like such a sus lane. Yeah. Do you have any input on this?
That is bad for Enigma. Enigma is definitely bad against Beast in lane.
Go from bad to worse, apparently.
Yeah.
I mean, I could also... Just because I feel like SF safe lane is not that good. I feel like SF is kind of mid. Like, if I'm Heroic, I personally wouldn't mind picking a Klings here. Just because I think, sure, if they do flex everything away, it makes their draft, like, a little awkward on Heroic. So that's something I could see, just because... I mean, the Beast is kind of covered by some of the bans. There's no Bristle, there's no Gyro that they would likely want to pick, but there's still more heroes in the pool that are good against you.
Okay. Kezu, he's leasing on Gaib.
Should we just leave?
Please stay, please stay.
Okay.
Thank you for letting
He's just been a good hero, and also with like the range to range. I will say that all the games Klings has been a part of, they turned into an absolute clown fiesta.
Bro, we watched 3 of them lose yesterday together.
Yeah,
like,
so
it was like, oh, it's like great Klings game.
All Klings.
Yeah, it was all Klings. He had decent scorelines, but it was like the first 25 minutes was so like rough. Then eventually had the one moment like, oh wow, the Deso Ags, and then he dies.
I'll back you up. I don't think it's just the Klinks games that you guys are watching where he struggled that way, because the ones that we watched were very similar as well. This early game Klinks is just a non-factor for so much.
Yeah, and then he just ends up being like split push boy, and 50 minutes later he goes
exactly.
Pew, pew, pew,
it's like a shitty in Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. He has like no impact for like forever, and then people don't end against him.
Yeah.
Like,
wholehearted.
The thing is though with Heroic is we already know that the mid lane can be a bit volatile for them. Enigma, it's Helmet Dom into pipe, play for towers. If Enigma doesn't have a game somehow, there's maybe a cause for concern with Heroic's lineup that you're kind of waiting for the next guy to catch up, next guy to farm an item. It's not as simple as the last game where it's like Pudge and Beast owning the early game, running through together.
Yeah, I mean, this game I feel is not... It's not quite as clear as the last game. I think Heroic's heroes have better synergy than they did last game. Like, I think the drafts are a little more even. I do still feel, though, that if REKONIX can get out of the early game, then I think I prefer their heroes. To me, a lot comes down to this mid lane, because I think Beastmaster, the problem with this matchup against Ember is, while you're good against him, if you mess up, and we saw In Your Dream mess up last game, then you're playing against a hero that buys Vessel very early, is high tempo, and they can definitely gank you. Like, Klinks can push his lane, and he can run to mid, and they can kill you early. Like, there is threat of being attacked early on in the game. And if you fall behind on mid Beast, it's much worse than falling behind on Void Spirit.
Right, there's 2 offlane heroes for REKONIX. Wild options. Kunkka, Night Stalker. Kunkka, just to try and stop with the Beastmaster, help with a bit of kind of standing your ground, buffing your your Shadow Fiends and whatnot. And then Night Stalker, just because of into Enigma and Ember early game, positioning is key. You then set up your Beast, Tiny, or someone else to shine. We already know that Shadow Fiend's playing on like the Yashakaya kind of playmaking style of carry like Pure's been doing. FBZ has played it recently, unlike my Night Stalker call the other day, but I can see some options.
I could see either of those work. I mean, it's also that Heroic are also thinking that this is still an offlane pick. Personally, I understand that playing Beast into this lane is not easy, but then at the same time, if you want to put him mid into Ember, you're putting your SF into Enigma. The one carry pick I could see for REKONIX would be something along the lines of like an Alchemist. Of course, that will depend later, but it would give you good lanes. But in terms of if they want to do something else, I think the Heroes team engine would be pretty chill for them in the offlane.
Heroic just needs simple melee 5 to make Klinks feel happy in lane.
Are there any offlane heroes that actually beat Klinks in lane with a tiny 4? Probably not.
That's why I'm thinking just like you pull the wave, you get this guy to like his 1 early item timing, and then you can play through him.
I mean, at least not the ones that are left.
What?
Hold up.
5 Pudge, I guess?
Or 5 Enigma, then Pudge goes back to the offlane with the Hoodwink, and then it's just Enigma.
Oh, maybe it is 5 Enigma.
Yeah, because they flexed the Jar in the same pick position where Enigma was last time, so it's kind of the same draft logic. Pick a early hero, you find answers to it, now it's 5.
Yeah, it is 5 Enigma, you're right. An offlane Pudge. Interesting.
I mean, could it be something different like Pudge, where Ember still goes mid, and then like the Pudge wants to play on like slide chains mid to like change the matchup as a support role? I don't know. I mean, I know they're super hipster and KJ loves his Enigma 5, so it's probably just that.
I think Pudge gets owned by Beastmaster, to be honest.
Wait, I'm not saying that he's going mid, but that he's like the support,
he wants to
like
support
playing,
it, yeah.
like helping Ember like sway the matchup or something.
Okay. So is this...
It's Jick Roy win ranger.
Harry win ranger. Okay, if they put Beast... Okay, I like this. I think letting Beastmaster tank the offlane...
Yeah.
And because you're just dragging waves anyway. So just sack him and let him pull waves. It's fine. They'll do okay. I think the SF mid is much better. I don't think you want the Shadow Fiending against his Pudge again. You don't want to let the chain feed happen. So if you can have... I think REKONIX's safe lane is favored this game, and I think it's easier to play. You've got just 2 dudes who sit there and hit, and it's not that easy, even if you get hooked to die. Like, you will get return kills, I think, at a minimum. So I think REKONIX's draft is not maybe objectively better than it was last game, but I think it's easier for them to play, and I think they have decent chances.
Yeah. FBZ also has beast mode, so he will be playing for, you know, Aghanims, farm the ancient stacks throughout the entire game. If Klinks ever steps up, he has to jump the Klinks. Don't let this guy free cast and, you know, right click. How many times have we seen Klinks have decent mid games because they're never, you know, found? But REKONIX, they have 5 heroes who will happily punish someone who's ever out of position.
Yeah, I actually like REKONIX's draft a lot more. I don't like what Heroic kind of ended up with in the end. Like, your Enigma 5, sure, it's fine and cute, but did you need to flex it really? I feel like no. Your Klinks is going to have a really good lane top, and it kind of frees up your 5, but Enigma doesn't use that very well.
Yeah.
You're not really helping like your Ember in this mid lane that much, whereas I feel like REKONIX, your Beast can farm, you have a super good lane mid, you have a super good lane safe lane. This is the one. Yeah. This is the one.
The thing though for Heroic is their heroes, they bring the vibes and like the skill expression, right? You know, Ember, like after laning phase,
got the
a
vibes.
Klinks, a Purge, and Ember, you know, like play through the map, the skirmishing, the random, like, I've never really described a draft like that, but like it does look like you're gonna have fun if you can get online and do your things. But like, on a basic draft level, REKONIX just looks better on paper, but I can see Heroic having that little bit of flair, refinding some form through just kind of the creativity these heroes bring.
Well, with a little bit of a aura farming accusation coming out from T on Heroic's draft there, we'll see just how it is with Tai Lung getting an opening Ember Spirit. Is it going to be punished enough coming up against a mid Shadow Fiend? REKONIX, they're on the edge of being our first team eliminated here at Blast Slam 6. So let's get on into our game number 2.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 time between Heroic and REKONIX. Fogged, we're getting the Pudge again. Right? Whisper, ready to bring the Pudge into the action once more. On the side of REKONIX, we're seeing some similarities, some change-ups, right? This time, we're going to get In Your Dream taking the SF to the mid.
A hero that he should, on paper, like, it's very difficult to lose on the mid SF, right? Unless you get first blooded and you give an advantage somehow. Even then, right, he should still do very good in that matchup versus the Ember Spirit. Let's see if Tai Lung's going to just be able to pretty much outplay, right? Because this guy has been super impressive. In Your Dream has had a lot of games where he's really struggled, so let's see how that matchup ends up going. And let's see if, you know, FBZ, as they were mentioning, he's having to tank that off lane. We'll have to see how much actually results of it, because yes, he's playing versus the Clinks, but then they're also playing it into an Enigma 5, which isn't really one of the most pressure-based heroes either. So yeah, looking forward to see what we do get, because it does feel quite a bit of a different game approach from Heroic this time.
Do you prefer one of the drafts overall?
The battle begins.
Yeah, I like REKONIX.CET a bit more, but I think Heroic's just the better team by a good margin, so it's all come down to execution and how much they can make happen with it, because there's just so much team fight. I feel like they just have everything covered on the side of REKONIX. Everyone has stuns, they have BKB piercing disables, good team fight, pretty strong lanes overall, so it does feel like Heroic has to be working a bit of that magic, perhaps. And I'm glad they did this switch up, right? I did not want to see SF Jakiro in the safe lane. Even though Jakiro is much stronger than CM, it's still two slow heroes versus a Pudge. Very happy that they decided to do this.
Yeah.
Get top.
Should be hard to get caught. Going to try and go aggressive onto FBZ, and with the three of them, they'll find him. First blood for Yuma. Might be able to chase Delil down a little bit as well here with some good body blocks coming in from Theo Licor and King Jungles. They're sort of making it impossible for Delil to get away. As Delil, he's going to get bushwhacked. They had the branch at the ready to set up for Yuma to get a second kill. Double kill for the carry to start the game off.
So, okay, the Heroic is one of the few teams that I think still does this a lot of times, where they start as like this tri-lane just for like 1 or 2 kills, because their lane isn't the overall maybe, you know, as oppressive with this Enigma. But this is pretty clever, using that branch there, getting the catch. Also, Delul, this sometimes is a problem when you just immediately skill your ability, right? Delul, right when the game started, he skilled Tree Grab, because he was like, I'm going to be trading with Eidolons, I think, and pulling waves. Didn't have Avalanche. If he has Avalanche, maybe something different occurs.
They need to kill Jikroy. He's got a run here. Theolicor's trying to chase. I mean, either way, you know, Jikroy not in a great situation. He'll start to tango up. But already taking a bit of a beating down on the safe lane.
Gotta be careful for these hooks. Whisper will now take a beating again. Varish is level 2.
It's gonna get caught both of them by the bushwhack into the hook. Varish, he's gonna go down. Can Jikroy at least find Whisper in return? He can't. Whisper, he's dead. He's gonna be fine. Jikroy's dead. Oh, these are turning into some messy side lanes already here for REKONIX.
I thought he was level 2. I was like, okay, Jikroy's gonna be able to. He was, I think, what, 1 XP? Yeah, 1 experience from level 2. Oh boy. That's quite something. I mean, Theo and Whisper do end up breaking some lanes sometimes, but my god. Just like that, Whisper, I thought for sure Whisper was gonna die. At least for a trade, but not the case.
Jikroy's gonna try for him here, but can't quite reach in under the tower to get the kill. He's actually gonna end up losing his courier, so another pickup here for Heroic. Whisper got the salve out, so he's gonna be back up to in sort of fighting condition. They've got to be careful on these side lanes.
And now that we have a moment, I mean, mid's probably the lane that we don't really want to look at as much, so it's good that all this action's happening, because this is an SF versus Ember Spirit, so it's pretty much absolutely free for In Your Dream. See what Tai Lung does look to do to fix things. I think they maybe will do some rotations early in terms of ganking the mid lane, at least with the Hoodwink. KJ?
Yeah, we're trying to go for the Lotus, but FBZ and Delil will push him off it.
I think that's the one thing that In Your Dream does have to watch out for, is just whenever the Hoodwink goes mission, or whenever anybody goes mission. I don't think the Enigma will probably do any type of gank on the mid lane, but Theo, I think, definitely has some opportunities if there is, you know, just a mistake that comes up from the SF. But yeah, it'd have to be
raise his hit.
mistake. Whoop.
Oh, he might have the kill here In Your Dream. One more raise to come through. He's lined it up perfectly.
Well done. I like the tip too. Give him some confidence, right? Because he did struggle in that last game. Well done. Top lane, the Beast is actually getting, after the death, you know, they're not actually dragging waves, they're playing the lane, and he's getting something, so at least a little bit. Although Yuma is still pretty much free farming. Whisper, seems okay.
They're surviving down here, but not really able to hit the creep so far on Whisper.
Nope. Mid lane, Tai Lung's trying to drag, but hello.
Yep, they'll be able to punish him for this. Varish here ready to help In Your Dream out. It's Tai Lung dead again.
Great TP for Varish.
Top lane. Trying for King Jungles, but he's able to turn with the Malefice onto FBZ. Yuma and King Jungles chase him down. They set up for another kill for Yuma. They might just be able to get Dalil as well with the Eidolons out. King Jungles, is he able to survive on top of it all? He is. They can't even bring down the Enigma. It's 2 more kills for Yuma. 4 kills already picked up in this first 4 minutes of gameplay on the safe lane.
I mean, we knew it was going to be a sacked Beastmaster, but I didn't think they would give up these secondary deaths to the Enigma, because it's just, you know, Enigma putting pressure on can be a bit complicated, but just the constant harass from Yuma does add up. FBZ is going to be very slowed down. But at the least, yeah, SF is having a good time. An incredible time. And let's see, Tylung, 2 points in Flame Guard. He's just going to jungle. Yuma.
Oh. They should be able to surely get him this time round. He's got backup coming in, but not soon enough to save him, so...
Nicely done.
Stays a bit too deep on the lane on his own, gets punished. It's a big kill, of course, putting an end to that early little streak that Yuma did have going. FBZ to take
Might
that
get another.
kill. And now with the toss back on to King Jungles, get the Malefice off, doesn't matter, the axes come in. Dalil and FBZ able to get another kill out of it. The other core will at least clean up FBZ with the acorn shot coming in at the end there. Same time down bottom, this means the Whisper, he's been left on his own. So they'll push for the action between Jacroy and Varish and also find that kill down on the bottom lane. So starting to see REKONIX strike back a little bit on these lanes.
Yeah, the power of mid and bottom in particular. Top, yeah, impressive that they're able to find these kills afterwards once they start hemorrhaging some kills. But yeah, mid and bottom are owning. In Your Dream, level 7. Tylung's just hit the level 5. And this tower is under pressure. They got to bring Whisper.
Let's see if they can get some sort of hook opportunity, and he's going to land it. He catches onto Varish. He did get an Invis rune. He's going to be able to get him his way out of the sentry, but the Rot chase down continues. They had another sentry ready to throw down anyway, so they'll get the kill, and same time Theodore will manage to snipe the courier there of Dalil. As they both sort of followed each other to the mid.
Not the cheapest, right? 2 sentries to get a kill in the support, and it's a rotation from Whispers, which means he's not in bottom at all. Jikroy is getting that free farm now. And I say free farm, it's actually 24-12 on Jikroy, so not by any means free farm. Just playing too much, or playing a lot for the kill, in particular on Whisper, instead of getting all those last hits. And recovery, as we said, for Tylung, they did have it prepared. So look at the stacks that they've been making in the meantime. That's why King Jungles wasn't around Yuma initially. They do have a triple stack on both of these medium camps for the Ember to start the recover. So good identification from them. You know, he went for the 1-1-3 build, the Flame Guard build where you're playing to just recover and catch up.
Getting some pressure onto the tier 1 down bottom now.
That's FBZ's Dominator pretty much done. Good timings across the board on the 3 cores. I do think that they're pretty happy on the side, on the Radiant side this time around. Even though they did hemorrhage a good amount of kills early on to the craziness of Heroic, things are now stabilizing, and overall the lanes look quite good. The fact that FBZ is top 3 net worth as this Beastmaster who could have been sacked. Theo?
Ooh, quick. Very quick there with the Tango to take that tree down, stop the Bushwhack from connecting.
That's why you see all these players with those Quelling Blades. You even see the Shadow Fiend having Quelling Blade this game, just really on top of cutting that Hoodwinks tree, the Wind Ranger and the SF.
Alan's actually having to get the jump forward and grab the haste rune, and now they can turn with the chains on towards In Your Dream. He's going to go for the red rune, will get it off, so it gives him a bit of room to back away. Tylung's going to look to reach in with the remnant, though, still will be able to get the kill here. In fact, Theodor's the one that's able to snipe him. Does cost Theodor his life, though, as he ends up dying to the Rec Room, and at the same time, Jikroy gets in on towards Whisper and is able to take him out with that focus fire.
Heroic kind of has to do this. We saw the similar type of thing, especially from like Na'Vi when they had their Ember Spirit struggle. You bring the 2 supports, you look to kind of punish that mid laner who's built to just designed to kind of shut you down. They will get that kill, but yeah, Whisper continues to be the sacrifice this game with all the rotations from Theo. Jikroy?
If he can go for the hook. They get the setup on a Varish. And they'll find him.
Whisper 6.
Back pretty hard. Hook's going to be off the mark, though. Doesn't get the connection.
That was scary for a second. Mid lane.
He's in the mid.
It's so deep.
He stepped up pretty far, and they'll drop the black hole for this one. Take In Your Dream out. It's a couple of times now after a pretty smooth start that they've been able to actually turn and take out the SF and punish In Your Dream.
a very risky play. He's going for the tower push by himself with no backup, with very limited information. So very, just super over-aggressive from In Your Dream. If he's going to do that, you want to have at least the Tiny behind you. Gets punished. Good move from Heroic. Good identification. Tai Lung, that urn, it is online. As I mentioned, the Vessel is very valuable this game if he does want to go for it versus... Well, actually, I mean, if the Beast is going Aghanims, which he will eventually, but maybe he stalls it a little bit, getting some smaller items in between on Tai Lung. Although the Vessel is amazing, but we'll see. Might want his phase first. Power Rune. Nice snag.
Oh, Tai Lung. There's a couple of power runes that he's able to pick up. That last haste rune as well, you know, it was in a situation where Delul was there standing ready to defend it, but both times round couldn't stop the Ember from getting the pickup on these runes.
This guy's really fun to watch, I do have to say. No matter what happens in these games, I'm a fan, I gotta say. He's been beating a lot of these players that I really didn't anticipate, and I'd heard a lot of rumors about him, so. Very nice little individual play. FBZ will clean up a stack. His first component of that Aghanims if you'd like to go for it.
Going straight for the Theolicor. He has got the scurry to get into the trees though, so no kill to be found with that focus fire.
And Whisper, he's doing his recovery mechanic. So this is one of the reasons that Heroic is one of the few teams that absolutely loves the Pudge. They do this every time. They stack Ancients, he smokes, he kills it, that's his recovery. So back to caught up at least with the Ember Spirit. Still behind the enemy cores, but Yuma is the one at the top. The Whisper continues to jungle at literally like 0 HP, which means he can't fight. Can't finish off that camp either.
Bottom tower is just going to have to be let go by the looks of it. The push coming in from Jacroy, Varish, and Dalil. I'll take the tier 1.
Whisper really doesn't want to go back to base. Brings a salve, continues to heal to finish off those neutrals. So Heroic just trying to maximize now while they do lose that tower. See where REKONIX wants to go next. It looks like they want to scout out to see if they are those stacks, but it's almost 12 minutes in. Maybe they can at least block some of them out. Yuma. Deso is soon Dutch. I feel like he can start ramping things up quite a lot as this clinks when he has it. Yo,
of course. I mean, Jacroy went pretty deep there to kill Theolicor. He's going to regret that one. Whisper turns up, easy dismember under the tier 2 tower. That's a dead Wind Ranger carry.
Super not worth it.
See, over in the mid, they've got the room to make aggressive moves over towards In Your Dream. He'll get the Requiem off. And Tai Lung is now out of Remnant, so won't be able to jump across and try and chase him down. Still, though, pushing back In Your Dream.
And he's going to have the Vessel done in a second, and he just continues to get power runes. Again, you know, we mentioned this was actually similar to last time. Not as drastic, but he gets the mid tower before the SF's able to because of these little moves that his team's playing around him and the SF not having the backup of his 2 supports. So pretty impressive stuff that Heroic's been able to do that in that SF versus Ember matchup. Getting to hit those creeps till they get that, at least the timing that they feel comfortable to fight around, which could be, I mean, Vessel plus Deso on the Clinks, plus 1 or 2 components on the Pudge could be an opportunity for them. While on the flip side, I mean, they do still have some timings for sure to be able to fight, but just not as easy, I would say. The damage is going to go up drastically with the Vessel plus Deso on the side of Heroic in comparison. For now.
Yuma has to be cautious here with the push coming in. I mean, yeah, do they want to try and set up for the defense here?
Yuma's going to give information at the least. They are rotating. Tai Lung has a regen.
Okay.
Let's see what the call is going to be. Catch them behind when they're resetting and splitting.
The tower will fall. REKONIX able to get that. Can they get out safely though?
Because like a head-on fight, I don't really want to see Heroic take, but a small pick-off one, they can do.
They're going to get the setup on FBZ. We'll turn quickly with the roll on towards Tai Lung, but already the controls there into the sharpshooter, bursting him down low. Yuma's ready with the wraparound. That's going to be FBZ gone. Jacroy again going straight for Theolicor. Will kill the Hoopwing, but Chains are at the ready. They lock him down. He has the backup from Varys on the low ground. He'll get the Ice Path out, but Jacroy, he's gone. Remnant forward here from Tai Lung. He's going to try and go for more, but he's burning to the Macropire, and he's going to get finished off by the Rays coming in from In Your Dream. In Your Dream turning up just in time to shut them down, and ended up taking a lot of damage there, Heroic, fighting sort of underneath this Macropire that Varish got a really good angle on.
I think they wanted to get that kill quite a bit quicker, but then Jikroy shows up and he commits for the Hoodwink, so they're like, you know what? We might as well get the trade kill, but the supports come in clutch on the side of REKONIX. Great Avatar and Macro Fire.
It's in the mid Whisper.
You're dreaming?
I mean, has Whisper got this solo? I think he has. He's got a hook at the ready if he can get it off. Oh, and he does. He gets the job done, and he gets the purchase as well to minimize the gold loss. Picks up the Aghanims before he goes down with that gold. So he'll take that any day of the week.
He cannot be dying like this by himself on the SF. That is brutal. I mean, how many levels did he get too on Whisper? I imagine he got a fair bit, and now Yuma picks up a snag himself also. That's rough for REKONIX. After getting at least some type of trade kills top after Jikroy just throws his life away, you end up losing your SF as well. That's painful. This Wind Ranger is committing a little too hard to kill this Hoodwink, I will say. It's 2 times now that he's given his life away.
I'll see where it looks to go next. Probably going to hit the jungle and I imagine stay far away from that mid area. So it's not, not been the safest spot right now for In Your Dream.
Just wait till he has, for In Your Dream for me, just like wait till you have Blink and then you can't show alone. If you're going to show, you have to have either, just anyone, either Beast, Tiny, anybody just near you. You cannot play by yourself on SF in this game. FBC, Dominator done, Ags done as well too. So yeah, REKONIX definitely has opportunity to be able to take fights, especially rallied around this Beastmaster right now. Just has to watch out for the Vessel. Tylon can do quite a bit of work with this here. AJ is going to go for Blink too, so could catch off guard. There's a lot of ways to cancel it. In fact, like I said, everybody pretty much has a way to do so, but... Setting up for top. Whisper's on his way.
Backing off here, REKONIX. Feel it's not really too safe of an area to enter into right now with just the 2 of them.
Maybe waiting for that call, wait for the SF to have the Blink Dagger, because then they actually have the damage follow-up with that Roar. Just pretty much delete a target instantly if they do want to look for something like that. Heroic content with sitting back, getting some more timings. Blink is done for Tiny, same thing for the Enigma.
Now we'll see if they want to go for the smoke. I mean, King Jungles has got one at the ready. So they are pretty split, so maybe not looking to immediately make a play with that.
I think Heroic's draft is more content with being able to sit back and just farm, while on the side of REKONIX, I mean, they do want to farm, don't get me wrong, but I do think that they have the outlets to fight a little bit easier in terms of catching heroes with Beast, with Tiny tossbacks. So I think that they can hunt right now in REKONIX pretty well. Theo.
Look, a quick catch in the mid. Well, I'll say that scurries away, it doesn't matter. They'll still be able to find him. This time, you know, around that mid with the +1. It's a little bit of a better outcome for In Your Dream in that area of the map.
Eyes on Delo right now, looking to make these aggressive moves. They actually have another Blink, so triple Blink Daggers. I mean, this, if anything, that says a lot. REKONIX really wanting to dictate pace right now. And they do have good vision. They see KJ on the north side there with that ward that they placed. It's been there almost full duration.
Well, they might get the jump on him, Dallo. He's in with the opening. He's able to burst him alone. Very nice pick there from Dallo.
Level 12 now. A lot of solo XP for this Tiny. Quite a bit amount of burst damage now for him. And Roche on the menu. Get a kill right around the area.
Now, Tylon wants to try and chase for this, but I mean, yeah, Dallo's pretty beefy. So it's going to take a bit of time to go for him. And he's got the back of Farish with the Ice Path. Doesn't matter. Sharpshooter comes in. They will kill the Tiny off, but the space is made. Roshan's taken. FBZ's got the Aegis.
Looks like they want to keep going. They do have the Roar available. They have the Requiem.
Oh, they found him. Straight away, there's the combo. Not a chance for Whisper.
Looking for more, but Heroic, they do have 4 in the area. Nice from REKONIX. I like this. Don't keep pushing. You got what you came for. You got Roche and you got a core kill, and you don't have your ults up. So back up, reset, wait for those to come back up. A nice hit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
How long is it? Okay, looks like they are looking to make an aggressive move, perhaps trying to catch someone off guard when they're split away. Maybe anticipating a movement here from the SF or from the Wind Ranger, but not the case, actually.
We still have the smoke on King Jungles ready to pop if they want to enter into the jungle.
It's going to be Tormentor soon, so if they want to contest that, either they have to smoke and go across the map, or they have to go through Portal and place some type of vision. Right now, there's no vision besides that one ward that they have in the top side. See what the choice is from Heroic. Looking for a pick-off.
Yeah, they're really searching on this bomb side of the map, but of course, as we can see, there's nobody here to find.
They're afraid of the, and I don't blame them, they're afraid of the 5v5 engagement at this point. There's just too much team fight on the side of REKONIX right now with what they have on the side of Heroic. Once they start getting some of these BKBs, then that can start to change things, and then they don't have to worry about an Avatar's Requiem or something like this, but... We'll take that all day. Free little shard for the Jakiro. Supports are very high level on the side of REKONIX, both hitting 12 now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's the smoke. Heroic.
Okay.
They don't have everyone with them, but also King Jungles and Yuma do have TPs at the ready.
They have vision. They see Varish split up on the side there. Are they going to just go for him? He's TPing out.
Look at the jump on FBZ.
He's alone.
Indeed, everybody else is already TP'd out. They've bailed out on him, so FBZ on his lonesome. Heroic, it's not going to be too much work for them to take him down the twice here. He got left behind.
Literally, as ditched, I mean, the ward, of course, that they did have placed from Theodokor on the south side, it did see 2 or 3 heroes TPing out, but ditched. And that's the Aegis carrier. He probably should be the one that gets out first.
Not a great usage of the first. He'll be able to finish off that tier 1 tower top.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
See what he's considering. I think he actually had BKB queued up first. Now he's actually switching his mind and wants to get the Lincolns instead.
Both have their merits. Ooh, portal. Varish. They're portaling right on top of you. They see you. Both of them hesitant. In your dream. Going for the Aghanims. So full spellcaster since he is the mid. Very close to having that as well. So I mean, I wouldn't blame the Clinks to just go for BKBO, and I gotta be actually like I can see Lincoln with the roar and all this, but I feel like you could just commit nothing in the fights. He can just
and the Requiem, right? Yeah.
Macros, Requiem. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. He might change his mind again. Still yet to buy any bits of a Yuma, so.
Yeah. Like,
he's committing. He's buying the orb. He's buying the orb. So yeah, wants to skip the BKB for now.
Like, how's he gonna, if a fight, maybe it's just like, we're not gonna fight, right? This is like, we're literally not gonna fight. We're just gonna keep playing as we are until we get these next +2 items, perhaps. Because like with Lincoln's, if he just even walks into a fight, let's say he doesn't get Requiem'd himself, he's not gonna do any damage. He'll get caught by all these little things. And yeah, I think for Heroic, it is just, okay guys, we're gonna hit the creeps until these next few items, get the BKB on the Enigma, Aghanims on Ember, BKB on Whisper. We'll see where REKONIX wants to go, if they can identify that Heroic is just content with hitting those creeps.
Yeah, seems to be. Definitely until they've got that next item done, as you say, on the cause of Heroic.
Yeah, like perhaps still can do those little pick-off plays that we were mentioning from before, right? With the Ember and the Hoodwink set up on some of these side lanes and perhaps a hook, but a full-on 5v5, problematic still till those items come out. Bottom,
Yuma. Oh, he's going to actually get the avalanche onto both of them. Obviously doesn't know that Yuma's there. Gets the toss back onto Theodokor. Quick and easy pick off once more found here by Dalal on the Tiny. Same time top. Heroic still closing on to Varish, but Varish has got backup. Jigboy's makes the shackle shot towards Tai Lung, and the roar's there. Tai Lung, he's dead. Done. And Varish is going to be able to survive.
Great Force Staff. Carries usually don't use their Force Staff on their supports, but Jikroy will save his Jakiro from getting hooked. 5k lead. They're making the moves. You know, Delo finding these small little pickoffs. Might even find another one. Bottom, Yuma.
Yeah, they know he's alone. They get the setup into the Toss Requiem combo. Yuma dead. Big moves being made here by REKONIX. I mean, obviously, that was something that, you know, Yuma did not expect to be down at this stage of the game. It's a big one. Gets them a huge kill.
I mean, he's not even queuing up BKB ever. I'll be honest with you on the Clinks. He's queuing up Lincolns and then even.
Oh, that's risky.
Very
risky.
REKONIX dictating that pace now pretty nicely. 6K lead, even though they lost their Aegis kind of for free. They're still able to make these moves. They'll be in a very comfortable spot in terms of pressure. Maybe for Heroic it is just, okay, KJ, you're gonna get Blink BKB, and we're gonna get a big black hole. Yes, there's a Beastmaster Roar that can bypass, but that's it. If he can get those big black holes, it can just, yeah, be pretty massive still for this game.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, quite worried for Yuma. How he's gonna actually deal damage in the fights, unless he's just completely left alone. If he does get completely left alone, then sure, but I'd be shocked if that's the case.
Yeah, it's to sort of find that perfect angle, perfect entry into the fight. I mean, obviously he has got, what, 3 heroes that are going to be jumping in first. You know, the Enigma, the Pudge, the Ember. They're all going to be kind of just in the face of REKONIX, making, you know, sort of this team fight setup in a way that the Clinks is pretty free to kind of pick and choose his targets.
It is true. Tai Lung is stalking bottom. That ward that you mentioned, it might get.
He's going to do it again. Ooh, he was ready though. Didn't want to stick around a moment too long.
I mean, Yuma's just the thing is too is like he's all their physical damage, right? They're pretty resistant to a lot of this magical at this point, so I don't know. We'll have to see.
He just has to play. He has to play his positioning perfectly in the fights.
Pretty much, or they have to get like a multi-hero black hole for him to just get that barrage off.
Yeah.
How long for those next objectives? 15 seconds till Roche. REKONIX, I think this could be another potential attempt for another move here. They have still some good vision. I think that deep ward top wasn't spotted. Okay, not just yet, though. They do have the Arcane Rune, though, on the SF, so I think he does probably want to use it. 4 Gunpowder Gauntlets. I know this item is popular, but man. 5, actually. And they do get double greedy. So Heroic did get the neutral item they wanted in the supports. Double greedy enchantment when they're just looking to hit some creeps and sit back.
Yeah, seems like they're just chilling for now.
Yeah.
They do have the BKB on King Jungle, so...
They do.
And there's the Lincoln's done. So they are getting these next round of items done. But yeah, I guess the question is going to be, is that going to be sort of the stage of which Heroic are going to go to look for the action? Or are they just going to look for that next item pickup and continue to sort of try and play it slow?
Looks like they are grouping up. Looks like they are considering to go for this smoke play. Eyes on KJ, right? Eyes on KJ if he can get the black hole, and eyes on Yuma if he can actually get attacks off. Or does he just not really get much off and gets controlled? Let's see what we get. Whisper will show himself up top. REKONIX in a nice defensive posture. Smoking up themselves. In Your Dream has hit 20 also, so the Requiem Fear per line has also been picked up with the Aghanims. Feels like the execution from Heroic has to be, I mean, next to perfect in this upcoming fight. Because REKONIX has just quite a bit of easier execution to come into it. You just have to watch out for that black hole, especially if they use their roar.
Ooh, Whisper.
Hook attempt.
Know where they are. So REKONIX are keeping a fair distance away from that high ground. Could go for the smoke wraparound themselves. They're going to try it.
BKB also on SF too, so now he's got that free setup to be able to get that Requiem unless he gets Black Holder bit.
Well, looks like, look, this is quite interesting as well. So FPZ's not immediately joining this movement.
Okay. Interesting.
So he's going to remain down in the river.
Shows now.
Whisper, he's going to make the jump first. Gets the catch on the Void Faris. They'll try and take out the Jakiro. They'll find him. Jakiro's dead. Tiny's gone. Now they'll look up towards the Dreamer. Put the BKB and back off. I'm just going to use this BKB to retreat for now. The buyback's going to come in from Dolo. Tylung, he gets the chains connection onto Jacroy. Whisper, another hook onto FBZ. Has to put the BKB raw and run. Dalal, a look to get back in, but the Black Hole's going to be dropped down onto Jacroy. He was ready for him there. King Jungle's just waiting for the Wind Ranger to walk back in. It was almost as if they forgot that the Black Hole was still good to go. And that should carry dead.
As soon as the roar was used, I literally immediately in my head, I'm like, oh god, this is the concern.
Black Hole's coming.
If you use that roar, he's waiting. KJ is sitting there waiting for it to cast. Great catch there from Whisper. Awkward the way they kind of run it to start the fight. In Your Dreams, Requiem kind of clips absolutely nothing as well too. Heroic. This is patience. That one definitely was patience from them. In Your Dream?
I was going to go for Theolicor. He's not going to get him though.
They might turn for him now. Theo's thinking.
He's got to be careful how long he sticks around in this area in Your Dream. He's got to know that they're running straight for him. The Bushwhack's going to find him. They get the catch. And he is very dead. BKB's on cooldown, so no chance of a Requiem or a TP as such. That was risky, right? As soon as you see the Hoodwink run away from you like that, sticking around, you're kind of just taking a huge risk on whether or not there's going to be backup. And in this sort of game, Heroic, of course they're going to have backup.
Also, just going for the solo play as the SF is just crazy. I got to be honest. Like in that type of area, you don't really see much of anything. I was looking at the map. He didn't see anything. Very, very reckless kind of play. And Heroic now, they're starting to hit that stride. BKB going to be back up in 10, Black Hole in 80. They've shown they can win a fight now, depending on positioning. Uh-oh. REKONIX. This next fight probably going to have to be... this next fight's going to be all important for them. If their SF has his literal dream timings of Blink, BKP, Aghanim's, and everything, and that's the way it goes, some concerns coming forward versus that BKB Enigma.
Roche is gone. Aegis is going to be theirs. Humans get the pickup.
And now it's like, okay, now his build looks very comfortable, right? Not having to go for the BKB, being able to actually
he's not been punished.
Aegis coverage. So had a concern for it, but hasn't actually been a real concern. Torm, should be able to get. Jacroy also just not wanting to have it be. I know like a lot of these players, they really don't like having it in a lot of situations, right? But there's a lot of random damage too. Sure, Manta's gonna get the dispos versus some of these chains and prevent you from getting something caught on you, but okay, he Qs it now. Thank goodness. I'm just looking at some of these carries and I'm like, it's gonna prevent you from getting in and out of the fights without having them.
So it's gonna be a while away from him. It's gonna take him a bit of time to get that.
MKB for Yuma.
FBC's going to see him. Slight change was there. Couldn't jump out in time with the Remnant, but there's going to be the hook from Whisper to keep him safe. Gets him away from the Beastmaster.
And right away now, there's no roar. Heroic.
Immediate jump from Tylung. He's got his eyes on Varish. They're going to get the catch here. Lay down the Macropire. It doesn't matter. It's not going to do anything here. He's dead. Yuma's still sticking around down bottom, and obviously with his MKB, he might try and threaten Jacroy.
He might go for the solo play here.
He's going to have a lot of damage.
Ember's coming.
And he's going to open up onto this. He'll start the move. There's the Remnant. Not going to get the catch on him though, Tylung, so Jacroy will live.
Jacroy had the Manta the whole time too. He was being very patient in terms of his usage, so good hold there. Feeling the pressure though, Heroic. Finding all that footing. Starting to feel pretty commanding with the way that they can make individual plays too. A tier 2 to fall. Full refresher now on Whisper again. Same as that last time. I'm sure the panel's gonna look at some of the items. 4 staff, Ghost Staffers on the 2 supports. No Lotus. No ways to protect their cores versus this bite in particular.
They want to try and get out on the map though, REKONIX. They're grouped up now as 5. They're making this move. It is into this Aegis, so it's not going to be an easy one to make, but maybe they can catch sort of Heroic split up. They know that Heroic's going to be playing relatively safe in the way that, you know, they're not trying to just completely force sort of the advantage with the Aegis. They're going to be caught out, you know, whilst they're farming on the map. Lose Theolicor. It's not the biggest loss there for Heroic. In fact, Heroic's looking to strike back. Whisper, he's going to get straight in on top of him. He's in with the hook and the dismember. He's caught in your dream. The damage comes in from Yuma. That's in your dream dead. FBC's going to try and fight on with BKB, but the hook's back up. There's so much damage coming out from this Clink, so FBC will also fall. They just can't get out of here. Jikroy also to be caught by the chains. That's all 3 cores of REKONIX dead.
I don't know if they're feeling desperate or something, but that was kind of crazy the way they just YOLO played into the enemy jungle. And they go, I mean, Theo is literally just like the martyr first. He's just dying, and then they win the fights immediately afterwards. It's too much attention to put on this Hoodwink. Sure, they got the jab, but then they lost it immediately.
Yeah. No, I think, you know, they just wanted to try for this risky move whilst they were maybe split up, but as it was, you know, Heroic, they were in position to just connect with one another, but just that little too much, too fast here for REKONIX to get the kill and get out.
I think perhaps it was something like, guys, like, we're not doing anything, and now they're starting to get the momentum. Let's just do something. But that do something ends extremely disastrous as it's, I don't know, the SF who ends up going back for the gem. It's just kind of discoordinated the way that they're disengaging in a lot of these situations.
So mid-set gone. All right, 10K up and a set of barracks. What's the plan here for REKONIX? It's going to be tough. Top lane's pushing in. Look for that final tier 2 soon if they want to. Heroic. Just under a minute left on the Aegis for Yuma.
I mean, their whole idea probably of the game is also kind of broken, right? They got all their item timings. They got Blink BKB Beast. They got Blink BKB Kaya Yasha on the SF, and then they lost the fight miserably because of the way it all kind of went down. So REKONIX have to find a better way to be able to look to start these fights off. And I mean, now at this point, they have to try to hope at least that Jikroy can get the BKB so he can stand his ground and do something. But yeah, Heroic's just kind of outplaying them in the fights too. A couple times now, just black holing the Wind Ranger or black holing the SF. Is all they need. They don't need a multi-hero one.
Full X on Theolicor now, so something extra that they've got to bear in mind when they try and turn up to these fights, especially pre-BKB on Jikroy.
Got it so early. Again, the last game too, he also got it really early.
Yeah.
I kind of like that he's buying it as a second item. It looks a little weird sometimes, but great cast range. Always going to be nice. Shiva's done. FBZ. Another item is finished on his way. Well, not really on his way towards the pressure, but has queued it up. I'm trying to think how they want to approach it, though. Jikroy, like I said, he wants to get BKB, but I'm wondering how they want to use this roar and everything now, too. I feel like Delul kind of has to just sacrifice. He's just got to YOLO, go in, start the fight, and then give the opportunity for the Beastmaster and the Wind Ranger and SF to choose how they want to go for the initiation.
I mean, someone's got to find King Jungles right in the Enigma.
Yeah, I think Delul just has to for information. Like, someone's got to go in, and you don't want it to be probably the Beastmaster, because if they black hole the Beast, then you have no BKB counts there also.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kanye has to sacrifice himself.
Because as long as Heroic can play the fights in a way where the Enigma doesn't have to show at the beginning, you know, the fight is just so hard for REKONIX to commit into.
Yeah. Also, I have to say, Whisper is monstrously farmed. He has Lotus, Refresher, he has everything now at this point, and he's 25. So he's a big issue as well. He could just solo kill the Wind Ranger.
They're gonna look for Yuma. They're in with the jump. They've got the Requiem as well. Have they got the burst to kill him? They do. They'll bring Yuma down. You can go for more. Whisper's gonna try and fight back. He'll get the Dismember lockdown on towards Jikroy. Got the Refresher ready to go for round 2 on towards him, and there's the second Dismember. Oh, it's not enough damage. Jikroy's going to be able to run. They'll try and chase with the Remnants, but he's into the trees. He's going to go for the TP out. Jikroy actually gets out alive. King Jungles will come in with the Black Hole, drop it down onto FBZ, so they'll at least likely get the Beast Monster off. So he's actually able to get the BKB off. Doesn't matter. The hook's still there. They'll kill FBZ off. Delul also going to die for his efforts trying to get it onto the back lines of the fight. See if they can get more here. Jump forward from Tai Lung. Going to get caught by the shackles, though. Jikroy, of course, was able to get out and heal back up. The focus fire coming in with a Hex from Theolicor holds Jikroy back in place. Buyback from Delul comes in with the combo to Theolicor, trying to burst through the Hoodwink. It's not enough to kill him, but the shackle back up onto Tai Lung. But there's already going to be the Wind Ranger dead. That's him out for 80, no buyback. Whisper kind of cleaning up the fight here. He's going to run down Varish. Triple kill for Whisper. The Enigma will fall. So it ends up just Whisper and Delul, the 2 remaining survivors of this fight. Of course, Delul, though, did have to buy back to be in this sort of position. It's a messy fight, but I guess Whisper, he's the true winner at that one. He's the one that comes out on top. Level 26 now.
Whisper killed everybody, and I'm not exaggerating. Yeah. He was all the damage as well. I actually had it up for a second there, the fight recap. He did 15,000 damage. Everyone else was like 2 or 3K. And I think Whisper actually could have solo killed the Wind Ranger at the start of things too. He did make a little bit of a slip up with the hook there. Yeah, this Pudge is pretty much the carry. That was insane. Like, look at him.
We'll see again, yeah.
Follow the Pudge in the fight. It was crazy.
Yeah. Because obviously the start, pretty good jump right there to play around the vision, kill off Yuma. But then at that point, Whisper's like, all right, I don't need a carry. As you said, he is the carry. Gets in. Unfortunately, he doesn't actually manage to... He did. Oh, he got greedy again.
He canceled it.
Because he wanted to go for the hook on the SF. He cancelled the dismember to hook in the SF, so he always wants to go for those style points, Whisper. Doesn't work out at the start of the fight, but overall, when you consider the outcome of the fight's entirety, he gets the style points back.
Yeah, and then, I mean, look, just keep watching him. They greater healing Lotus him, and watch. Look where everybody else is going. They're going for Jakiro. He's got his targets chosen. He sees the SF on the bottom right that you don't see on your screen, kills the SF, and then has Blink up to go for the next ones, too. So, I mean, a Whisper absolute massacre by him. Pretty much 1v5ing almost in a way, it felt like.
Yeah, at the end, definitely, for sure. This Pudge, rather a problem for REKONIX. I mean, if they try and commit onto him, it's just going to take so much to kill him at this point. 4K HP.
That was essentially a 4v5. The Clinks died before anything, right? So
yeah, that's very true as well, yeah. He was not in the fight, Yuma.
Yeah. Now, Roche, looks like Yuma should be able to get that one. Don't know if they can make it down there on the side of REKONIX. Yeah, I can't believe Whisper did that. Because I was like, oh yeah, he solo. Oh, wait, he canceled it. Yeah, but he just did. So Tailung, this was actually kind of cool purchase. I don't think you see too many people also do this, but having this 4th item Aeon disc absolutely coming into play too. He's just being that nuisance, giving information to his other 2 cores to get the carry.
This Roche is gone. Yuma be able to claim the Aegis. He's got 2 banners to play with as well for push.
REKONIX now quite heavily on the back foot. They haven't really gained anything in terms of items in I feel like over 10 minutes or so. The SF still has the exact same inventory, 5k gold. Wind Ranger has gotten, I mean the BKB, that's one thing for sure. But yeah, not too much growth with the way that Heroic's been able to dictate the pace themselves.
Tailung. Not going to get the catch, but the creep wave is in position here for Heroic to approach the base again. Can they get Yuma off the base? Indeed, here he is, ready with the axe. Lays down the skeleton army, clears up the tier 3. The barracks probably not going to stand a chance here. They're smoking up on REKONIX. They'll have to use the fortification.
Octarine, tiny.
Can they find any way to make a jump, sort of toss back play? The racks, they're already gone. They can't stop this push. So Heroic will take a second set.
3rd is pushed out. Do they back up and reset? Looks like they will. Do they want to chase REKONIX? It does look like they want to. Can they get a catch here? Yuma. Looks like he should be fine. Yuma's also hit 25. Has the Searing Arrow multi-shot. And yeah, he does find that BKB. New dream. He didn't even pop the dust. I thought the low would pop the dust, but it doesn't even pop it. So yeah, to point out, yeah, the load went for Octarine, so yeah, no Lotus. They're going pretty greedy on these supports items. Aghanim's also for the Jakiro. Not looking to give any Lotuses or any extra protection for their cores.
Oh, they're going to have to
this next,
now put everything together for this defense because Heroic, they're going to be able to get the Tormentor. And we'll look to run it down the top lane. Again, you know, we might see obviously Heroic be quite careful about this.
Yes, but Owen, they haven't been able to stop KJ getting black holes off literally at all this game. Now he's got 2, and he's got Linken's BKB. So now you actually just pretty much can't unless you do it very well executed or he makes a mistake. Because you don't have the great way to detect that Linken's in this game.
Force the illusion out of Jikroy. Just charging down the lane here. The hook is going to find a Whisper. Look at the catch, but the BKB is there as well as the Linkers to keep Jacroy safe. At the side, we see the Red Hook come in, and Dream jumps forward, but now the Black Hole comes into play. King Jungle's in on top of the SF. They'll kill your Dream off. He's not got buyback. He's dead for 90 seconds. Delo will try for the combo onto Whisper. Toss to the side as well. Whisper very low. That tossback might just have been able to get him the kill. They do. They kill Whisper off. So Delo able to at least find something. It'll likely cost him his life, though, as he's caught outside. Maybe not actually. The Avalanche holds back Humor and Tai Lung, so Dalol's able to run. So if they can get anything more, I mean, they want to try and punish them once they've outnumbered them. See Jacroy go straight for King Jungles. He'll get the kill. A lot of damage is going to be flying in from the cleats. Will turn the power shot back up towards Humor. Barish and Dalol in trouble, though. Dalol to fall. He's dead for 2 minutes. Yuma will be taken out. FBZ's got the BKB and Raw ready to focus Tai Lung. Jacroy's ready to come back in. Shackle shot's not going to latch, though. Tai Lung will live, and both of them will die for that effort to get back in and kill them as Yuma gets the cleanup. Tai Lung's able to TP out alive, and Yuma, he's perfectly fine here. Full HP on his second life after the Aegis. I mean, they try that. They throw sort of everything at them. It's not quite enough. They get a few kills here and there, but they can't deal with Yuma on his second life. Tai Lung survives, and now they've got 4 heroes dead on the side of REKONIX.
It just takes them far too long to kill any targets. Their damage is just not high enough. Even though they're getting roars and whatever on this Ember Spirit, he's too tanky. Whisper does die. They actually got a good connection, and he did pop the refresher at the end to try to do a cheeky little blink out play, but the damage is done. This should be Megas.
Yuma ready to clean up the objectives. See if he wants to stick around for more. There's still a fair bit of time until they've got everybody back online, and Yuma's got a cheese ready to pop as well. He's looking to close this one up onto the tier 4s. Buyback comes out from FBZ. I'll respect the buyback.
They're coming back right now. They're going to have a good window still with no Tiny and Wind Ranger if they do want to force it. But they might wait 40 seconds because then they'll have the double BKB Black Hole just in case of things. Heroic. In as comfortable as a spot as you can be now with the Megas.
Yeah, they should be very close to closing this one up. We saw last game, you know, even though they had the lead, there were a few hiccups towards the end. They still got the job done. See if they can do it a little bit cleaner this time. You know, so far there's not been too much of kind of a pushback from REKONIX. A little bit, you know, of a showing of a fight there, but into the Aegis was still too much to really stop Heroic from having this lead. Heroic still able to get this further objective, get the mega creeps. So 25k ahead. Heroic, they can see the potential to move on. Bottle's going to be dropped here as well to allow for, you know, Yuma to swing across, get that amplified damage rune on himself, ready for the next fight if he wants to, on top of having the full Daedalus. Doing everything they can here to close this series up as carefully as possible.
Yeah, it feels like for the last like 18 minutes or so, they've just been absolutely dominating the map. Actually, kind of since when the Aegis got abandoned, right? When FBZ got abandoned top, they kind of lost an insane amount of momentum afterwards, going for that fight on the high ground in the enemy jungle too. Heroic dictating that pace for 20 minutes. Tai Lung zoning off 3 heroes from that triangle just now.
Now let's see if they can deal with this now. Yuma, over he'll go, get that bottle that Tai Lung dropped down for him. Get the amplified damage rune.
How do they get this execution? Because even in your dream, right, we know how like this SF build, at least the spellcaster one, starts to hit its, I mean, it's hit its peak for a while. His game really fell off a cliff. Just a couple too many these little individual solo plays when he got picked off on his own. And now, yeah, the damage just isn't really there. Even with double Requiem combos, the Wind Ranger needs to get, okay, actually perfect. I was gonna say Wind Ranger needs to get 25 so they can get multiple focus fires off if they can kill a first target. So he does at least have that. But might need the Rapier, or might need like a crit or something, because I just don't feel like his damage is coming in slowly.
There we go, REKONIX. Can they get someone? I know Tai Lung's out around the mid. Can they combo him down?
He's got A on disc.
That's true. Shackle's going to latch, but they know that this is not really something they can throw everything onto. Can't go on the Amber.
Yeah, I was going to say, they might honestly just try because of the, you know, the state of everything, but not going to be the case.
Heroic. Like I said, they're in no rush.
Waiting for Roche.
Yeah. wait for the next one.
Yeah. I wouldn't blame them in this one by any means. You just get yourself another refresher shard. You can give it to your Ember or your Clinks, and then they have double of everything. And you already have your double Black Hole. You already have double Pudge Bite. Clear path to victory for her. Well, for REKONIX, I'm looking at the Rapier for sure. I think Jikro this one absolutely have to go for it. You need every little bit of damage you can get during these, either the Roar or the Requiem Fear.
And he is close.
He is.
1,600 gold, and they'll have it.
You sell the treads a little closer, right?
Oh, that's true. Actually, he needs the slot for it anyway. So yeah, he will get it for the next fight, for the next defense, no doubt about it.
Let's see if it makes that difference.
Yeah. I mean, he's all in. I mean, because who do you try and all in on? Who can you potentially kill before counterplays come in? It just feels so hard.
With Rapier, almost anybody, I would say.
Look at the Roar on towards Tai Lung, but there's the Eon Disc.
It's just if he's going to actually be able to attack the whole time is the question, because...
Yeah, they have so much control.
I think, okay, so they have to get rid of the Enigma, because otherwise he's just going to get a BKB Black Hole 100%. If not the first time, the second time. I mean, they just have to know where KJ is, really. They have to know where KJ is, either delete him or just zone him out of the fight so that Jikro can actually get focus fires onto some of these other cores. It's tough. It is tough. But here comes that Rapier.
Alright, let's see if Jikro can make the magic happen. For REKONIX here, trying to hold on here at Blast Slam 6. A loss here would be the end of the road for them.
You've got to make it through so many HP pools. The Cheese Pudge with 4,300 health. Aeon Disc Ember, which is still on cooldown for a second. He's leaving a slot open though, so they might pass him. Okay, yeah, they pass him Refresher Shard.
But look at a Whisper. Well, that's not going to be what they want to go on, and they're actually going to get jumped first. Whisper, he's in on towards them. That's what the BKBs. FBC's been caught by the Dismember. Can they free him in time? They'll try and run, but there's King goes in with the jump. Gets the Black Hole lockdown. They've caught Jikro. They'll kill the Wind Ranger off as he'll fall. No buyback on him. Rapier hits the deck. This game likely to be over with no second buyback available on FBC or Jikro. They don't have a carrier on offlane at a hold. Heroic, they can move on to the tier 4s. Fortification will be popped, and it's just the last 3 of them standing. Dillo is going to try for some avalanche tossback, but the Hex is there. They're caught in the bushwhack. GG is called. Heroic, they'll close up the games today. 2-0 here against REKONIX, knocking them out.
Heroic played much more disciplined. I mean, overall today, I think this game, REKONIX, I don't know, this was kind of weird because like they got their item timings, and in particular 2 or 3 of these fights just went horrifically wrong for them. So Heroic, a bit of outplay, but REKONIX also a good amount of individual mistakes, we can say. In Your Dream getting caught a couple times in some pretty crazy positions, and yeah, sad to see them go, but Heroic, some improvements.
Absolutely, no, definitely steps in the right direction from Heroic, no doubt about it. They close up the 2 wins today. They're not letting either of these games slip away from them this time round. 2-0 for Heroic as they'll move on at Blast Slam 6.
After yesterday's loss, what was so heartbreaking for them and putting them in this position of having to play last chance qualifiers, they say no more. They're done with the losing. However, in a game number 2, despite getting the 2-0 in a best of 3, Quinn, I would say this early game might be the shakiest we've seen from Heroic so far.
Yeah, it was not ideal. It was not clean, and I think that's what it characterizes the series. It was a Heroic that was definitely better. But they were not clean and they were not perfect. But I do think there's something to be said that sometimes you're in a messy series and you just need to get the job done and get the W, even if it's not pretty. You can go and you can learn from the series in the future. The important part is, hey, you just got out of a rough group stage, you won the game, that's what counts. Now it's time to watch the replays and improve for the future.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's pretty much just one of those things where for Heroic, anything's better than what some of the group stage games were, right? So for them at least, they're looking at Tai Lung both in 2 games, the draft, offer him up to try and get countered to Beastie, but this time again, he did get countered in a much more difficult game, so maybe they will be hesitant on that one, at least with the Ember. But yeah, for Heroic, you finally found some sense of victory. You are going to be playing up against, what is it, I think, what, Tundra in your next round to try and get to Malta, so it's not going to be an easy series at all, but again, any victory for them will just ground what has been a chaotic group stage.
Yeah, they'll definitely have to keep improving, but I will say that in terms of what they showed me, like there was a lot of individual like good plays and at least a little bit of excellence. I think Whisper played quite well on the Pudge. I think also King Jungles. You know, Enigma 5 is not something you normally see when you bust out these like more strange and weird heroes. You need to do like small things, camp the runes, stack some camps, which he did for Tai Long in the early game. So, you know, while they still have a lot of things to improve on, there were good things that you should take some confidence from them to know in the future games.
I thought the Quinn was going to say something.
He was just laughing
just laughing at you.
I know,
Apparently
just,
something you said was really funny to Quinn.
just the way in their future games.
Well, there will be future games for them. Getting
will.
it to it means there is future, and you're right, T. It is Tundra they're going to have to come up against. We're not going to jump too far into the future, though. We're going to focus on the here and now and what was just played out for us, because we talked about all the good things that Heroic can take away from this. But on the side of REKONIX, you had that advantage in the earlier part of this game, and it did eventually slip away. And all three of you really kind of favored their draft too. You said it's not clear cut, but there definitely is that advantage towards them.
Yeah, I think they set themselves up well for ease of execution. They had heroes that I think they're comfortable on individually. They've shown good performances on throughout the tournament. I think we had a clip of Shadow Fiend, feeding a little bit earlier in the game, but I think it comes down to moments like this, right? You've crushed Ember Spirit, you've solo killed him, he went in and fed it again, and he kind of just walks up to the enemy hill. Yuma has a really great TP where he's got that awareness of, I need help on my Ember. He's had a bad game, I'm gonna fix this situation. Kills like this that you feed away, you lose a lot of momentum from this. Instead, like the time that you're dead, you could have been making a move somewhere else in the meantime. There's a lot of opportunity cost on top of the fact they get gold from this. Like it really adds up, and you can't be making mistakes like this.
I mean, it also compounds with then like Beastmaster having the Aegis, him losing it, right? When they're playing bot side, he loses the Aegis. Like, it's the random deaths, it's the poor usage of the Aegis, it's like the other things. Like, once you have the 6,000-7,000 gold lead, like it needs to be clean. It needs to be take over the map and make moves, and it isn't really the case for them.
It's too many like individual mistakes, but then also like when they actually have to play together as a team and like do it properly, I think their mid game is just quite weak. Of course, it can happen. You're a newer team. You play against better players. Honestly, they just need more time. It was one of their first showings, so hopefully with time that is something they can fix. But the mid-game stuff, how you team fight, how you play the map, that stuff, it honestly just takes time.
Would you say team fight more than anything is where the priority needs to go for REKONIX to look at? I mean, it's not easy. Like, there's a lot of things, right? I understand that, but we're trying to break it down to what is black and white, even though it's not.
To me, maybe if you want to sum it up like more shortly, it's maybe like the purpose or the plan of like what is like the next thing you want to do in the game. So then you can focus on it, whether that's where you want to go, the objective you take, the fight you want, and how you take that, because it seems a little lackluster.
I also feel they're somewhat disconnected from like the meta or the ideology of some of the better teams. I think especially like the European teams, whether it be Eastern or Western. I think from any other region, you kind of have to look at those teams and not maybe copy them, but you need to strongly consider what they're doing because they've won every tournament for like a really, really long time. And I think I look at this team and they're a bit too disconnected from that. In item builds, in heroes picked, in gameplay, it feels like they're not even really paying that much attention to the European teams. And I think you just have to. Like, you have to respect it. It's the best region in the world of Dota. And look at that a little, study that gameplay and put the work in.
Yeah. And I feel at least outside of REKONIX, going back to Heroic still needs to be somewhat careful as they progress in the tournament, because there are moments where they kind of got given the free fight, right? Like we saw KJ when he was able to get the Black Hole onto that Wind Ranger, it was because FBZ kind of just threw out his Raw very early on. Like here, you see the net worth that REKONIX have, kind of the trajectory the game should be going on, and in REKONIX's mind, it should always be Beastmaster holds Raw for Enigma, keep playing the limits, keep pushing kind of like how far you can take your lineup, but you should never overplay your hand, offer yourself up to Klinks, waste critical spells to give an invitation for KJ to take the fight. And again, REKONIX, there was never really a fight construct for them. It was just kind of throw spells, see what happens. And Heroic, again, their positioning, holding the high ground, constantly playing on Whisper and the hooks, eventually opened up for KJ then to find his entry. But I feel like this is the type of fight that Heroic will not be having against the better teams. That was very much like a REKONIX gift to Heroic.
I think when you look at the tail end of that, KJ getting a Black Hole like that feels illegal, right? The way that Jikroy is running in on Wind Ranger, you can easily see that this was a defensive role, we just disengaged. But at the very start of the clip, when we see Hoodwink break the smoke of REKONIX, this is where I question, and I ask you guys, should they have just backed out on the side of REKONIX once it breaks, or is there some momentum to them continuing on that path that they're going?
No, I think they absolutely go too deep. Like this Tiny and Jakiro, they're positioning the way they're running in. It's like so split. Half of them are on their lowest side of the hill, half of them on the upper side. I think when I look at this situation, it feels like a communication issue to me, to be honest. I don't think there's a clear idea or identity. Keza talked about having a weak mid game and not being aligned, and I think that shows there. Like they're just not on the same page on what they want to do. The supports are running in, the cores are backing up, and I think some of that comes from it's an elimination game. It's your first time playing internationally for a lot of these players. You get a little bit skittish sometimes, and you play a little. For instance, I think if this is a qualifier game, I think they would have played a lot better. But I think the pressure of it, moments like this, I look at it, I'm like, it gets to you a little sometimes.
And the fact that you're coming up against Heroic, who we said it with that draft, maybe a little bit of aura farming and some of the unique picks coming out, but Pudge is so notorious for Heroic. They're a team that love to flex on so many positions. This time around, it goes back to back on Whisper, and my goodness, is he a crazy Pudge player.
I mean, my bro, he destroyed this game. Like we've got some of these hooks are kind of unreal. I'm gonna want people to just like pay attention to him. This first one, you know, it's kind of whatever. But later, he has like what is this monster of a hook? It will come soon, where he chases someone and then he hooks like just some dude that's off screen. Wait. Like this one now on the SF, he's gonna eat the Wind Ranger. He's like, yo, brother, come back here, and just alley-oops him like back in.
Goodness.
And I will say that this, like, Pudge is just a hero. You need to feel it. That you don't see it on that many players. First of all, you need to play it a lot. You need to be a specialist. You need to like be also like kind of free and creative. Whisper, he is that type of player. So I like seeing this performance where it's not just, you know, the Tai Lung show where game is over. We talk about the bro dropping like, you know, 18 kills on his opponents. It's also like his other bros, you know, stepping up, doing the right stuff. So Whisper, he played damn well in this game.
But you can see that the way that Tai Lung was playing on Zemba, he was basically saying, hey, Whisper or Yuma, you are going to shine this game, right? Because like, he was like buying these early Aeon discs, doing this random stuff. Like that type of mid lane, you need Yuma or Whisper to be able to do it. So Whisper, again, reminding us why he is the best offlaner in South America, right? It's like you have these little moments. Again, early game, kind of awkward for Heroic, but once you hit your stride, there was multiple hooks. I think Whisper was just the MVP for Heroic being able to constantly punish, you know, REKONIX in this game.
I mean, you and Whisper, Keza, you guys are bros. You got a bit of history together back on the OG days.
No, we do.
He was off lane, he moves to mid, he comes back to off lane. Do you think that that's something that affects him as a player per se? Like, he kind of needed to have this rough group stage in the off lane, and you're like, okay, he's reached critical mass, back in flow state again.
I mean, Whisper is definitely the type of player, he's very quiet and he lets things happen until they like kind of explode. There's a chance that that happened over the last couple of days where now he's like, I don't want to play like this. I'm not going to let you, you know, ruin my lane or do this or in the mid game. I'm not going to let you do that. I'm going to play the heroes I want. I'm going to step it up. I'm going to be more confident. And that might just be the result of why he's playing better today.
I mean, I think he is the kind of player that he should do what he wants, and he should just be given the heroes that he wants, because he's not like some ultra cerebral economy player. He's not like a 33 or whatever, where he's going to play for gold. He's a field player. You see it in pubs, right? I play against him mid, and his laning is incredibly good, or his spell casting is incredibly clutch in certain moments. That's his playstyle, and you should like let him play into that, because it is the way he works as a player, and you should enable that. Don't try to turn him into something he's not. Let him be the crazy, high-skill, like, weird hero player, because that's him, and he's good at that.
Just don't let him play mid again.
Okay.
Like, no, not that one.
Yeah, no,
not
mid in pubs? Okay, not in pro games.
Yeah.
I think that is just one of those things. It's more than just him when he changes roles that have to adapt, whether it's team, coaches, all of that. But either way, there's no more criticizing Heroic on this stream, because they get the win for themselves. They are coming up against Tundra. That's not going to be today, right? They get to have their break, do all of their prep on the side of Tundra. They know that they're going to be coming up against Heroic, but our first team now eliminated. REKONIX, they had that safety net of the group stage best of one, but not anymore. It has been an absolute pleasure to have them in Blast Slam 6, but we've got to keep the train going here. We have a whole nother elimination series coming up just after this break. It's GamerLegion and MOUZ.
Every player carries two sides within them, the calm and the chaos, the fire and the balance.
But today we're going to find out what really drives them as we find out through our questioning if we can make them come to our side.
Here, they're going to confront to us who they truly are.
Today, it's Judgment Day for Crystallis. Crystallis, I think that you're a guy who leads his team with your intensity, your ferocity. You bring up the energy in the room, and that's what makes you a good leader. All right?
Most definitely, yes.
Really? I think you lead your team by calm.
A calm leader? No. Crystallis is an insane guy. He brings up the room, am I right?
I mean, I think I am definitely completely unhinged, so I would agree with the devil.
What do you do to hype these boys up in your games?
It's just every single day I'll cause a new scene. I'll throw a fit on anything that I can find all the time. I hate every single one of my teammates.
Good.
Yeah, they're awful.
You strike me as a guy that cares mostly about the results. It doesn't matter if people like you. It doesn't matter if people hate you. What matters is that long Liquipedia page, baby.
I think you care about how people see you.
I care only about money. That's like the only thing that matters. If I make money, then I don't care.
Good. That's a great answer.
You're trying to make people look at you and say, you're a devil. You're trying to put the image into viewers' brain.
Do you want people to think that you're a nice guy, or do you not really care?
I think that is an uphill battle that is not worth fighting.
To me, you seem like a guy who bottles up his emotions, which is good. Toxic masculinity is a great thing.
I think you manage your emotions very well under stress, under pressure, even though they're a little bit evil.
I would say you do have to be careful of when you blow up, so that is true. I do manage it. I make sure that my attacks are targeted and mean.
To me, you seem like a guy who improvises. It doesn't really matter who you're facing. You know you'll be able to handle it on the fly.
I think you're that kind of player that you prepare carefully, thoroughly for competition.
No, actually, I leave it all up to my coach. If he's not prepared, I'm not prepared. If he's prepared, then I'm indirectly prepared through him.
To me, it feels like your confidence comes from your ego, and that's not a bad thing. You know you're going to be prepared for any situation. You know deep in your heart, no matter what happens, you are good enough to handle it. All right? That's ego, baby.
Your confidence comes from preparation. Even though there's none.
I feel like Slex's answer is cheating. I feel like ego is always going to be the base of confidence.
Hell yeah.
Things just didn't go well now. This is the greatest Ravage
Hero
steering
chains into a 5-hero Ravage. This is the best possible chance Mickey is going to get to take these heroes down. The Chrysalis is too damn strong. Kill for the Space Slug. A good old save coming in from the Ringmaster. Shield Rune keeps him alive, and he's just going to stand his ground. Here comes the Brewmaster as he just blinks aggressively, takes down Yotaro, his collapse.
Looks like Tai Lung's been caught out. Boss up away, Arena comes far too late. Tai Lung's already dead. No buyback on your sniper. Which one of the forces is going to step up? It's RCY with a huge vortex to end the game.
Second BKB at the ready. Timbersaw now caught in the black hole as well. Yamsun will finish the job. 2 dead. So to try and turn it around, and he's going to full heal from this. Fade goes in, gets the black hole. Can you save him? There's the right. Do it himself. But it's not enough. The damage is there. Yamsun blinks to the other side, and they've done it. GamerLegion.
GamerLegion and MOUZ, our second elimination series for today. Our last chance qualifiers planned for 2 of these bottom 4 teams. And MOUZ surpassing expectations once again. Am I right, guys?
Yeah, they're doing great. It's all sunshine.
It's all sunshine. Look, I can't be too harsh. It's one of these things, best of one. Some teams thrive in them. Other teams, not so much. I do really think that MOUZ is one of those teams that really does struggle in best of ones. It's not like we've seen them thrive in past slams before, and this is an anomaly.
Yeah, but they haven't done this badly.
Sure.
There is definitely a
100%.
discrepancy. I agree. I think they are a better best of 3 team. I think Immortal Faith is a strategist, and he likes the games to sort of alter what he's picking and not picking. But I do think this is worse than usual.
I mean, coming into the tournament, don't forget, I think based on the seeding, right, all the teams, they had to like vote and like pick who's going to be the top seed. MOUZ was voted as like the best team coming into this tournament by the other teams. So to come into that, then be in kind of the elimination games, it is just testament to how, I'd argue, Dota's in a pretty good spot. I think even just at this slam alone, coming into the new year, we are getting OG and Na'Vi going to a semi-final. We're not talking about Falcons and Tundra for the billionth time. Like, I think we do have just a nice mix of teams. How many times do we have like the tied position for like the bottom 4, top 2? Like, it's just a really competitive tournament.
I mean, I was a bit surprised when we were told that most teams ranked MOUZ as like the first rank.
Yes.
You know,
When did you guys get told this, by the way?
like a few days ago.
I think I missed the memo. I missed the memo on this.
He's got the source.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no.
The sauce?
Yeah.
He's got the sauce.
I think they got the info.
Kezu,
Did you have this info?
No.
Yeah,
I mean,
neither.
I got it
I
from
think,
them.
Let me look.
And I got it from him.
Okay,
so.
let me see.
I think I missed out on this.
It's Ice Frog on
it's
the
all
line.
his
How
fault.
many of the 12 teams ranked MOUZ in the top 3?
I think like
it's just an overall like average score.
That wasn't that hard to understand, Quinn.
Something about that just like hit me in a weird
No, it was
spot
like
on my
8 or 9
phone.
teams, I think, because there was like a score or something.
All right, do you want me to list the bottom 4 teams?
Are we allowed to? Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So the teams voted on the bottom 4 teams, all right?
So all 12 teams as a conglomerate.
They vote, yeah.
This is the overall bottom
And that's
4.
how you get
not
like
complicated,
the
yeah.
Okay, so in last
Shut the
place,
fuck up, Kevin.
based on the teams, not us, not the casters, the teams, REKONIX, then GamerLegion, then Heroic, then Na'Vi.
Oh!
Damn!
Prove the haters
L.
wrong.
Damn! What are we doing?
That's
Hold
a
up.
big L.
Yeah.
So where did MOUZ get ranked? Okay, it doesn't matter.
She
We
hasn't
are
been paying
getting-
attention, huh?
We literally started the segment with MOUZ.
Yes, I understand that, but I don't remember the number.
She wanted confirmation.
One. Number one.
So
There
overall,
we-
they were placed
They were
number
first.
1. Okay.
Yeah.
Uno más.
All right, yeah, and Liquid was second, so. Which is
Well,
kind
I
of close. They
think we're
came
really good at
third,
that
right?
one. That's
But
pretty good. That's
either way.
Let's segue this into something else,
Sorry,
man.
yeah,
Take it
because
away.
we can talk about that. I'm sorry, it's new information for me, and I'm sure new information for all the viewers at home. One's in chats, if you've never heard of these stats before. Okay, let's focus up about why MOUZ maybe has not reached those expectations of first seed, though.
I mean, I think personally they have not enough structure in their first phases. I think that's something that characterizes this team is they pick the same stuff over and over and over again. And I look at their tournament so far, they have 8 different first picks out of 11 games. They've tried a whole bunch of stuff. Most of it has not worked. They've been picking a lot of Brewmaster, which is a hero that's been losing a lot. And they also played a first pick Huskar that was played 5. That's
Okay, good. I'm glad you know what I was pointing
yeah,
at.
no, she's pointing at the screen. I know exactly what she's talking about.
The cap.
I think Immortal Fate teams, they need the structure. That's what they're built upon. And for whatever reason, they don't have that right now. And so they think they need to find their footing, especially in the draft going into the series.
But once you've played like 130 odd games competitive, most of any other team, and you've won a tournament last year, coming into multiple second, third places, I feel like you're going to get exposed. And then there's a new patch. This type of team, I feel like they thrive when a patch has been developed and they can go, this is our corner of the patch.
Yeah.
When you have to invent yourself, that's a problem. And you can see here from the stats, right? When we're looking at net worth around the 18-minute marks, why 18 minutes? Again, that's on the Roshan kind of timer, soon to be Tormentor. Just net worth-wise on the 3 cores, they are just less than, you know, since Slam 4. Like, they are just struggling in this tournament because not only are they picking all these different heroes, their cores aren't finding the same amount of farm. And, like, you know, look at mid one, for example. You know, having 700-800 gold difference at the 18-minute mark, that's pretty massive. That's potentially talking about a whole nother item or a component towards an item, you know, opening up the game. So maybe he's just finding himself right now.
He's in
but
the zone.
He's meditating.
They are a team who 100% is lost, but once they just find like 3 heroes, they'll just be back up there again. Like, because they are so formula based, they just need to find the formula and then they can just copy paste it basically.
Well, look, I want to talk about MOUZ a little bit more, but we're going to have plenty of time in the best of 3, and we were seeing them just on camera for a brief moment there. GamerLegion, I think it's only fair to talk about them because they're coming into this last chance qualifiers best of 3 above MOUZ. So they're actually the highest seed here. They got 5 wins for themselves, 6 losses, and that was against Heroic, Falcons, REKONIX, Yandex, and MOUZ themselves when they went against each other in a best of 1.
Yeah, I think it's genuinely really impressive. And I think while this team has improved a lot, I think they have somewhat of a crutch right now, which is the Spirit Heroes. I think RCY has looked great and maybe the best player on the team. But if you look at their games, they have Spirits in most of their games, and they have not won a game without a Spirit on their team.
Wow.
If I'm a team playing against these guys, I'm looking at that and I'm noticing that, hey, they're only winning on specific heroes, and you can draft against that. I think MOUZ is a team that prioritizes tankiness. They like pipe. They like beefy heroes and walls of stuff. I think Spirits, low damage, this can be exploited.
Yeah, for sure. I think like Underlords or Huskars, you know, any of these type of heroes, and to go with what you showed, like RCY, he doesn't really look the same on other heroes as compared to the Spirits, obviously, because you did show it. I played with him like 2 weeks ago. He had the worst Huskar game and the worst Huskar pick ever. So unless he was picking it like just to practice, it made 0 sense to play it in that game. So I hope it was, you know, to be able to win on a hero that's not a Spirit.
We'll brag about it, Kezel, right? Not all of us get to be in pubs with RCY, but you're not
They both do.
Yeah,
going to be... I said not all of us.
Okay,
I didn't realize that those two people accounted for everyone.
It's like 3... Okay, back to you now.
Back to you now.
It's just gonna...
Back to the draft. MOUZ and GamerLegion. Maybe one half of this matchup was expected to be in the last chance qualifiers, but definitely not the order in which they're coming into it here. And for our Game 1 draft, we do know that GamerLegion are going to have opening pick, which means a couple more bans on the side of MOUZ will go the way of Chen, Treant Protector, Viper, and Batrider. Pretty stock standard, I would say, in this patch right now, with GamerLegion taking out Razor, Huskar, and Pugna.
Yeah, that's the one that stands out. I think with what T showed us, I do think that their cores are struggling collectively, especially when it comes to the laning. MOUZ have had pretty good success with the green sucker man, the Pugna on salary. He's been owning, I'm not gonna lie. Like, he carries the lanes and he goes to mid one in the mid lane. He saves everyone in the mid game, so I'm pretty happy that they banned that hero. I will say maybe they could have considered leaving it in if their idea was to first pick SD, but, you know, just putting some respect on a name.
Outside of the draft at the moment, I will say for GamerLegion, whenever I see them at tournaments, I think the praise that you can give them is they always have like the over prep coming into a series. I think their weakness is like adjusting throughout a best of 3, adjusting against some of the other coaches and captains that can like make things feel more dynamic. But whenever I look at like the first game of a series for them, I'm like, okay, this is like the best prep that you've done. Show me what you've got.
This Ember hero is so funny. It always does this. Eventually, the patch gets to a point where Ember becomes a first phase pick, and every game you're calling the enemy's bluff of how hard are you going to counter this hero in lane, because he's so good at coming back. And Ember, from an even position, is just a ridiculously powerful hero, the things he offers. And so I wonder for GamerLegion, are you going to go, you know, they tried it before. They picked Monkey King against the Ember, and they lost. There's things like Monkey, there's Necrophos, there's some more outlandish picks that are historically good against this hero, but they maybe aren't in meta. So I wonder what GamerLegion is going to approach this with.
Does someone want to tell Mid1 that the draft is happening?
No, I think
he's vibing.
This is what he wants. You want him to wake up and go, I'm playing.
Oh, I'm playing Ember?
Oh, what?
Guys, I said I wanted last pick.
Yeah. It's in the contract. What's happened? The thing though for MOUZ is the Ember pick for me is different than, let's say, the Heroic pick, because like you already see Shadow Demon, you know what type of map play he has. So picking the Ember, if there is a lane counter, depending on the double support of MOUZ, like you can already start playing into the rotation advantage of your support to support matchup. Like there's ways to deal with the counters that Quinn's mentioning, just because of a single Shadow Demon tell.
No, I also think like the thing is, Ember is good against the other spirits. It's good against Storm, Void Spirit, and Earth Spirit, which means that if you first pick Ember, now all 3 of the other spirits are already bad against that hero. So you're looking at other heroes, and we already know what happens when they play other heroes.
Is it bad, or is there some essence of a skill matchup if he were to still get his hands on the Storm?
Storm is the most even of the matchups. Earth Spirit and Void Spirit are just straight terrible against Ember. Storm is not good against Ember, but it is playable.
I mean, what would you think if he looks for like other heroes? Obviously, you know, he's had the most success on like spirits, but are there other heroes that are more similar, but they do well against Ember, like in the mid lane? Like how is Slardar nowadays against Ember?
It's chill. I think Slardar's not a bad option. I think yeah, I agree. I think this middle ground that is good or even against Ember in lane and is not so difficult to execute in the game, like the Dragon Knight Slardar's, this genre of hero, compared to the Monkey King, which is like the full committal execution, but also very good in lane. I think that's too much. I think GamerLegion cannot execute that, so they want something more middle ground than that with the Storm.
I knew there was still going to be that respect towards it. I was like, Storm out of anyone, I feel you can question mark. Maybe not so much the Void or the Earth.
With Na'Vi doing so well, and us showing Grimstroke earlier, do you think any team's going to like start trying to add it to the mix? Again, Yamich normally the Tusk, the Pudges and whatnot, but I'm seeing Grimstroke in this. I am expecting that potential Grimstroke to come in.
So you have full belief, T, that Grim is in a spot where he can be up there in like the top 4 to 5 supports, and it isn't so much you're picking it for a counter pick.
If you have like at least one hero to feel like that you can play on, then I would argue yes. Like with the Brewmasters in the offlane, the Tide, the Centaurs, they kind of just need someone with them. Grimstroke can do that, and then you transition into the game. But with the Jakiro being the 5 position, again, I'm talking about 4 position Grimstroke. Really just playing in the 5 position Na'Vi. Either way, I just think the hero should be picked more.
I mean, I definitely think that it can be picked. To me, it's a bit of the hero that you remind the people that already play it that the hero is good. You're not gonna make people who aren't already playing it play it, because you do need a while to like pick it up, and there's a certain feel to the hero for sure.
Hasn't there been that change? Is it a facet choice where he's like the stroke curves and it's different
You
now.
just take inks to get every
There's
time.
this
Yeah,
double
You wanna
curvy
but
one.
that is a different facet, and it's like don't take it, right?
Yeah, don't take that.
No, I mean the curving your Q is built in now. You don't need to take a facet for it anymore.
So it used to be a facet, and now it's built
Exactly, it's built in.
okay.
You
The
have
other facet is you get 2 strokes.
It's like some double trouble.
You get the
weird.
double
Yeah.
stroke in the fight, yeah.
Yeah. As you can tell, not really a Grimstroke player.
Yeah. 1 stroke's enough.
What about Warlock?
I mean, I think it's a classic speed hero.
No, I meant how many strokes does he need?
Oh, I mean, I don't mess with Warlock in that way.
Needs about 4 to 5, right, for the Grimoire, and then you pop
That's
that
true,
at
he needs a
7,
couple strokes,
and then
yeah.
you get the Golem alive and
You get the Golem
and
off, it
popping.
makes
Yeah,
sense, yeah.
exactly.
It's good to know, guys.
Yeah, you're
Just
mid lane. You don't
updating
understand.
Yeah,
the peril
mid laner
of
doesn't
support,
need to
yeah.
know any
No,
of
I
that.
don't know how many times Warlock strokes. Sorry.
It's a nice stable pos 5. One of your favorites, right, T?
Yeah, no, it helped me get to 13k. Bless up, love the Warlock, much love. But
Weird flex.
Yeah, why not?
Am I right, Kezu?
Am I right?
Yeah, what, I mean,
Am I right, chat?
sorry. Sorry for being proud about myself.
You should be.
No, that's good. You should be proud of yourself.
Pipe down.
Yeah, proud, not sorry. I realized how wrong that
No,
came
be
off.
proud.
No, but that aside, Warlock, of course, is a very just generic 5. It deals with chip damage really nicely with the heal. We are seeing some Warlocks look to maybe even take upheaval in certain games, but that aside, you are just maxing your heal. When Ember Jakiro are kind of poking you early on, put Warlock there, you're not going to care anymore, you can pretty much deal with it. But for GamerLegion, you now have 2 supports that don't really play into the map. They need that first Wisdom Shrine. The Warlock needs that Grimoire charge, because at 7 minute, if you don't get Wisdom Shrine, if you don't have Grimoire charges, SD Warlock are basically just watching the game develop. They don't get to dictate anything. They are very lane-focused supports.
What is the skill build for Warlock and lane so you don't end up like griefing your carry by fatal bonzing the whole wave by accident?
I mean, if the lane's very
Asking
difficult,
for a friend.
If the lane's difficult, then you go bonds and shove it. If it's an easy lane, then you just max the hill and just put it on your carry.
Taking notes for my friend. That's all.
Yeah,
my friend.
Don't worry.
I mean, T talked about the prep that GamerLegion have coming into this, and I think it shows not just in like the first phase bans, but also like now. I like the Centaur ban a lot. Like if I was MOUZ, I would have loved this hero here against like this double support, but that's taken out. I will say that MOUZ, I like this Wind Ranger because it could flex. I mean, they're not showing us yet if it's like a support or the carry. I mean, Yamage traditionally plays like the melee guys, but you know, having the follow-up damage into the Ember, you're pretty chill. For now, the only thing that's annoying you is the Purge.
Yeah, I think it's not like these next picks will determine a lot about who's favored here. I think right now it's somewhat ambiguous. I do think the Shadow Fiend versus Ember is always an interesting matchup to look at, because while Shadow Fiend is very good in the early game, Shadow Fiend is a much higher execution hero than Ember. So Ember's a lot easier, but it is bad in theory against Shadow Fiend. So if the Shadow Fiend is locked in, then he's got a great game to look at. I guess with this, it's probably Wind Ranger carry, Tiny 4, and then last pick off lane. So Shadow Fiend, you'd have to watch out a little bit for these supports. They're pretty good at ganking mid, so it's one of those games where you win the lane against Ember, but then you need to play a more chill game and farm up items. Like, you're not gonna snowball the game like crazy, and I think for RCY, it's important he understands that and doesn't try to win too quickly. You win the lane, you build an advantage.
Oh yeah, we got mid one on this
hell
screen.
happened?
Like
Production absolutely ganked me.
So one of you guys are unreal loud.
I was like, what the hell happened?
Yeah, that definitely got to me. Holy goddamn.
There's like some guy watching on his like 7th monitor and he just shit himself.
Some guy who was sleeping woke up to
he's
the
awake.
sleeping noises.
It was so loud it woke up mid one as well. He's snoring.
Oh, damn.
That's how Kezu sounds when he's asleep.
When I'm really asleep, yeah.
Why'd you?
He's in the room next door.
Ah, of course. Yeah. Underlord pick. Oh, damn.
Giga hero.
The hero of Slam. To quote Quinn, was it easiest hero to play? You just have to AFK farms 2 side camps. You buy every item you want.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
I did.
He did say that.
Hero's
Yeah, we
Giga
were talking about Underlord
Yeah.
off stream.
It's giga easy
Oh,
and
then it
giga
doesn't
good.
count.
You just go farm, and then you rift in, you're there. You're in every fight,
Rift it up.
rift it up, and you buy the 2 best items in the game, Crimson Pipe, and you're a pretty good laner.
I mean, it is super good in this game. Like, a lot of these heroes are on like the lower damage side, or they need time to like build it up. Same with Wind Ranger. Like, until you have like 2-3 items or these auras have faded, you're not really dealing too much damage. I will say that the GamerLegion draft, how it is right now, it's good, but it doesn't play itself that easily. Like SF with these 2 supports, you have a gate, like they're not really setting up each other.
But the counterpoint to that is, if they play calm and they're not trying to make moves, if they're not wasting smokes, you are always inviting MOUZ to take a fight into the Golem or a Disrupt Save, a Requiem from the tree line, the Fiend's Gate with the double aura that Quinn mentioned. Like, GamerLegion, it's not an aggressive lineup, it's a really hyper defensive shove wave exists. Once you get your items, that's when you'll start exploring the map and doing more things. And of course, I think there's an emphasis on RCY's pick. If it is to be a carry Shadow Fiend, he will be the playmaker to at least create some moments in the early game. But I am just looking at a really scary kind of like defensively objective lineup from them.
I mean, I think it's also okay for them to take like something that more simplifies things. Like they can pick a Slardar here, like as I mentioned earlier, and put Shadow Fiend carry. But I think in general they want a melee hero here. They want something that's somewhat starty, because you do have two backline supports. Underlord is not at the start of any fight, right? He riffs in after it started, and you've got a Shadow Fiend. So you need something that glues it together. And if you get that, then I think GamerLegion has a very nice lineup that if you just farm and you vibe it out, then I think you're better against MOUZ.CET's heroes. Like, I think you would rather play GamerLegion's lineup.
I would like Sven for them. Like, if you do want to put the SF mid, I think the only thing you don't like about this hero in this game is Windranger, but like, your SD support can cover this matchup.
Yeah, it's chill.
Because you can always purge. Ooh, Mr. Kez.
I didn't know Yamsen played that. Interesting. It is great with Warlock. That lane is super, like, I don't know. There's nothing beats this lane. Literally nothing. So MOUZ is wave pulling. They picked Timbersaw, I guess.
Are you guys not...
It's hard Timber game also, I feel like.
Are these like the Ursa and Slark band to protect the Kez then? Or is this just a different read on what MOUZ is doing?
I mean, it's two heroes to protect one Underlord, because
okay.
him in lane is kind of a static blob. SD as well is kind of awkward. And then you could argue they both have a Dispel against Kez. Any Dispel makes them, so maybe it's a double-pronged ban, but
what did they think about the roles then?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is it like you really focus so much on protection that...
It's tiny off.
Somehow they were right. Okay, this must be a scrim thing.
That's
This had to have been a scrim read that they played tiny offlane, because nobody really plays this. If I'm being honest, I also think it's very bad. It sounds terrible against Kez Warlock in lane. You're committing to playing the lane against an incredibly powerful lane. Tiny is 0 armor against Kez, who's going to hit the crap out of you. You've got Underlord in the game, who's like one of the best heroes in the game against core Tiny. To me, I don't think this is good enough Morita game to justify this. I think GamerLegion mega outdrafted them.
MOUZ is all about skirmish and fight and pacing, and for GamerLegion, it's like, I love their draft if they just remain calm. If they get to play on their timings, they have all the tools. And you asked about, Yamsen, is he a Kez player? He only has 2 competitive games under his belt, 1 for 1. He played both of them in a Dream League. He beat Heroic, where he went 14-3-16, and then he lost to Liquid going 4-2-8. So again, 2 games, not the biggest Kez player, but there is something there.
Yeah, I will say, while to me this does look like a really good Underlord game, and kind of the same with Kez, I can see MOUZ's idea of thinking that Windranger can't really carry this game, so you take the L to like swap it around. I can see Morita like do pretty well. At least I think the carry to carry matchup is kind of chill. I think some of the other stuff is a bit more the problem. But what you can abuse from GamerLegion, I think they're like minute 2 to 10 is like really like sluggish, like how the heroes move around the map. Sure, your Ember doesn't do well mid, but what if you bring 1 or 2 heroes there? Like Warlock can pop over and like pop a heal, or you have SD who goes with a disruption. But I don't think these heroes enjoy that much. So I could see MOUZ like abuse the early phase of the game quite well.
And offlane Tiny, are we thinking like just normal Blink Dagger, like Phylactery, just trying to keep playing on Crash Landing? Is there any other build that you've seen? Because like for me, my offlane Tinies, I only see Phylactery, Blink, and everything else is kind of you probably lost the game by then.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't think this hero builds auras. Like, you are throwing your game in the toilet, straight.
Yeah, so then it's just Octarine, Yules, kind of like playing from mid lane build, but from the offlane.
I guess so. I've not seen offlane Tiny in eternity.
Yeah, I think it's something along those lines. There's no way you can buy auras. It sounds absurd. So I think you're playing selfish Blinky Boy, and I agree. I think if GamerLegion, they're able to play at like a more chill pace, then they're vibing. But the onus is definitely on MOUZ to speed things up.
Well, at GamerLegion, they're coming in as the highest seed and potentially even favorites, especially after seeing this draft pan out the way it is. It's a best of 3, so there's still plenty of movement for what could happen, but one of them is facing elimination at the end of the day. So let's start it off with game number 1.
That's right, enough with the best of ones. Let's eliminate another team here. The last chance playoff here at Blast Slam 6. GamerLegion are coming in here. Rare to say this, but they're coming into it the favorites, Avery.
Some would say that. Some would not believe it.
You don't believe they're the favorites, despite their record.
I said some. I said some.
Okay. All right.
You know, I'm looking at this European panel that doesn't believe in our NA boys. I'm NA through and through, baby. I'm back in GamerLegion. I don't care. Biased cast, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'll say this. Everybody always complains that there's not enough region integrity. You know, what, like all these other regions outside of Europe, they just can't compete. Europe dominates the game. All the best teams are Europe. Then you got an NA team making some waves, and everyone's like, "Oh, they suck. They should just bow out. Why are you even rooting for NA?" You know, you can't have it both ways, Austin. Can't have it both ways.
Well, it's not. They want the region integrity. They just don't want NA to be good.
Oh, well, that's fair, yeah.
Yeah, you're just backing the wrong region. That's all.
All right, well, what can you do? I will say, I do think they have looked better in this event. I think MOUZ has been very shaky, but I do think MOUZ, they won a LAN recently. They're a very experienced team. If they can get back into shape, they can be a big threat to any of these teams. So I'm not sure GamerLegion's that favored on paper here.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those situations where MOUZ in their current form are seemingly not better, but if they get into form, they seem to have a much higher ceiling. So,
for sure. I'll also say with regards to this draft, I kind of agree that the scale and like ease of execution for GamerLegion seems nice here. I think if all their heroes are mega farmed, it's pretty hard to lose this game. Like Underlord will just make the fights damn near impossible, and offlane Tiny is a big question mark. But I do think MOUZ have a lot more connectability and like lower cooldowns, ways to just set up easy kills. This Ember should have a fairly free game around the map. I mean, he's not playing into any real stuns. Like there's Pit, there's Demonic Purge, and Golem. It's kind of it. Maybe get Kez silence or something, but
sure.
There's nothing really to stop mid one just like getting power runes running around the map. Unless RCY just absolutely dunks on him in this one-on-one, which is theoretically possible for the SF. But again, you know, what are the chances of him annihilating mid one so hard he can't even play the game? I feel like that's pretty low. So I kind of have some faith this Ember might just pop off, and I don't think this offlane Tiny will get abused that much.
What do you make of offlane Tiny to begin with? Like, why do you think? Because the panel seemed a little befuddled. They weren't sure why exactly MOUZ opted to do this.
We're trying to like hold this flex in the draft and get some later like gotcha pick. I don't think Morta does that, though I do think Morta can go pretty hard here. I think offlane Tiny, some players are huge on this. It's a 100 or 0 thing. Like I remember there was a period where Nigma were playing this offlane Tiny a lot. They're really big on it, but you have to have faith in the concept. Damage goes down to the tick damage. Holy moly, that did a lot.
And Boomo took a lot of damage there as well. So offlane not going great for MOUZ, as is again kind of expected with a hero that has no armor against two heroes that are going to do a lot of right clicking. I mean, you have the Kazurite Katana very early on, some extra physical damage, but also Warlock is just good at just hitting people over and over again.
I don't really like how Yamich played this lane. He kind of traded with the Warlock in a one-on-one, but he didn't pull the wave. He didn't block the camp ultimately. Like, Speed got a stacked small camp here as a Warlock. That is the dream. And then he ended up dying. So I don't know what Yamich really accomplished here in the first 2 minutes. Not much. And I think you can definitely just pull or block or do something here. The lane would have been better.
Well, you want to know why he got into that situation. Because Yamich is playing a range 4 position. He's used to just playing melee goobers and, you know, running around and pulling waves and stuff. He's not used to just, you know, honest, straight up, ranged on range battle.
Well, I'll tell you, the way he's playing this lane, he's acting as if he's a melee hero. I'll tell you that much. He's been getting double bonds and he did block camps, so.
Gonna get very low here, see if they can get the kill on Celery before Fade goes down. It's gonna be a close call, but it is Fade that falls first. Now Big Num, an opportunity. Nope, he misses that Shadow Poison. That kind of ruins everything as Chrysalis would kill him. Push comes to shove, so back away. Pop the healing salve on both sides.
Not a bad trade for MOUZ. Have to get some more resources in this lane, but shutting down this Underlord a little bit is going to be nice, as the other two lanes are not going too well for you right now. The Ember is getting beat mid. RCY bring in the heat. 10 denies. Not a bad start for him.
Yeah, mid-one's every single time I look over here, mid-one's struggling when it comes to just CS that he should get, you know.
It's a tough lane. Thing is, when you first pick Ember, your lane's gonna be tough no matter what.
Sure.
Just the degree to which it's gonna be tough. You know, it's like Quinn put it, are you gonna get ultra counterpicked with some Necro, or are you gonna get pseudo counterpicked? But it's gonna be a counterpick. I mean, this hero has an insane amount of matchups that beat him in lane. So it's just what can you do in the game? Except you're gonna lose it, make some plays elsewhere, maybe get some stacks up. There are stacks being built in this Radiant Triangle right now. Someone will go in there and clear it. Have a nice day, but as Tiny continues to suffer the most out of anybody. Yamich not really helping his boy out.
Who's going to take the stacks, man? Both the off lane and mid lane need it. And neither one of them is capable of doing it.
Dead?
Solo, anyway. He has stick charges. He's
30
should be fine.
Yeah. That was very close. Maybe you just go gank mid here if you're MOUZ, honestly. Again, just play through the Ember Spirit. He's the hero that can set up the most for your supports here in the early game. And you have some nice combo with the slight chains into power shot, macro later on, even some of the early Jakiro spells. You can outreach GamerLegion in some of the early portion here.
This is a disgusting CS lead that GamerLegion has built up at this point. And here comes the Tiny, per your suggestion. MOUZ going to go for perhaps one of the earliest 5-mans I've ever seen from them. That's saying something. Illusion Rune going to be grabbed by RCY. Great pickup. And they feel like they can't actually challenge him as a result of that. They will get the toss back on speed. And that will be the kill. They net out of that. Requiem's going to go out. Yamich got off the win run, but will not be able to outrun the Shadow Rays that ultimately kills him. A trade-off 1-for-1, considering the numbers that MOUZ brought to the mid lane. That can't feel good.
Not at all. Especially when there are two side laners for GamerLegion getting total free farm and XP here. And again, I think their lineup skills better, so they're pretty comfortable in this kind of position. The moves to make here are all on MOUZ in this early game. Very defensive lineup from GamerLegion too. They have a lot of turnaround potential. You know, both their supports are some soft/hard save with heal, golem plus disruption bailout. They have the Underlord who can gate in to turn something around. It's very hard to go and dive this lineup aggressively, which does beg the question if you're MOUZ and the onus is on you to get aggressive, but you're playing into a lineup that can react really well. You really do not want to fall behind, because then there's just not going to be any available moves on the map. And your stacks are getting stolen.
Nasty. Nasty, nasty stuff.
Yeah, it's looking rough.
He's just playing a 1v2 and kicking boom out of lane. I'm struggling to find anything good going here for MOUZ. Maybe it's the fact that Crystallis is untouched in farm.
Yeah, the Martha's doing great. RDS Javelin up, getting some solo XP of her own. So that's the silver lining here. They got their Wisdom Shrine too, so, you know.
I guess. 8-minute power rune. RCY is going to give this up. Again, too many rotations. Actually spawns bottom where Bignum was in place. Now he's going to get punished for it, as the Remnant was sitting on top of that rune, but not killed. Takes a lot of damage. They couldn't quite finish the job.
As long as you're taking these runes away from the Ember, that's kind of the biggest deal here. Because the SF will just keep farming the wave. The Ember doesn't get the power when he can't make some move. Has to go to base, in fact, so mid one losing more time in this early game. As this SF is just farming up, and it's a mechanism Shadow Fiend going the Greaves build, but man, it's been some time since I've seen Mech SF.
Calls up in the air, speed, gets caught, pinched in the river.
Who knew that 8 years ago, Fado was just ahead of the meta?
It really was. Why are we seeing this return to core mech? Particularly
because Greaves is, it's all about Greaves. Greaves is cheaper. It's a better build-up for the individual hero. It's like it's a very cheap, efficient dispel plus regen item. So you're getting a farming tool plus some sustain on the map plus a built-in dispel. I'm honestly still not a big fan of it and how it plays out, but I'm not going to argue that it isn't an efficient item to get.
Nice path. RCY. Disruption dodges the power shot. Certainly helps quite a bit. Combined with the mech. There's no way the MOUZ can really kill him, right? They try again.
No, he's chilling.
And still hasn't popped the mech or the 18 magic wand charges. MOUZ just trying really hard to pressure mid, and GamerLegion just seem entirely unfazed by it. They say, okay, you can keep trying. If you push too hard, we're gonna punish you, but otherwise, hang out. Enjoy yourself in the mid lane.
Remember, they still have Gate to join this. They have Golem available. You do not want to get too aggressive here as MOUZ. It's not going to end well.
Trying to jump after RCY. Here comes that Gate. Ice Path out. RCY still has 20 magic wand charges. He's totally fine. Yamson TP'd in. Okay, GamerLegion, maybe they weren't as laid back as I posed them to be. That was a heavy rotation from them at the first sign of aggression from MOUZ. We weren't able to catch anything, though, and that is part of the problem with their lineup.
Got to bait that a little bit more there. It's very close to being successful bait for them, but MOUZ played it pretty well. Poking, not overextending. Gets something out of GamerLegion here while the Tiny recovers some of that farm on top lane.
I mean, with Fade going 2-0-4, which, you know, is the right build. He needs to farm and everything, but he needs more levels to have Pit. Without Pit, you know, they're already lacking in disables.
Another sneaky
jump after RCY again. Boom. Goes for the toss back. Disruption. Stops the toss back. Boom. He's going to cover it with an avalanche here. Do what damage they can, but Fade now comes in. Level 1 Pit. Holding it. Boom. Long enough for the raise to hit double.
I just feel this is the style of game it's going to be. MOUZ continuously trying to make aggressive moves with their early skirmish lineup into a draft that welcomes the aggressive gameplay. Please go on my heroes under towers. We will gladly counteract that play every day of the week. And otherwise, we're just going to keep stacking and out farming you. There's a lot of pressure on MOUZ in this game.
Do you think it would be maybe more effective if MOUZ was just a little bit more coy about it? I mean, they're just heavily telegraphing, we're going mid. We're going to go on you mid, right? Like, should they try and attack the Kez lane instead of the SF lane? Do something different?
So generally, in these types of games where you play against a very defensive lineup and you feel like you don't have available moves because they have the reaction possibility, you're supposed to force something, get the reaction out of them, and then make the play elsewhere.
Okay.
Like, the first play is not supposed to be the successful one. You know, the first play is you poke them, you get like that golem drop mid or gate mid, you get some spells on cooldown, and then you go attack somewhere else. Right. And then they cannot respond. Or you get TPs out of them. Like, you play the first go to get TP resources so they can't react to the actual go on the other lane. But you can't just play this game where you try and make a move and you commit and they counter it, and then you chill for a minute and then you make another move and they counter it, and you get stuck in that cycle. Here is GamerLegion taking the smoke to MOUZ.
Big silence, hitting multiple heroes with the Requiem in from behind, completely routing MOUZ. They will get out with the Ember Spirit. He is the only survivor of that engagement.
I think MOUZ are lost in this game. Like, they're not playing the tempo properly. They're not taking advantage of the force reaction. Speed's just gonna drop Golem to hit this tower. Can't blame him. Like, you're feeling very comfortable in this one. And now you just go top, you just start hitting a tower. Like, that is not the kind of play you can make against this lineup. So until Crystallis is ready to join the fray, you have to be very disciplined in this early game.
The tower gets taken by the Golem.
Did its job, man.
Boom is trying to get the bounty on that Golem. Avalanche up 2 seconds. Is it going to be enough damage? The heal has gone off. 2 more hits.
You can't kill it, man.
They can't kill the Golem. Midwat's like, what are you doing, man? Just kill the Warlock.
Can't kill the Warlock.
That is a free kill. So, all right, they got the Golem in the end. The 3-man gank onto the Golem. It works out for MOUZ.
Yeah, but mid one took it, so Boom got nothing out of that entire waste of time for him. Feels bad. Well, Kez has Battle Fury. Pretty nice timing here.
14-minute Battle Fury treads is good timing. RCY next up is going to be the Kaya, and Fade's actually going to go for the pipe. I think it's a pretty good Ags game considering the whole lack of control.
I think you'll get it at some point.
Yeah,
but you gotta get pipe Crimson in this kind of game. It's too damn good. Lotus Orb is also pretty good. Glimmer Capes on their supports will also be pretty high value. I mean, all this utility is amazing for their lineup. Smoke up mid one. I mean, he has no vessel charges, man. He needs something to go his way to start building some tempo here, or he's just gonna fall behind.
And if this play doesn't work, I don't know how many more smokes they have left. Like, they have none in their inventories right now.
They used a lot. They used a lot early, trying to wrap on the SF mid. Those ganks were unsuccessful. But they'll start bringing Crystallis into these plays, and he's still mega farm. Mjolnir already done. He's level 12. He does a crap ton of damage if he gets a free fight.
Demonic Purge, good shackle shot. Lands onto RCY in the back lines. Mid one has to jump down to low ground here. Pit comes in, catches Boom with the golem being dropped on top of it. Now they are being funneled into this silence area. Not easy for GamerLegion to keep chasing.
GamerLegion will need some more catch at some point in this game. We're seeing the weakness with their lineup, which is, again, MOUZ can poke them and force a reaction, but they're kind of having trouble latching onto heroes.
And mid one might be able to take good advantage of that. They got a lot of spells out of GamerLegion just now, and now he's got a haste rune.
So now's the moment you can make the actual move. You know, that was the fake move. Now you make the real move.
Okay. Celery bought another smoke. I have to imagine they are out of smokes.
Yeah, that's their last, for sure.
This is the move that has to work.
Do they have wards to plant? They have one.
Boom is going to walk right into Fade due to that Observer ward. Got off the pipe, though. It's going to take a little while to kill him, especially with Yamson coming in. Trying to disrupt things as much as possible. Fade's not going to go down, man. He gives him the heal. Then, yeah, they just try to focus fire, and Fade's just going to run him down. Oh, man. MOUZ is screwed in this one. The only way they win this is Crystal is kind of 1v5s it. Demonic Purge, Boom, stuck in the pit. Mid one still hanging around, hoping that Boom will survive, and he does.
Too much defensive capability, man. Yeah, they just got to farm, I think. I think you missed your window to get any momentum going off of this Ember early game. Just have to chill and believe in this last pick. Martha is a trump card, because that's kind of the point of that pick, I think.
And now you said GamerLegion are going to be happy with their scale, which kind of implies MOUZ is unhappy with the scaling of the game. What do you do in a situation like this where you realize you're going to have to just play the game slower and let it go longer? It had to take some time to farm because the current game set is just not working out for you. What do you do? You gaslight your allies and tell them, no, don't worry, guys. We're actually really strong late.
I'll tell you, that is what a lot of people do, yeah. That's the old Seb quote, right? Like, we're going to win late game because we're just better late game.
Yeah.
Like, that's only true if you actually play better, you know? That quote is only a historic quote because they ended up playing better in that late game. But if they lose that game, that quote is stupid as hell. It doesn't mean anything, you know? Anybody can be better in late game. But yeah, if you're the better team, sure. That is one way you can always win late game. I also think just changing your mentality. Like, Boom is thinking about Lotus Orb here or something, but honestly, at this point, it might be correct for him to just go Midas or something.
The old Midas.
Start trying on
Big Gnome. A support should be an easy grab. Not so easy. Between the pipe and the heals and the glimmer capes and disruptions, it's Celery to die. Not Big Gnome.
This is why I suggest the Midas, because I think every move you make at this point is just going to build the lead for GamerLegion. Like, you're playing into their hands, so you need another game plan. It's either rat, split push out efficiency them, or scale into that late game and outplay them. And I think if you have an off-lane Tiny going utility, you are not going to win the late game. I mean, you can go like some ultimate Octarine, Eul's, you know, double toss charge with really low cooldown avalanche type utility build that is annoying late game. But I think at some point Muerta just dies in the fight.
I also just don't think it's MOUZ's identity as a team, right?
It's not.
Like they've had games that have gone late, and they can win those. They more often lose them, but they can win those 45, 50-minute games. But frankly, they're a team that likes to close things out in under 35. And they're still playing like that could be the case. Celery caught in the mid lane as they're pressuring that mid tier 2 tower. Shackle shot holds him back. And the rest of the team is too slow to get here. After all, they were busy taking Tormentor. Got a shard for speed.
It's just such a good Underlord game. And this hero's been dominating.
Yeah.
I wonder what is his win rate in this event? I can check it real quick. He's 75% win rate. He's 9-3.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this hero, I feel like this hero's been performing well for the last month across like the BC patch period. And I think now he's just a incredibly strong hero in the meta. We just don't see him as much as maybe we should because there's some pretty good anti-Underlord heroes.
True to his name, has just enough speed to get there to the Wisdom Shrine to stop it from being taken by Yamich.
Got him. It's pretty farmed, by the way. It's like almost ahead of this Tiny. The Golem farming's doing its work and already has that Glimmer Cape I mentioned. Very good Glimmer Cape game. Just stops so much of that magical damage coming out from MOUZ. They are very magic focused because Muerta is, you know, a magical carry in essence. Time for GamerLegion to get aggressive, perhaps? They are missing the SF Blink that they're very close to. So they do not have the best initiation tools here.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that they're making this play without the Blink Dagger. Because I feel like there's no rush to make any plays right now. They already took Tormentor. It's not like Roche is really going to be a play that needs to be made right now. But they get the kill anyway, get the Blink Dagger.
Celery probably asking, why me, man?
Yeah.
Just some Jakiro farming a wave for Solar Crest. Brothers, please. It's Ags done on the Underlord. Blink done on the SF. Straight into the Roshan pit. This Aegis goes to RCY. He's going to be an absolute monster. Could give it to Yamson too, of course. But I'd kind of like it on the SF here.
And it feels like if MOUZ are going to win a fight, it's off of killing the Shadow Fiend early. But it goes to Yamson. Yamson, who is currently working on a BKB after his Battle Fury and Manta. Still not as farmed as Chrysalis, though. Mjolnir, Shadowblade, Dragonlance. It's just unfortunate that he hasn't really managed to use this farm for almost anything. He's got 1 assist, 0, 0, and 1.
I don't think he's basically done any hero damage this game, so it's just all been jungling. It is very high level, though, because of it. He started clearing Ancients pretty early, had a lot of soul XP. Level 18, level 3 Pierce the Veil already online. I mean, he's a beast. If he gets Silver Edge and joins the fight, I do think there's always a chance you can win a fight in this game as MOUZ just off of the Muerta burst damage, if he can connect it. That's the big question with this hero always. It's like, can you connect the damage? It's tough sometimes. Expect GamerLegion to start getting a bit more aggressive. They can let the Kez play alone and push waves. They have their Blink SF, so you have some playmaking now in this lineup, and you have that Ags pit to connect. If you find anybody on the map, you just Fiend's Gate, drop the pin on him, blink in with the SF. Should be a good go. Are MOUZ really going to go on this guy again? There's no way.
Underlord is not to be touched on. Underlord spots Boom. Lotus Orb instantly getting rid of the pit and allowing the Tiny to blink away. Yeah, be sure to take that gate back.
Well, this is the game that GamerLegion wanted. Slow, methodical, defensive, in their control, scaling up.
All right, Chrysalis. First time he's really getting involved. He's tried before, but MOUZ just really haven't found the openings. Here, though, quick execution onto Bignum. As this team, this mid tower seems to be a focal point for MOUZ. I mean, Ember Spirit took the mid-tier 1 tower pretty early. We've seen the Jakiro just hanging out in this area, chipping away at that mid-tier 2 quite a bit.
It's a good point of attack. Their wards have been around this area a lot. It's unlikely that GamerLegion are sitting heroes behind whoever's pushing out mid. Line up mid one.
Silence into Requiem. What a little combo play there from Yamsen and RCY. Meanwhile, mid lane, Fade. Pipe, Glimmer Cape helping him survive a little bit longer. Chrysalis almost dies. In fact, if the golem is still gonna hit him, he's gonna die to the golem.
Oh my. Yeah, it's not worth it, man.
No,
took
not
so much
at
damage. Just from the blade mail and the chipped vest reflection, dude. Just killing himself with all the extra hits going in.
I mean, great choice by Fade. Third item blade mail.
Yeah, I mean, not an item I think this Morta wants to itemize for at this point in the game. That's just always going to be a tough target to go on. It's going to take forever. It's going to cause you a lot of pain. And there's always going to be backup.
Yamsen? It doesn't really matter if they kill him here. I mean, he has the second life, though.
Can BKB TP, I guess.
BKB TP out is going to be the play. So will be a wasted BKB. So that is nice.
I don't think they were going to get to do much with it anyway. That's like an okay outcome for him. He got a lot of attention. That is farm for the SF. BKB done for RCY now. Big items are rolling in.
With an arcane rune in the bottle. Time to make a play. Well, if you're Chrysalis, I wonder how you're looking at this game now, because you're the only person who can actually kill the Underlord, and you just killed yourself trying to kill him. And that's not even to mention the other cores who both have BKB, so...
If you get BKB, you will be a beast. That's going to be the biggest time for Crystallis. You can ignore a lot of the reflection. You can get in the middle of the fight and sustain some of the random magic damage. But if he gets Jump Requiem'd or Demonic Purged during that and just kind of kite it around, yeah, he's going to be in massive trouble.
Oh, Chrysalis, his invisibility is going to wear off. RCY is going to spot him with an arcane invis. He did see him, right?
I think it was just out of range. He's looking for someone who's just going to run up this top way, but he left just as...
just as Yamage went for it. Oh, man. Okay, so now he's going to try mid. No, he's going to hang around his high ground ward here.
Is he really not going to jump him? Oh, man.
I'm quite surprised. Yeah.
But they're missing the Fiendscape for 10 seconds, which is why I think they're a little hesitant here. But that was two supports running uphill blind into your ward. That was... You got to defend that, you know.
Yeah, I feel like that was, like, upside. You get 2 support kills. Like, what's the worst that can happen? You get those 2 support kills, the 3 cores of MOUZ attack you, you pop BKB. Like, I'm pretty sure when they pop BKB, they're untouchable.
They should be. Only the Morta can really punch through it. And Morta's not great against BKB.
Got the SF at the start. Combo into Ice Path, half HP, but disruption going off. Now he's got a BKB, Requiem, and he's still got the Greaves, in fact. No, he's not popping the Requiem right away. He actually backs out a little bit. Fatal Bond's doing some work here as it looks like he got a Lotus Orb bounce back. So all of GamerLegion are actually Fatal Bonded up. Requiem from behind, catching Chrysalis, pushing him back into the rest of the team. He pops his ultimate. Nice Hurricane Pike, but sadly, the Blade Mail is still an issue.
I don't know how MOUZ will win these fights. Like, there's just too much gunk.
Right.
For their heroes.
It's legitimately impossible.
This Underlord just destroys their lineup. Like, they don't have any answer for Fade in this game. There's a reason this hero has a 75% win rate right now. You get him in these later picks in the draft where he's against a bunch of melee blob heroes. There's not really overwhelming chunk damage, and like he just exists, and he is one of the ultimate I exist, I win heroes. So very tough game for MOUZ so far. And every time this Morta dies, it's like the light at the end of that tunnel grows smaller, you know?
Yeah, just another nail in the coffin. A Gleipnir soon for Fade. So he's going to have those massive pits. And I don't see anything coming out of MOUZ, item-wise, that changes the game at all, right? Boom, gets BKB. It doesn't solve their damage problem, right? Like, he survives longer, great, happy for you. But you aren't killing anybody. GamerLegion are seemingly untouchable, and then BKB isn't going to fix that. Aghanim Scepter and the Ember Spirit, it's a long ways away. Doesn't add that much more damage.
It's got to be 6-slotted Morta. I mean, that's your ticket here.
Pretty much it.
Like BKB Daedalus Refresher for Crystallis here to cap it out or something, and just get in there with double BKB Pierce the Veil and just shred some people with the 25 talent as well. I mean, Gunslinger is a powerful passive. Like, we should not underrate it, but this is going to be a tough one for him to carry.
Especially if he can get to 25, which he's not that far away, considering they're on the losing side of things. Down 16k. He is level 22.
There's a butterfly already out for Yamsen, so his ability to burst these heroes down continues to get more difficult. Yamich, I think you're done here, son.
Spotted in the corner.
This is potential Roche spawn. So nice timing to make that move as GamerLegion. They don't get the fast spawn, but that's life. Not always instantly rewarded. I think this Roche is theirs to take anyway.
Yeah.
No BKB on Morta, like no chance to contest this.
Just hang around the pit until it spawns. Maybe MOUZ get a little bit of efficiency of playing the map, but you're so far ahead, it's not really going to make a difference. Really, the biggest question for GamerLegion is how successful will they be once they're the ones who have to truly be on the offensive, right? Mostly they've been reacting to MOUZ and just getting stronger and stronger with this Aegis. You start getting into the territory of hitting high ground, and we'll see if that changes how some of these fights go. Perhaps, I mean, it has to make the fights easier for the Muerta at least.
Get the tossbacks. We've seen the tiny high ground defense be a pretty big nuisance this event.
Yep.
You also have Wind Ranger Shard. Gale Force can be annoying on the high ground, so
that is true. Tossback into Ice Path combined with Gale Force, it does sound like a really nasty high ground to break. So maybe MOUZ will find their comeback through that.
Always possible. They say no, screw that plan. We have BKB Morta. Time to go fight, guys.
It's a terrible
Never
idea.
gone wrong before.
Smoke down mid.
Hey, look, it's Underlord. We can
toss back the Underlord. Fade does not get off the Blade Mail. He gets off a disruption, though, for Big Num. Big Num trying to make a run for it. Gale Force pushing in. The Shadow Demon does end up going down. Requiem hits and almost kills Chrysalis. He gets off his BKB and his ultimate. Delivers some damage, trying to finish off at least the Aegis. Gets that much. Also going for speed, not quite. Stuck in the pit with no way out. RCY and Yamsen will finish him off. And GamerLegion, they lost hardly nothing for that. I thought Fade was going to die. The way that started, half his HP gone in an instant. But I guess he survived.
Very clutch disruption. Big Gnome absolutely salvaged that entire thing. If there's no disruption on the Underlord there, that is a very good jump from MOUZ. But because that gets stalled out, it is a terrible jump from MOUZ, because this is not the hero you want to go on and let live by putting all of your burst onto him. I don't know. It's like, is that the fight? Is that the way you're supposed to take it? I don't know.
Yeah, but if they won that fight, they could have taken mid-tier too. Which MOUZ seemed really interested. I feel like sometimes when I'm watching MOUZ, I'm watching Dota from like 2015, you know, where like there was a higher priority on like towers, you know, like the early towers. Oh man, got a tower, guys. That's really good.
They do really prioritize the objective taking. I'll give that to you. GamerLegion aren't going to get too much.
And back away.
Fight didn't look terrible for how terrible it went, though.
I don't know what that means.
No, it's, you know, it's like they were very close to, I think, winning that fight solidly.
I don't know. It kind of sounded like it didn't look that bad, but it actually was really bad.
I mean, the outcome was really bad, but it didn't look as bad as I thought it was going to look based on them jumping Underlord with this whole team behind him.
Yeah, the first second of the fight where Underlord took a lot of damage, that was the highlight.
Yeah, you were starting to believe. You're like, oh, they're gonna do it, and then he got disrupted, and you're like,
uh-oh. Where does biggest weakness is, you know, no matter, like, even if she can't get the damage, you are ultimately still left in this 10-second pierce the veil where people need to be within your AoE to hit them, and any stalling mechanisms can really screw you up, and disruption's going to be one of those.
I still think if you can get to Daedalus, I think 6-slotted Malta always gives you a chance to win Dota. I'll not say it's a high chance, but there's always that 5. Like, I think 5% is the lowest you can go with 6-slotted Malta, because if he gets the perfect fight, he just kills everybody, and it's, you cannot survive. It's impossible.
I agree. Hit disruption. Boom, pop the BKB. Slowed down by the Purge, but GamerLegion don't really want to throw on this high ground. We are going to have a heart on Fade. Good God.
Oh yeah, that's pretty nice. I don't even know if I like it, but that's pretty badass right there. Hex for the SF too. Oh.
I actually do like it, because like the way he almost died in that last fight, right, combined with the fact that he has Blade now, I actually think just raw HP is probably his best resource. Gold gonna be dropped, trying to help out Yamson. Ember Spirit jumps away, gonna die to the Fatal Bonds here. Jumped right in the middle though. RCY hits the Requiem. BKB goes off on the 2 cores though. They ignore the fear and throw some damage back at him. Mid one jumping all around with his Aghanim Scepter. Will get back to safety here. Hit an Ice Path. They got a buyback out of Big Num, and if they can keep the rest of their heroes alive, that will be a kind of successful fight. It was a 1-for-1 trade-off. A lot of ults being used on both sides. A buyback from Big Num. It's not too bad.
Yeah, great angle, great find for them. Starting on the SD is amazing. Take that save out of the fight there. Getting close to that worth to 25. Crystallis BKB on cooldown, but he has another Pierce the Veil. Very low cooldown, that level 3. I also agree. I think the heart, it does seem good here. Especially with how the new regen works. If they're going to commit on this guy and get him low and he just becomes harder and harder to kill, just baits you in more, it's pretty nasty. It's also hitting pretty hard.
Yeah, I think it's just a great Underlord item, though not as good as it is on Huskar.
I still want to hear Quinn's opinion on that. As a true Huskars fair, I still do not believe that that is a build in 90% of games, but
Smoke is gonna break. Down to low ground, RCY blinks up to the high ground, hits the scythe on Yamich. And Yamich with the purge on him, likely to die. Can they get anything extra out of this? Chrysalis, BKB up in a second. He's gonna have to BKB TP out. Let's see if he makes it though. It's a lot of damage. Oh, it's a lot of damage.
he almost killed Yamson. But then he just dies and looks like a fool. But he almost got him.
Almost.
Went for the big play, did not pay off. He never got to that Daedalus. He was level 25.
Hunting. Just throw out the Requiem, because why not? Hit him with the fear. Try and stall things out so he can get off BKB and make a run for it. His team is on the way. The opposite TP out.
Meanwhile,
mid, FaZe just hanging out. He's level 25, so he's got the extra Pit of Malice roots.
Incredibly toxic talent. You can drag this guy in all you want. I don't think he gives a damn.
Toss back on the Shadow Demon. Got him to half health already. He's going to be Ice Tap and should be killed here. Good Force Staff, Glimmer Cape. Man, how is it that even a support like that loses half his HP on the toss back, but then they have nothing to finish him off?
Too much defensive capability in this lineup. They built all the correct utility items. They have the auras. They have insane HP pools. And this MOUZ lineup lacks damage. That was one of the big cruxes about this draft. They're getting punished.
Toss in on the Underlord again. And he's gonna die. That is a dieback. Meanwhile, Faye just activates his Blade Mail. He's doing okay. Disruption to buy him a little bit more time. Chrysalis turning his damage back around onto Yamson. A little bit of parry action. Allows Yamson to survive, as will Fade. And thanks to the heart and the heals, they're ready to go back up to the high ground pretty quick. In fact, RCY maybe jumped a little bit farther ahead of his team. They weren't quite ready for that initiation. They fall through now, though. Yamson on top of Chrysalis. Disruption makes things a little awkward. He actually gets a Force Staff over, but the dagger thrown out from Yamson. A talent toss to finish him off.
It's just so much damage, dude. What?
That was a lot.
God, Kez is so stupid.
Yeah.
Well, I respect Crystallis' effort this game. He really did try and put this on his back, but I think this was just an impossible one to carry, man. Like, there's just too much survivability, too much he has to get through. He's getting so many heroes down to under 10%, but he can't finish anybody off before the Glimmers, the Force Stabs, the Pits get to him. That's a rough game for MOUZ. I don't think that's the position they want to be in. I think that's a very frustrating game. I think we saw it with their moves. Like, they're forcing these moves into a defensive lineup. They're not really playing the next minute well, which is the important part in a game like this. So either you reset and try and go with a different strategy, or you just like wake up and play a bit more disciplined, because you cannot give up so much in the early game when you're in a position getting outscaled that hard.
It's an interesting problem here. MOUZ go from land champs to bottoming out. I mean, this has just been a complete 180 from this team. Something has gone horrifically wrong, and hopefully they'll be able to fix it going into game 2.
Well, it feels like after a loss, we normally see the cameras insta-disconnect from some of the players, but we're seeing a bit more emotion and animation, I would say, from these MOUZ players than what we're used to, especially on the side of Yamich. There's, I think, very clearly upset, which you can't blame them, but there's a conversation that needs to be had.
Honestly, I love seeing this. All right, I feel like when you see.
Can you read his lips?
I wish I had that skill, but just knowing that, like, when you have a loss like this, sometimes teams just stay quiet, and then like after 5 minutes, one guy will talk, and then you kind of get to like some fake conclusion. But if someone's like actually talking after the loss, having like this, maybe it's just him and Boom having a problem in the lane, right? Maybe there's something they don't like. Maybe it's the tiny off lane. But I feel like having a player speak their thoughts and actually try and get to a conclusion as quick as possible to then make sure that your tournament life is still on the line can be secured. I like it. I like having those like emotive players when it matters.
Yeah, full respect. Celery probably getting PTSD thinking Quinn's back on his team.
So true.
What, you mean you giving good, important speeches?
No, yelling after the game.
Crossroads.
Yeah, every time we finish a panel, that's what Quinn does. Really good feedback.
I have seen multiple people that have been on Quinn's team talk about how they shut down his ideas. You know, like these players had great, fun, fresh, meta-defining concepts, and then Quinn's like, no, back in my day, we did this. You can't do that. You got, yeah, exactly. So
that's right, guys. I don't like Faceless Void 4.
Well, it's winning. So anyway,
is it?
Kinda, not really.
It ain't good.
Game happened, by the way. GamerLegion win. Nice little defensive lineup, playing it chill, playing it steady, and then just pretty much breaking MOUZ on the bigger fights.
I mean, that's another reason why I'm very on board with what you said, that it's just good. Like, sometimes you just gotta let it out, because this doesn't look like, first of all, it doesn't look like the MOUZ we're used to seeing gameplay-wise, but also when you look at the draft, like, Yamage, I don't think he's suited for this type of player. Like, he's a melee bro specialist. Let him play, let him play those heroes. It's maybe another reason, you know, why he's speaking up after the game. Also, we don't know, like, is Immortal Faith, like when he's not there in person, is he there online? Probably he is. Like, you know, maybe there's some disconnect there. You have mid one who's like, not there, he's like asleep at the start of the game, then his hero gets first pick. That's probably not the strength of them either, but you know, enough harping on them. I think GamerLegion, they've been the most impressive to me so far in this tournament compared to others. Their prep is good. T mentioned that in game ones they look good. They played pretty phenomenal, I would say. So just a well-deserved win.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very good that they were able to play a slower game, to be chill. I think they defended their areas very well. They understood what they have, right? They have Warlock, Shadow Demon. These heroes are not running around and killing everyone. They're protecting their areas, and they're farming, and they're okay playing a slower game. I think that's great that they have the foresight and are able to recognize that about their draft and play that way, because, yeah, they did just straight up outplay MOUZ, and Mid1 is back taking another nap because he needs to recharge after that game. 0-4-3, he did not do a lot.
How would you rate Yamsen's Kez? Because we saw it, T pulled out the stats, he's played it twice in competitive, but you were actually still kind of surprised when it came out. You were like, oh, I mean, I'm sure he can play it, but I didn't know it was a Yamsen here.
Yeah, I didn't think it was, but I think he played very well, 11, 0, and 9. Nothing really to point at about it that was like a bad performance in any way. I think overall, it's hard to point at something the GamerLegion did and be like, that was really, really wrong. I mean, they're not perfect, but they played a very solid game across the board. I think MOUZ kind of just like, they were just playing really uncomfortably.
Yeah, like they tried some stuff like early on. I like one of the early moves, like minute 6, you bring like your Tiny, you try to like do some invasion, but then like minute 8 and 10, they do it again, and then they have levels, you can't really do it. And then they just felt, I don't know, they just felt lost and a bit hopeless. Like I didn't see like this conviction. Like usually teams, when they're behind, you can find moves, you can like find these timings, but to me, I'm missing the life in their gameplay.
I'm just happy to see a team actually have a lead and then not just giga choke it, throw it away, right? GamerLegion looking, it's like, I never felt like, they're meant to lose the game at this point. Like there was the occasional Crystallis moment where maybe he steps up, but I think, yeah, for GamerLegion, it was just so cruise control. So it's kind of also hard to critique them because there's no real punishment. It's like, how good is GamerLegion? Because MOUZ just did nothing.
I was gonna say, I would like to remind you guys, you don't have to critique everyone. You can just praise them without any negatives.
MOUZ needs to be critiqued.
I meant on the side of GamerLegion.
No,
did you know you could do that?
I did praise GamerLegion.
All
for
three of you guys
minutes.
were like, oh, I can't really find anything wrong with it, so I guess I can say some nice things about GamerLegion.
No, I actually praised them because out of like the teams we've seen from like the middle of the pack, they've had one of the only clean games where it's like, that was good. Good.
That was the most pleasant game to watch of the 3 watch today. I'll say that.
True.
Handshakes all around. Keep it up.
I like that.
Take the L, Nat. Take the L.
Let's then focus on a little bit more because MOUZ didn't have a direction. That's the ultimate of what you guys are saying here. Whether a team is able to at least contest for a Roche, whether it sneak out the Tormentor or even push some towers, MOUZ didn't really have that at all. It really was nothing on the board for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can see it at this top tower push they go for early in the game. It almost feels like aimless. Like they're sort of sitting there just right-clicking the tower from the front. It's a half HP tower. Everyone on GamerLegion is missing. Yo, there's smoke behind you, like shocker. It's just an incredibly weird way to die, just hitting the tower from the, like, it's so low skill in a way that it's the kind of mistake that is made because you're not in the zone, like you're stressed or you're worried about something outside the game. Like this is not a game mistake, it's a something is going on in their heads. They're getting brain jammed by something because that is ridiculous.
The problem is, like in the draft, if we're identifying like how does GamerLegion want to play the first 20 minutes of the game, and how does MOUZ want to play it, like if we're identifying it so clearly, MOUZ need to do something special to kind of change it, because otherwise you are just playing into it like negatives. You're playing into just these objective defending heroes breaking you. They just did nothing special to try and do it. It was just like following a basic script. So for MOUZ, it's like weak hero picks, weak kind of mentality, and that's probably why Yamich is so annoyed after that game, because like look how predictable we are. Look at like we're not doing anything to win this game. We're just allowing GamerLegion to do everything they want.
Because I do think like usually they have been predictable, like also like in the past, but then at least like they backed it up more with like confidence and I think also comfort of like their heroes, but it's not really what they're showing me here. Whereas GamerLegion, I feel like they're just chilling. They have good heroes. They've got the prep you talked about, and what Quinn showed us too, they understand how to like defend and play their areas. Whereas other teams, they seem a bit more random, but this time around, I feel like they actually have a good plan and a good purpose. So if MOUZ don't like step it up for the next game, I think they're in for an absolute rough one.
Yeah, we could talk about the next game in a little bit because there is so much more, especially getting to see that draft again pop up, that I have questions around. Tiny has been flexed a lot in the 27 games that we've seen him in beforehand, whether that's support offlane, whether that's in mid there, so either position 4 or position 2. But this was the first time that we were seeing it in a position 3. And
last.
And last, okay, all right, that was,
so.
yeah.
Done. That's it. Point over. I got nothing else to add to that. Unless
That is the most positive you can be about a position 3 Tiny right now.
I mean, this hero as a core just sucks ass. That's just what it looks like. It's played and it's bad.
It loud.
Preaching to the choir here.
Yeah, let's hope they're listening because it ain't good.
Like if you can get like a phylactery and you're like sending nukes at a safe lane dude and it's just boom boom boom, like maybe there's like 8 minutes of fun, but after that like you are just a
only 8 minutes.
8 minutes of fun. That's about that.
Like,
oh yeah, okay, relax.
And then it's like that's it. What can I say?
That was a crazy last 1 minute of a panel. Jesus Christ.
I think we're going to have to just try and segue it some way into the fact that the game state. No, I don't want you to. Please don't double down. Let's segue it into the game state of about 20 minutes because you guys were like, you've said it over and over again, the comfort of GamerLegion, the fact that they could just sit back and enjoy it. And MOUZ needed something special, but instead they were trying to push a half HP tower front on, and then it just stalls out your game because every core has just died on our screens. And so you wonder, where are these item timings going to come from? How are these cores going to be able to come back, especially at a 20-minute mark where it's just rough tea?
Yeah, no, it is. And just show me some item timings, lads. Show me some big screen. Boom, bring it up. Show me the items. Bada bing, bada boom.
I only called for it twice, but that's all right, production.
It's all right. It's their second day on the job. GamerLegion, of course, look at them. RCY with the Greaves, doing a little bit of that Pharah role play from the mid lane. And I just feel like GamerLegion, we look at how they want to play their concept, and all of them are doing it. You've got Force and Glimmer of Warlock, you've got the Auras, the Blade Mail on the Underlord. So everything GamerLegion's doing is a coherent team trying to win the game. And MOUZ, it's like 5 individual dudes who are just playing their own games, hoping that it might just sync up at some point. Like, this is not the MOUZ that we saw, you know, last year during November, December, all those kind of tail end of the year tournaments. Like, I am shocked at how much of a fall-off MOUZ is experiencing right now. But again, they've played so many games together. There's talk about fatigue, playing too much and stuff like that. But this is not the MOUZ that we saw.
I actually think it's the inverse. I think MOUZ did so good at the end of last year because they played all those qualifiers.
I agree. I think that grind is really important.
Yeah.
Especially
and then the patch just hits them then all.
I feel like they, okay, you know in the Lion King, whenever he's like looking in the sky and he's like, remember who you are. To me, that's MOUZ right now. Like, this team is, they last pick mid one hero. Okay, they first pick Crystallis, they pick a melee 4, they pick Celery, obnoxious laner, and they pick Boom as Aura Boy fat dude. Like, they have none of that in this game besides Celery being strong laner. It's first pick mid one, last pick Crystallis. They don't really have a fat dude. They've got Boom playing a jumper, and Yamich is playing a ranged hero. They forgot every single thing that makes MOUZ MOUZ.
Who's the guy getting thrown off the cliff then in later
I don't know. Their chances of surviving this tournament.
Yeah, if you had to kick someone from MOUZ to make it better, because we know you like kicking people, Quinn, who would you kick?
What?
So if you had to kick someone from MOUZ to make it better.
No one. I'm kicking that draft, and I'm going to the next one. I'm saying, yo, give Yamich
they're firing his coach. You're firing the coach.
A last pick.
What the hell?
I didn't say that. You said that.
No, that's what you implied.
You guys put him on the squad.
Guys,
Immortal Faith, see you later.
It's an elimination series. We can at least be positive. We don't have to talk about kicking.
I didn't say that.
He didn't, I did.
Yeah.
God damn, the morning crew is ruthless.
I got you.
Thank you.
Got your defense.
So anyway,
I don't like this. I think we should split them up too.
Yeah. Like,
Why are the T's split so far apart, but Quinn and Kezu get to stand next to each other?
I don't know.
You can come over. It's all good.
No, thank you. No, decline.
He doesn't want to be. I mean, screw this guy and screw you.
No.
We
gotta stick together.
We are sticking
There's
together,
so much
brother.
stage though. We could have technically done this panel anywhere behind us, by the way. Why are we victim to standing at this desk?
We can work on it. There's still plenty more games, plenty more days here for Blast Slam. And GamerLegion right now, keeping their dreams alive a little bit, but very quickly, where is the comeback, the run back, sorry, going to come from GamerLegion to get a 2-0?
I think, honestly, more of the same. I think they've had a really solid gameplay. They had great drafts. I think stick to your prep and do more good things.
More of the same. Well, I don't know if they're going to get the exact same sort of draft for themselves, but maybe the overall archetype and identity can stick there for them. We're going to go to a break on the other side. It's game 2.
What throws Team MOUZ into chaos? What drives your team crazy? What makes you completely unable to play your games well?
When people start getting pissed off at random mistakes, if something goes like wrong, someone gets mad, then someone else gets mad, and then like everyone's mad within like 2 minutes. So it's done.
In a perfect scenario, what makes a team balanced to you?
From my own team, if it's like balanced, you know, that's what we were in like PGL, for example, where we're all like chilling, we're all playing our game. Nothing is really like bothering us too much, and we just ended up winning that tournament. I think because we were balanced.
What infuriates you about competition at these events? What makes you the angriest when you compete?
When I see Falcons win, I feel like people kind of understand. You don't really need to give like an explanation. I think it's there and like people get it.
What expectations is it about yourself, is it about others that suffocate you? Whose expectations bring you down?
Reddit's expectations. They're too high. It's really hard. I feel like I can't meet them. But, you know, I'm doing my best.
In your team, what responsibilities weigh you down the most? People really look up to you on your squad. They expect so much. They need you for so much.
When I don't meet the expectation.
What responsibility motivates you?
Just the things that I have to do in the game. They motivate me to try to learn how to do them better and how to get better. And that's like a responsibility, right? That I have to do certain things in the game to make sure that we can smoothly win.
What feeds your undying hunger for more?
Money. Money.
What helps you grow your ambition?
Money.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all money. Whichever tournament's the biggest, whichever gives me the most money, it doesn't matter.
Good.
It's all money.
Good.
Money is really good. Money's really good. I love money.
Chrysalis, I think, gave us a little bit of an insight into maybe what might be the mental of MOUZ right now. As much as there was a little bit of joking from him, there are expectations placed upon them at the beginning of this Blast Slam, and right now, they're not meeting them by any means. They are one game down in an elimination best of 3, where they've placed bottom 4 in the group standings. GamerLegion, on the other hand, with that performance in Game 1, feels like the expectations are placed on them, and maybe it's going to shape up to be a good draft for themselves here by banning out Razor Chen. 2 more bans to come for them, with Shadow Demon, Tree, and Batrider also taken out.
It's also just difficult, I think, for MOUZ, because being in this type of position, knowing what you were able to achieve last year, And having this type of performance in a tournament where you're playing like remotely, like you haven't gone to a boot camp, you're not in the same room, like you're relying on everyone being present in the Discord call. You know, it's like it's a lot harder, I'd say, to manage this type of performance.
I mean, it's first of all harder to talk to each other. I think it's also harder for people to like keep their emotions like properly leveled. And the one I can see like feel quite bad. I mean, obviously Yamage, he seems to like have been talking about it, but also Mid1. He's like solo boot camping, traveling from like Asia back to Europe to like make it happen. So, I mean, it's absolutely, there's a lot of things that are like playing into what we're seeing from their gameplay, like, which is not just them clicking their buttons. Like, there's a lot of emotions going into this game. So, I just gotta hope that MOUZ are getting it together at least a little bit more for this game.
It's definitely not easy to work in the situations. I feel a bit bad for Mid1 being the one who goes in solo boot camps while the team isn't with you, right? They're all just at home. I think it can feel a bit disjointed, and people have to put in a lot of effort to make that team cohesion feel there, right? When you're in person, it sort of naturally builds to some extent because you're socializing with each other. But when you're online, you're hanging out with your own families or even potentially your own friends in that off time. If you're not making a really conscious effort, you can feel disjointed and problems can build. Dota's a game of small things.
I think I honestly rate some of the teams where when you have these like players who are not from the region you're playing in, I like it where like one player or a coach or someone also goes to boot camp with that one guy, just to kind of give them a bit more of like a kind of a team environment. But
solidarity.
Again, yeah,
I'm here with you.
Not to be the case though. MOUZ though at least are going back to some of the old formula that found them success, right? Going for the first pick, Viper, GamerLegion instantly taking the puck as a response. Of course, the mid matchup, Viper pushes wave, puck pushes wave.
Yeah, you just chill. And against Viper, beating him is unrealistic. And anything that does beat has the potential to beat him. Like Sniper is just a trash hero, so it's better to just pick some dude that's going to draw and vibe against him, because if you don't get it right away, you're never going to get it.
I guess the only caveat to this is Chris just likes playing the carry Viper. So then, sure, you mentioned Sniper not beating like the puck. It does not really good enough hero. You can still go with like the melee aggressive guy, play for the farm. Viper wins his safe lane. You play for the farm mid lane with like an early blink timing. Like there's ways that MOUZ can go for that aggression again, but GamerLegion seem to be very content playing defensive, waiting for that aggression to come.
I mean, I do like when MOUZ have like, I mean, I wouldn't mind if Mid1 does end up playing the Viper, but if they see a good pick for him where he can get off to a good start and then like command the game, I do think traditionally and generally that's how this team functions well. Mid1 has a good lane, he commands the early game, come with me, let's go here, take the mid tier 1, take the enemy woods, and like build a small lead off of that. I would be pretty happy if they do go with that. I would also say like a hero that I would like to see more against Viper is like Hoodwink. I do think this hero is really hard to kill early and like also in the mid game if you don't have like some inherent super high physical damage or a break.
Yeah, this hero is, I mean, it's first pick for a reason. Hero is very, very powerful. I could definitely see the world where they put Viper safe lane and pick a new mid hero. It's totally fine. I think both worlds are very reasonable, and I think just even off this first pick alone, I think this is a much better situation for MOUZ. This first pick Ember, you're just telegraphing, yo, we're just picking our mid hero now. That is not what MOUZ should be doing right now. You've got a flex, and it's a hero I think that also fits the theme of the way they play a lot better. It's this obnoxious wave pushing up in your business, take your towers. It fits their theme.
I mean, also with the Crystalis Muerta, he played it, I think, pretty okay, but I don't think he's played it that much.
Oh, I had the stats on that, boss. Last time he played it, 2024, when he was playing on Secret. And then he played it like 4 times that year. Before that, played it in 2023. Since then, he hasn't touched it at all. So on MOUZ, that was the first game for MOUZ that he had played the hero.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think he played a bad game.
He didn't.
It just doesn't fit their style. I like this Tusk. Going back to sort of the classic Celery Snapfire here, he's played quite a bit. To me, this is MOUZ going back to their guns, which I think is good. What they should do, the natural adjustment from that game 1, which is quite a mess. So even if GamerLegion sticks to their guns, MOUZ will have stuck to theirs, and I think we'll have a much better game.
One problem is we're looking at heroes that are comfortable for MOUZ, but they're not countering the puck, right? It's like good for your lanes, good for your map play, but I am still looking at RCY going, all right, still not looking at any pressure on me yet. I can potentially command the game, even though, again, the Spirit player, I think puck easily is in the same build as heroes that RCY can just pop off on.
Yeah, definitely very comfortable on the hero, and you're right, they don't really counter puck at all. Tusk is maybe slightly two-sided. Once you get the blink, you can chain stun him for a little bit, but yeah, in the entire early game, there's 0 kill threat on this puck. He will not die, so he'll be able to farm and get to his items. I think puck's weakness lies in the fact that you can't really do much. Like when you're laning against Viper, you won't die and you'll do okay, but you're not going to pressure the Viper either. So MOUZ can make aggressive moves elsewhere, and maybe they can, you know, they can get something going in other places.
4 ranged heroes for GamerLegion. There is just all poke and playing on like the fringe of a fight.
Yeah, I do think it's a little like it doesn't like set up for the overall like best cohesion. And I like this pick a lot from MOUZ, because with what you mentioned, they haven't been answering the puck yet, but I think the Tusk Snap are like leading up to the cores that will. I think DK is super good with the draft you have currently. Viper, not the hero that goes in first. You have all the follow-up damage you want. So I do really like this. I mean, it can be the carry still if you want, but I would also not mind if this one goes mid. Maybe this also will depend on what GamerLegion end up picking last to like maybe deter Viper from being carry or the DK from being carry. So MOUZ, I like what they have this time around way more.
Yeah, I completely agree. I also think that GamerLegion's heroes, to be honest, are very strange. Like, I think Warlock and Clinkz have horrible synergy together. They don't use the heal at all. And it's 2 like mega harass heroes that do nothing to pulling waves. So you're playing as MOUZ and they pick Tusk. You know what they're doing. They're pulling waves. They're not laning here. So Warlock, he's not going to get any of those kills like he did early in last game. He's not going to get the harass off. He will just be some worthless pull bot who's not really strong on the rune fights. I don't think GamerLegion's heroes really make much sense with each other.
I mean, they have like one fight in them, right? It's like the coil break with the bonds, the golem, but after that, you're really hoping to find pickoffs. Hope that MOUZ just aren't playing a cohesive game of Dota, pretty much.
I mean, I could see currently where MOUZ just put this DK mid. You try to ban for Viper to go safe lane. Like, Viper could go off lane. Like, maybe Clinkz is annoying, but if I just look at the support matchup, I think if you find the Warlock or Clinkz isolated, I think the 2 of you will beat the hell out of them. But you could just put Viper safe lane, have a stable game, pick an offlaner like maybe a Centaur, maybe a Tide. I think as some Blade Mail or overall like cohesion gives you a team fight, you're overall pretty happy with.
Yeah, I definitely think, I mean, the nice thing about this Viper DK is also that it's a permaflex.
Yeah.
So regardless of what offlane you pick here, it makes GamerLegion's offlane pick kind of awkward because they really want this sort of beefy, fat melee, maybe even a stunner offlaner. And that becomes more tricky because now you have to pick something that can lane against both Dragon Knight and Viper. It's not that easy of a Venn diagram to find something in the middle of.
And for MOUZ, their offlane just needs to be, again, another active hero. I think Axe, historically, is a hero that Boom can utilize. With the Brewmaster banned out, I mean, to be fair, there's not many offlanes even banned out right now in the pool. It's kind of the final phase that's happening, but...
I mean, that Underlord, it's still there if either team want to go back for it.
It's fine. I don't think it's as good as it was like last game. I would prefer MOUZ to have like something a little different.
I want a hero that can like walk into the fight rather than kind of enter the fight slightly later, because then you are putting like DK in this position of like, you have to do everything for us, and then once you've entered, everyone else will shine.
DK. The GOAT! The GOAT!
Y'all got anyone you want to say sorry to?
I'm sorry. This is why she had the most points this morning.
Yeah.
Just the GOAT.
It's a boring hero though.
That is true.
Yeah.
True.
That I cannot disagree with.
It is a much better MOUZ lineup overall. Like, this is like last draft, it was like if they don't get 20 kills on their name, you're just looking at a losing lineup. This time around, there's wave shove, there's like, they have all the little elements that we praise GamerLegion for. You can't just copy paste the MOUZ. But it is kind of DK Tusk being your main initiating force.
Yeah, I mean, I think just, unless this last pick changes something drastic, I think MOUZ just has massive ease of execution. They've got a bunch of tanky heroes. I think GamerLegion's heroes do not really have enough damage to cut through that, and I think MOUZ are totally content just chilling and farming. They'll have much easier ways to initiate fights eventually. I think, conversely to last game, the clock is on GamerLegion. They need to show us something here that changes.
Yeah, I don't actually see like a pick that kind of wows me to them. Like, you probably want the melee guy, but the cool melee guy that would have been Mars, because if you do lane against Tusk Viper, I think this is a okay one. I don't love this one against Underlord. He builds like items that completely destroy you. If you do play overly aggressive in areas, which this hero currently does, there's always a gate to like come and counter gank you, but he's pretty good in the lane.
He's selected Wild Hunt at the moment, so he is looking potentially, again, he can still change it, there's plenty of time before the game starts, but he is opting towards Helm of Dom, Helm of Overlord. We've mentioned that GamerLegion, they have these little spells to throw in. They are going to try and put Beastmaster at that focal point in the first 20 minutes to play through him, but it's you kind of know the game plan. Again, that's the thing, we knew MOUZ's game plan last game, it kind of unraveled quickly. GamerLegion, same thing. Play through the Beastmaster. If he doesn't have a game, it can get awkward very quickly. MOUZ can get so tanky with these heroes.
Fade loves his microing, his little zoo heroes for sure. We've seen him do amazing with any sort of hero that likes to build that Helm Dom, and the way that he's able to create space and make ways into it, it feels like maybe the timer could be delayed a bit if he's able to pull that off.
Yeah, I mean, he is certainly the focal point of this, and I think he is very competent on this hero. I think a lot will come down to how his lane goes and how the rotations from GamerLegion go to his lane, if it's successful or not. As Viper and Underlord are not great at TPing, so there will be sort of a vacuum in which there's this 3v3 almost between the supports, the offlane, and Chrysalis. So I think depending how that goes is very important for GamerLegion, because if it's stalled out, if it's drawish, then I think MOUZ is definitely favored here.
The thing with Clinks though is in these type of games, the clunkier heroes, once you do get to Deso, Daedalus, and Ags, you suddenly rip through the Vipers, the DKs. Like, there is like a second wind to GamerLegion's lineup outside of the tempo of a Beastmaster. But you talking about Fade and the Beastmaster, this is now his 101st game on the hero after this one, according to Dota Buff. So yeah.
Wow, we might have to get a cake delivered for him. 101.
There it is.
I mean, for me, I like MOUZ a little bit more. I would have liked it even more, I think, if the DK was mid, but maybe we'll see about that later. But overall, unless this Fade on his Giga whatever number Beastmaster game he had, 101, if he doesn't like super take over the game for me in the early, I feel like MOUZ are actually going to give us a third game.
Okay, hopefully there is a potential game at number 3 here, because we're liking MOUZ. It feels like back against the wall is what they really needed to pull out what is going to be a good draft for themselves. Can they execute it, or is GamerLegion going to be able to take this 2-0 and survive a little longer in Blast Slam 6?
Elimination on the line. MOUZ have to turn this whole tournament around. It has been a rough go for them in this last month, but maybe they still have a chance to be able to turn things around and come back in this best of 3. Otherwise, they are eliminated from Blast Slam 6. Meanwhile, GamerLegion, you just kind of keep on trucking. I feel like this team is just getting a bit better every month that goes by, and the culmination of which is they're fairly decent middle of the pack team.
All right. Are they even middle? I guess middle of the pack is fair, yeah. I mean, they're on the rise, though. Stock's on the rise. Up a game. Looking to close out this series. They got some of their signature heroes, especially in that offlane, the Beast and Willow. These are the 2 heroes for Bignum and Fade. So all eyes on them to pull this draft through and get something cooking against a MOUZ lineup that is very much in their wheelhouse compared to last time. And first blood on the menu.
First blood, Yamson slowed down by the tag team. Pretty much a guarantee. And still a 2-2 bounty split. And they're also going to get a really good body block off the creep wave while the Clinks is dead. So likely the creep equilibrium going to be in their favor unless the Clinks wants to take the creep wave. They're actually going to fight the 2 supports trying to stop them here. Another round of tag team. This might have been a big mistake from GamerLegion. Maybe they don't lose anybody here, but they're going to have to make a run for it, that's for sure.
It's expensive. Don't stop the block. You're late top. Really awkward start to this game for GamerLegion. Fade's going to take a bunch of damage on the early 1v2. Bignum going to try and turn it around, though.
Blood grenade with a good amount of damage from that level 1 Shadow Realm.
Yeah, he got beat up, man. Fade taking the boars to him early. I think this Beast is going to have to overperform, because this game, somehow it came down to the worst offlaner of the entire event versus the best offlaner of the entire event. Beastmaster, 15% win rate against Underlord, who I think is now up to 78 or something % win rate.
Yeah, that is crazy. Like, I understand that like stats aren't everything, but at some point, man, at some point you just look at how successful a hero is, or in this case, how unsuccessful a hero is, and be like, man, maybe we don't. Maybe we find solutions that aren't that hero to our drafting issues.
I think both these heroes are at least very comfortable on them, so that makes up for it a little bit. We'll see what Fade can do with it, because this hero is honestly, it's looked okay, but it's just not closing games out. It's running into some sort of brick wall. Maybe Lineups are just getting too tanky for him. We've also seen a lot of itemization against the Beast in some of these games in terms of spamming Lotus and Lincolns. And then you get to this late game, you have your refresher, and sometimes you get 0 roar connections in these late game fights because there's just so many defensive rebounds. Saw that yesterday. So one of the issues this Beast is running into for sure is itemization against him, whereas Underlord, like, what do you build against Underlord? You know, you can't really stop his kit working. It just gets better the later the game goes. You can have refresher BK Beast, you can ignore all this stuff. That's kind of your best route in the ultra late. Like Monkey King would, you know, the Wukong and refresher BKB used to just dunk on this hero, but outside of that kind of shenanigans, it's a lot harder to counteract this hero, and he kind of just builds items to deal with whatever you're doing. He builds the pipe, he builds the Crimson, he can build the Shivas, even used to build the Halberd, so he's an anti-carry hero.
Yeah, I was specifically thinking about pipe when it comes to Beastmaster and this whole issue. It felt like if we're seeing a lot of pipes right now, we're seeing a fair amount of auras because, you know, we're actually getting the offlaner to build auras, but then also the mid sometimes with these like Grieve build on some of the mid heroes. We've seen like a Crimson Guard on 1 or 2 mid heroes as well. So you're like almost comboing up aura items where Beastmaster doesn't build auras for you, and he's particularly hurt by the opposing team building pipe.
Well, maybe you're supposed to go this Helm of the Overlord and kind of play that style Beast. We've mainly seen the Ags Beast. It hasn't looked amazing. Fade is more of the Dominator Beast style, and he is looking at it here, so maybe he will actually complete Helm of the Overlord. I don't know how strong that item really is in a vacuum, but I think it can still bring you a lot of tempo if you get Roshan off it. It does give you another aura. So that's a style they can also adapt to here and maybe play this hero a little different than the win rate reflects.
How do you think mid's supposed to be going? Because right now, RCY is getting the better of mid one's Viper.
I mean, RCY is the GOAT. What are you supposed to do, you know? This guy is basically trained against the other best mid laners to ever play the game in North America, the best mid lane region of all time. So, you know, he's going to overperform on anything. What can you do if you're mid one?
That's true. Mid one's also going for the, you know, Thompson sort of 0-3-2 builds. No point in going poison attack really against Puck, I assume.
I think sometimes you can zone him if you really play the early ways well, but this is just the I'm going to farm, I don't care what you do build. That's another reason RCY is getting a lot here.
Yeah.
Look at
Brambles actually snags both of them here. Will be good damage. Not enough for a kill out of anything, but good bit of harassment.
Ooh, there goes the boar. Shotgun down that
the other
boar.
side, going after speed. Yamage doing lane pulling shenanigans, which is his constant MO. As we talked about in the previous game when he was playing the Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger definitely more comfortable on these melee 4 positions. We see that here, 100%. Pulling the creep wave and then pulling the Warlock out of position in order to get the kill.
Could be a difficult Tusk game in some sense. So I think Willow's a tough matchup. I think Puck is a tough matchup. Warlock can be a tough matchup if the Warlock gets to just sit on the back lines in all the fights. So there's some difficult heroes for Yamage to go into, but he is the Tusk master. So I do not doubt he will have some presence in this game.
He also has, I think, one very specific counter that he's going to be playing off of, right, which is the Roar. Anytime the Roar goes down, he's just looking to snowball save. I always like when my Tusk games are played out simply like that, you know, where I'm just looking for like 1 or 2 spells that I'm trying to counter snowball.
I agree. It always makes this hero just mega value. You can just hold it in the fight, and they always have to think about what ult they're throwing out when. It's gotten a couple courier snipes here too. Pretty nice. RCY looking for a solo pickoff. Says, I don't care how many TI Grand Finals you've been to. I'm going to kill you anyway.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Crystallis being dove as Yamsen went through the gate. TP is going to come in for mid-one here. Viper Strike leads off on Fade. Fade, he's actually able to stay alive for a bit here. He doesn't go down. He still has Magic Wand, and mid-one's the one who's in trouble here. Blood Grenade gets thrown out. Speed's going back for him. He's got level 2 Shadow Word, puts it on mid-one. We'll see if that's going to be enough. He does have a Fairy Fire. Meanwhile, Yamsen trying to go through the gate that Boom created. Wasn't able to make it through in time, though. So a very messy clash in the top lane. And the Viper proved not to really be the determining factor there. He TP'd in, and he was not the be-all, end-all of the fight.
Didn't really do anything, but he didn't die. And then I guess it baits the Clinks to join the fight, who just insta-dies, so... psychological damage, I suppose. Beastmaster looking strong in the early engagement, so with the max boar, they don't really have great ways to clear these boars out. They just stick them on the Dragon Knight, really annoying for Crystallis. GamerLegion, they've chosen their lane of attack. It's this top lane through the Beast. They want to give the XP to the Clinks, maybe let him make a gate rotation, not get caught like he did last time, and get some power runes for the puck, outmaneuver MOUZ.CET's more static lineup, because their lineup is pretty clunky to maneuver around the map. Bots on the Viper will help, and you do have the gate, but if those are on cooldown, these heroes are generally they just want to sit in their lane and prod. So if you can poke and prod, it's similar to last game. Like, the roles are switched, but if GamerLegion can force a response out of MOUZ, like the gate, the Viper TP, whatever, back off and then re-engage, that can be very successful for them.
Coil behind. Crystallis gets the Dragon Tail. That'll slow down some of this damage. RCY, though, with the final orb, will finish him off.
Dies like that?
Viper Strike coming out. Snowball to stop the TP. Okay, they get something out of this for a second there. I thought the rotation from mid-one was going to be for naught. Ultimately, though, not a good trade-off. A core, they lost their carry. They got a support for it. They lost their tower as well.
I'm surprised DK dies. Just a puck. Dark Widow without ult. But, okay, not as tanky as he looks. Do have the bots up on the Viper now, and gate off cooldown. So the responses are available for MOUZ. Again, this is the period you kind of have to, you know, make the poke play, but not overcommit into the turnaround.
Boom. Obviously going to go for a Crimson Guard in this game. Way too good, particularly against the Clinks. And it will make this squad from MOUZ. Like, when they get to their ball, they're like, this time around, I see a ball that is, like, crazy scary. Viper, Dragon Knight with a Crimson Guard on them. They're going to be untouchable. Fade, he is going to die up here. Big rotation out. Meanwhile, Celery being chased down by RCY. And again, final Shadow Realm hit or the Bramble. One or the other. Either one will get the kill.
I agree. MOUZ's ball is absolutely terrifying if you let it get online. And it's kind of hard to stop it getting online this game. There's only so much you could do when all three of these cores are going to farm super fast. Clear through waves, clear through stacks. DK is going to be, you know, Mask of Madness, killing Ancients. Underlord can play alone. They will get ores. They will blob up this game. You're just going to have enough damage to punch through it. I guess that's where the Warlock comes in.
Yeah.
Like, it is a pretty good Warlock game on paper, I think. He has very good bonds targets. Of course, you can always build Dispels against this hero, so the matchups can be deceiving. Like, yeah, he has great targets to bonds, but if they have agrees that they have a Lotus, it doesn't do anything. But on paper, this Warlock could give you some of that extra.
Yamsen gonna be blocked in.
Catch.
Got him on the pit into the Kisses landing. Very good catch.
I think Yamich has already done more in this game than he did the entirety of the last game.
Agreed.
That's just, he's a hero specialist. You got to play to that. GamerLegion taking this fight without the Clinks.
Yeah, the tower's already dead. It's because RCY was in this position through the gate. He made the call for the team to come over. Beautiful Fatal Bonds, though, but the golem going to be dropped. These three heroes Fatal Bonded up. If RCY can just get a round of nukes, Terrorize goes out. RCY almost dying to the Viper Strike, but the Terrorize, in the end, it saves the day. Still chasing after these heroes. Fatal Bonds lasting a few more seconds. The roar goes out. On to Boom, commit, get that kill. Mid-1 and Yamich low. will run behind the tower. Brambles goes out. Yamich manages to dodge, getting snagged there. Will be okay. So the move from GamerLegion, a little risky considering the fact they're doing it without the Clinks with the dead tower, but it does work.
Really nice gameplay from the GamerLegion supports. I think both Bignum and Speed did work in that fight. In fact, Speed is your damage leader with that massive Bonds Golem drop. And then Bignum with a perfect terrorize that bails RCY out. Because RCY, he got stunned by Yamich. He's dead there unless that terrorize hits everybody. So very clutch ults there to salvage what otherwise was looking like a rough fight 4v5. But we get the better of MOUZ yet again. And I will say this Beastmaster Warlock combo, this goes back to like TI6 when eHome were playing it. It's a nasty combo. People underrate it. But just giving this inner beast to the golem it's surprisingly scary.
And especially as I don't remember what buffs it's received, but I feel like the golem is stronger than it's been in previous patches.
Oh yeah, it's definitely stronger. Harder to kill, and I think it does same, maybe a little more damage.
Yeah, I think that one of the biggest things they made it so that they used to have that thing where it's like, oh, you can choose him, the golem, having lots of armor or lots of magic resistance, and it felt kind of useless at 25. But now they moved that to just 25% damage resistance at 20, and the late game golem's tough to deal with. Kisses raining in. Not sure who we're shooting at here though. Cell just kind of wildfire, throwing globs of fire at 3 different targets. They'll get one of them, and that is Bignum's Dark Willow. RCY once again gonna go through the gate. A little bit of deja vu. He wants to make another play in this corner of the map, though. MOUZ is not sticking around.
That was the definition of just came in blasting right there.
It was.
Just rolled up with a snapfire, came in blasting. He didn't even know what he's shooting at. Just, I'm chucking him out. You guys figure out the rest. Spray and pray. Maybe getting sucked into this NA fiesta we got going on right now, but I guess a successful gank for MOUZ. Starting to pick up some of those aura items. There's the Crimson on the Underlord. Working towards the Ags on the Viper will be another big item in this game. RCY's position, very good. You'll have to worry about this puck scaling a bit. And it will be Helm of the Overlord for the Beast. So GamerLegion are going to try and match some of the like early aura presence here. Kind of a race between this Beast and Underlord / Viper, who can control some of the objectives faster as this DK and Clinks attempt to speed up their farm and recover in this game. Yamich is just hunting Yamson.
Yeah, he's not leaving him alone. Yamson's really got to get out of this corner. Like, frankly, I'm surprised that he doesn't think this area is warded.
I agree.
It's not, but like, you know, the way he's been hunted in this corner, it makes it look like it.
Just keeps dying down here. These are bad deaths in this game. He's trying to get to death so he could join fights if he gets that. It just keeps getting delayed and delayed.
And funny thing is that like Clinks is one of the carries that has the most freedom around the map, right? Any hero that has a blink or any hero that has an invisibility, you have more freedom to go around the map and farm where you want to, that you're not as stuck as many other carries and just like farming out that bottom alley. Boom, gonna be caught by the Bramble. Golem gonna be dropped, stopping Yamich from being able to get a good snowball save in here, and now they're fatal bonded together. The damage is slowing down, but they get it over the finish line, at least for the kill onto the Underlord. Now the snowball chasing after RCY, not going to get that. Yamich starts backing away, afraid of RCY and the nukes that are going to come in. Almost enough to finish him off, got him on the Bramble. That'll do it. RCY jumping back away from mid one, and he wants to go back in because Fade is cutting across the jungle area. Runs into Celery, a roar, and a third kill for GamerLegion.
Well, that was dangerous. He axed that Croaker camp.
Yeah.
You gotta watch out with those, man. You drag them over, they're gonna steal your kill, but nice little rotation from him. Can even go into this tier 1 mid. GamerLegion are just like, they're not even up this game, but I feel like they're playing this game better. They're just connecting better. Even with these bad deaths on the Clinks, like Yamich has done work this game in finding Yamson, shutting him down, but if that did not happen, I feel like this game could look even more one-sided. And the big story to me has been RCY. He's having himself a perfect puck game here. He is mega farmed. 3-0-4 just owning these fights. Again, downside of this MOUZ lineup, they don't have the best early lockdown for him. So he should be having a free game, but he has done better than I thought he was going to be at this point.
Yeah, he's definitely been killing it. He looks so comfortable in fights. He doesn't really seem too afraid of anything that's being thrown at him. GamerLegion are going to do an early Roshan here with the Deso on Clink.
Really nice timing for them. Helm of the Overlord into Deso. Again, this Deso got delayed too, but they're still going to get it faster than MOUZ are ready to fight it. And this is not an objective MOUZ want to give up in this game for free. Maybe the first Rosh is a little difficult for them to contest, but in general, their lineup is built to fight the objectives, to make GamerLegion go into them. Every time you give up one of these for free, it feels rough. Might spot mid one bottom on this ward too. It's good information if you want to dive top or go set up the kill on the Viper.
Boom sitting in front of it. Makes it so they can't really pressure the tower and force mid one to rotate, but maybe killing the heroes behind the tower will force a reaction. Coil now on to Boom. Thought about the Terrorize to break the coil. They think better of it. This hero is too hard to kill, I think, for them to overcommit to it. As mid one TP's in, they roar up him, focus him down with a fatal bonds between him and the Underlord. Both these tanky boys are now becoming a bit of a liability against each other. They just need a bit more damage, but they're not going to find it. Chrysalis, well, maybe they will. The Orb actually cuts down the Viper. Got Yamsen, though, inside the pit in the Dragon Tail. He does end up going down. Boom, still not dead yet, but RCY is not going to give up. He's going to try. He's going to Orb out now. Jumps to the Orb, blinks back, threatening him with the gate. Boom saying, you can still get me, maybe. GamerLegion give up on this one. Good rotation from Chrysalis. He really helped keep that fight together.
Oh, 100%. They don't kill that Clinks without his damage there. Smart move by him. That's a very tough fight for GamerLegion to force. Behind a tier 2 into the Underlord like that. You get a solid bonds on the 2 cores. I mean, not a great one because it didn't tag anybody else, but that fight's just so stalled up by the Underlord with Max Aura, Crimson.
If there's any fight that MOUZ is going to win, I feel like that the highest percentage is GamerLegion trying to kill Underlord.
100%, yeah. That's the kind of fight MOUZ should welcome with open arms. And it went okay for them. They got Aegis. They did not claim RCY. That would have been the huge ticket there, because now he's going to be able to finish up this Parasma, which is huge in this game because GamerLegion need as much damage as they can to break through these tanky boys who are just only going to become tankier as this game goes on.
And a successful fight there leads into MOUZ controlling the top part of the map, and that leads to Tormentor. So now we have a shard for Celery. A little fire cookie action.
Solid shard nowadays. Get that double cookie charge talent, becomes even better.
So Fade got himself his Helm of the Overlord. What is he going to get next?
Usually it's Blink. Like you can go Blink BKB route. You can go other auras, but I don't know how great they're going to feel trying to progress against MOUZ's timings here.
I like the BKB idea. I actually feel like they don't need more initiation. I just kind of want their team fight to be stronger if I'm GamerLegion.
Could go with Shiva's. You can still go like Ag Shiva's route.
I wouldn't hate going back to Ags if you've got a Warlock on your team.
Why is Yamsen down here again? How does this keep happening?
Yeah,
he's not going to die this time.
Yeah, that's because Fade's going to tank it for him instead. Yamsen, you got to stop, man. You got to stop going to this camp. Not good for you.
I think we can already see how more much more comfortable MOUZ are in this game with the draft than game 1. It fits all the components of what they want. They're scaling with this Underlord, just getting massive. Pipe Crimson already done. Their 5-on-5 is super strong. Just continue to find these catches off the Tusk, and the game's going to progress nicely.
A massive kill here. Crystallis needs some help. TP coming in. It's hard to get this kill quickly. Snowball pickup, a beautiful pickup. That's going to bail him out. He doesn't die now. Terrorize. They keep the golem on him, but he's got too many auras. A TP away from Speed and a big whiff from GamerLegion. They get that kill and they don't lose heroes for it, then that's massive. They slow down the BKB of Crystallis, but instead, Yamsen, he also dies. GamerLegion falling apart a little bit here.
This is just the reverse of game 1. It's GamerLegion feeling they need to make plays and look for aggressive kills, lacking the damage to get through the tanky boys, and the Underlord defensive capability with the Tusk snowball save counteracts all these plays way too effectively. Now you're in trouble because now you threw a lot of gold
too. MOUZ is just rolling in the gold, and now it feels like I mean, as you said before, they are already kind of guaranteed with these 3 different cores. You can't really stop them from getting to their items, but this time he is going to get hit real hard. They get BKB on the Dragonite, Ags on the Unlord for some extra team fight catch, and then frankly mid one doesn't even really need more items. You could just kind of roll up as is, and I feel like their team fight is going to be kind of untouchable for a solid like 10 minutes.
Especially if there's a good snowball save in the middle.
Yeah.
I think it's just guaranteed one team fight if Yamich can connect with all of his kit.
Botsing in, Speed gonna be caught. He tries TP away, but the cookie should be easy, or the snowball, one or the other. Gate on the other side catches Fade. Fade trying to run, but caught in the pit. And he'll die as well. GamerLegion are now just getting picked apart across the map. Speeding things up for MOUZ faster and faster.
I feel at least 70% of MOUZ's kills have come in this bottom river.
Yeah, yeah.
GamerLegion just keep trying to farm this area out. They haven't de-warded it. There's not even vision there, but they are just a feeding trough in this bottom river.
Love that mid one hunts down this dragon. They're not going to let Fade keep cutting the wave.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm really far behind now. This Klink's found no momentum in this game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I just don't feel like Yamsen looks too comfortable on it.
No.
He got hunted a lot. He was in that bottom area for a long time. He hasn't really been able to aggressively kill lanes. He's 1 in 6.
He looked more comfortable on the Kez, which was his 3rd professional match.
Yeah, for sure.
RCY dancing around. If he can get out successfully, this will be a lot of time for the rest of his team to farm. So he does get out. They spot Crystallis on the other side of the map. All of those heroes were in the bottom right corner. If they make a move fast enough, Crystallis will be outnumbered. They don't want to go for it. Fade says he just wants to keep farming, get to that BKB.
I just don't know if they're going to have damage to put into this lineup. There's a lot of mitigation coming out, especially if they get dispels. I think if MOUZ get dispels for this bonds, the 5v5 becomes really difficult.
Radiant's middle tower.
Bye-bye, big. Good.
Yeah, back into the bottom river that's worked so well.
So I looked it up. Yamsen has played 10 professional matches of Klink's. 5 of them have been in the last month. Before that, he was playing it in 2021. He also only has a 30% win rate on it, so he's gone 3 and 7 on Klink's.
Not great.
Not great.
Not great. I think he's too stable for Klink's, honestly. It takes a real deranged mind to be good at this hero.
Does it?
Yeah,
I mean, we've been listening to Klink's players lately, not to me. Ame.
Yeah, that
Toro.
guy's he's a true psychopath, dude. He's a C player, man.
Okay.
Completely unhinged.
And
My
Ame?
point. I think that speaks for itself. This guy got second 3 times. That's completely broken him. He's lost.
Okay. And
just a Klinks player now. It depends on what color hair Yatoro has.
Okay, his personality changes with each one of his hairdos. Okay.
And I think sometimes he's a great Klinks player. So sometimes he's not, depends on the hair color. So that's what I'm saying. You gotta be unhinged to play this hero because the hero gets overhauled every month. So who spams a hero that's gonna get overhauled? As this beast is just, he just can't play the map. Are you just gonna ban Tusk next game and be like, what else can Yamich play?
Yeah, I think you might need to consider that. Just because it's not like his Tusk is very good, but it's also because his performance on Wind Ranger was so not good. I mean, GamerLegion aren't even playing Dota at this point in time. They're just they're losing a game of hide and seek.
Underlord has caused way too many problems in this series. To me, this is the hero you have to think about. Just how these two teams are stylistically going up against each other. You do not want to be the team that has to try and make plays into the Underlord lineup. I've not seen anybody do it successfully once in this series.
Yeah, this is feeling like a game that is just as one-sided as game 1 at this point. Now with an Aegis on Chrysalis, it feels like MOUZ have reached to that kind of unstoppable 5-man ball territory.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Pretty much. I mean, I just don't see these heroes going down unless there's the best bonds of Speed's career.
Yeah, you need a really good Fatal Bonds and some sort of stuns that set up a great Burning Barrage.
We also need a lot more items on this Puck and Klinks to deal the damage. Missing too much damage right now.
The bottom lane calls to Yamsen. Cannot resist it. They've got a game plan this time around. They're going to head to the bottom lane, but with their entire team.
Oh, they found Yamich.
The gate to the other side of the map. Boom is going to call in some reinforcements. They caught Yamich. They can't kill him fast enough, though. As now Chrysalis comes in. Sure, Yamich dies, but Chris has already done so much damage. Fate is on the run with the rest of his BKB. Yamsen going to try and TP out, and he does make it. Chrysalis got a little bit stalled out there, so wasn't able to get the Dragon Tail there. Goes for RCY instead. RCY jumping away to his orb. Gotta keep this intact. Fortunately, the Lincolns protected him there, but he has the gem as well. Who cannot afford to be losing this. Looks like MOUZ also had a gem somewhere. Breaking through that Lincolns again. Orb up in a second. Phase shift up in a second. Oh, God, RCY, you really made this way too close, man. 90 HP. Another blink up in a second. Another orb. He's out. He's good. Brother. He drew a lot of attention his way yet again.
Why? Why was that necessary? I mean, he's trying to stall this game as much as he can, find the little pickoffs of the fight. He's still doing God's work out here for GamerLegion, but you cannot win that 5v5. And that was finding Tusk first. Probably the best hero to find. Threw everything on him. He just gets pipe crimson. Takes forever to kill this damn Tusk.
Actually, damage, Chrysalis, he will lose this Aegis. Can they kill him a second time here? On the other side, they're also going after Yamsen. Yamsen stuck in the river, turns, fights as best he can. Death Packs heals him up a little bit, but he will be run down by mid one. Chrysalis, meanwhile, Terrorize going out. Can the heroes get through the gate here? They're showing up, mid one. He gets through. Yamich chasing on after whatever heroes they can catch. It's going to be the Dark Willow who goes down. RCY is going to play some games with them to once again try and stall, but MOUZ are simply just too damn strong, winning fights on both sides of the map.
Go high ground here, maybe? You have DK form running. Have your auras back up in 10 seconds. So what's stopping you? Not a lot of outspam in this lineup. Underlord Doto. Too strong. Stats don't lie. That's what we're learning here. Stats never lie.
Another loss for Beastmaster. Another dub for the Underlord. They try and cut the waves, but they already have a siege wagon inside the base, so this is going to be Elena Barracks and Fade dying.
RCY gets something.
Maybe a little bit more. All right, Coil had to be expended, but worth it. 2 support kills, worth a lot of gold. That is over 1,000 gold he just got from that.
This is RCY versus the world right now. 1v9. Classic NA pub right here. Has no clue what the hell the rest of his team is doing, but he is just going to try and put this game on his back and lug it up the mountain. Yeah, I wish him the best because it is going to be a tall task, but making something out of nothing here, that's for sure.
Initiation on Yamsen. Force staff. Oh, yeah, that damage is really ramping up for the Dragon Knight. It's a bit unfair. He had an amp damage, but still.
I mean, Dato's already done. Serrated Shiv online. That Sentry Ops catches sight of him. You gate in. It's done deal.
Well, Yamsen, don't think we're going to see him play Clinks again.
Nope.
Lowest net worth core in the game. And Ags for the Beastmaster. I feel like the rest of GamerLegion didn't have too bad of a game. But simply put, they don't have any damage from their carry. And the kills that they've gotten have made things spiral so badly that Fade, who was supposed to be coming into this very strong, right? He had that fast helm, the Overlord took that early tower, had a pretty decent net worth lead, got an early BKB, and somehow MOUZ are just so strong, they're one-shotting him.
Beastmaster is fundamentally not great against 5-man ball lineups. I think that's the problem we keep seeing for this hero this event. Teams just keep running it into him, expecting a different outcome, and he keeps suffering. Oh, nice attempt here with the coil snap.
Yeah. Use a force staff to snap the coil, get him deep inside the base, and yet it is all undone by a counter force staff that gets him down. And the heroes are quickly swept up by MOUZ one after another. Buyback going to be used. Underlord just goes into the tier 4s. He doesn't give a damn. He wants to stop Speed from using his upheaval, and he does do that pretty well. Fade, okay. Well, that's back-to-back deaths without him casting almost anything here. Gets off the Primal Roar, quickly dies to the punch. Now Yamsen shows up, but show up for what? GG, this game has been done for a while now.
Well, if I'm going into game 3, I'll tell you one thing. I'm picking Underlord or I'm banning that shit because I don't want to play against it in a game 3, and I'm probably taking out Yamich's Tusk because he was real mad after that game 1 being put on Wind Ranger. He said, give me my hero, I'm going to dunk on these kids, and he absolutely dunked on him. So those were the 2 biggest differences from that game 1. That if you're GamerLegion, you have to get these heroes out or take them and make some adjustments, because right now in this series the meta is ball, aura, group, invincibility. You either have the damage or you don't, and so far both these teams have run into that issue.
And Yamsen's got to be put on something comfortable. I don't know what happened to him this game, but he was a no-show for game 2, which means we're going to a game 3.
Well, with their lives of Blast Slam on the line, MOUZ show up in this game at number 2 for themselves. And whether you want to put it down to drafts or just kind of waking up a little bit, you know, this time around, Mid1 wasn't sleeping on the draft, and everyone felt like they just had a cleaner, cohesive playstyle on the side of MOUZ.
Yeah, I think the draft definitely did play a big part, though. I mean, Avery was talking about it. I think that is the meta of this series. I think in a lot of these important best-of-3s, elimination series especially, being tanky, having team fight, the ease of execution is king. MOUZ had it in spades this game, GamerLegion had it last game, and I think going into next game, we need to see how these teams adapt.
I think the main thing though is just seeing MOUZ feel comfortable again, right? Like after the draft, you had that recipe, you know, boom on the Aurum offlane, you had the annoyance of Celery and Yamich and what they can bring. You have Christus playing his DK here that they utilized to win tournaments in 2025, right? So I feel like for MOUZ, it was like, we are one game away from getting eliminated in last place. Like that should not be a sentence you say for a team like MOUZ, right? And then you go all the way back to the creature comforts, and yeah, clearly they just were able to just use some muscle memory to get themselves through the second game.
I mean, it is also like the beauty of this game in a way where one game to the other, it can be so vastly different, like what a team looks like, both in terms of like the heroes they play and overall what they're doing in the game, because GamerLegion, they still look good like the first 15 to 20-ish minutes until they did make like, I would say a rather big blunder, but when I look at MOUZ, it just looked a lot more like them. They did definitely wake up and understood, you know, we could obviously see that the post-game talk they had that Yamich initiated, it did a lot. Because this is a completely different team if you compare them to game one. So I'm absolutely happy to see. But yeah, the auras, you see Na'Vi do it, you see OG do it. You want to have good early to mid game and then take the fight to your opponents.
I kind of feel like the conversation, like seeing Yamich on the mic, like just having that passionate talk, I look at MOUZ, I'm seeing like they're talking about like their lives on the line, and for GamerLegion, like they're kind of cruising into the second game. Like the first game was really easy, let's just see what we can get in the second game. Like the draft construct, like seeing the Puck, the Warlock, the Clinks, the Willow, like having 4 ranged heroes, going for the last bit Beastmaster, like it didn't feel as strong as the prep and the draft like integrity as we saw in game 1. And that's kind of where I said like with GamerLegion, they're very good in game 1s, they're very good at just punishing and annoying you, but as the best of 3 progresses, they look shaky, and here, again, it's the same story for GamerLegion.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the stuff just felt forced. I think from Yamson specifically, you can see he's 1 on 11 there. I mean, on any hero that's bad, but on carry especially, right? He's kind of, it feels like he feels like the need to do stuff to make things happen in a lineup where no one really can make moves, right? It's 2 ranged supports, it's Puck, who is a rather slow hero, and it's Beastmaster, who's just farming it up. And so he feels like he needs to be involved, but that's not Clinks, right? We've seen it from a lot of players. They farm until at least they get that death, so before they start joining the game. And the death after death after death, it adds up. And I think for the next game, you want Yamson in a situation where he can play comfortably and be chill. Like I think on the Kez, he looked great. He had a very, very competent game 1, and you can't have this, right? Cap said it. You can't just be chain feeding like this on a core roll. You're just not gonna win.
Yeah, I mean 111 is like kind of it borders on like XD. It's definitely not something like that you want to have. I will say that Yamich on the Tusk, he had their number in this game. Like in a lot of these clips, my bro was just jumping in first, getting the punch into the snowball, being in the right place at the right time. So I will say that MOUZ, I think not just as a team, but also individually, looked a lot better in this game.
I think it was with Yamich though. Tusk, best hero of his competitive career, you could argue, right? The last time he played it in Slam, he went 3-15. Since then, he never went back to it. So maybe that one game was like, oh, no, guys, I don't want to touch it, you know? And then, of course, he's like, you know what? I am the Tusk guy. So, again, I feel like this series is like MOUZ just refinding, like, you know, why are we moving away from the heroes that we're good at? We should just be playing them. So this is kind of like a wake-up moment for them.
Yeah, you guys were all using a similar sort of word, right? You want Yamson to feel comfortable in game number 3, but I wonder where that comfort comes from. Is it just strictly down to that hero? What is the playstyle, or what is needed out of him to, or the rest of his team to feel comfortable?
I mean, I think a baseline is there should be synergy between him and his 5 hero. I don't think Clinks and Warlock really do much together. You compare that to the first game, and I think that's really important that you have synergy with the heroes that you tend to be near. He's not really enabling anyone. He's not being enabled in this game, right? So it makes sense that he feels disjointed and he's trying to force things because none of his heroes really help him. And he doesn't really help anyone else. It's just, they just sort of picked a bunch of isolated heroes where it felt like game 1, everything was cohesive. And I think they need to find that cohesion because this is not, it's not a real draft. You can't pick 4 ranged heroes as the first 4 heroes. Like nobody does this. It's not Dota.
No, it's not, but like maybe in their perspective, not saying it's good, they had like this idea that Beastmaster going for Zoo build would like bring them more life to the game. Like maybe there's like, you know what, we're gonna take this tower and then the ranged heroes will play behind the Zoo and then they'll cushion it and then we'll just keep going. But it's like Dota has not played this like cookie cutter anymore. Like you don't just take 2 early towers, take Roshan, win the game. Like there's a lot more nuance to the game. So yeah, I agree with Quinn. Like the first 4 ranged pick into it, maybe it's an oversimplification, but it just looks ugly in a draft.
I mean, at the end of the day, that is kind of our jobs. We need to simplify things, right? Because there are so many things going on within this. And we can look at the team fights, maybe try and simplify them a little bit more, Kezu, as to how they went so right for MOUZ.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love GamerLegion's draft, but there's definitely plays to be had. Like, what I want to highlight two things here. Like, GamerLegion, first of all, your draft is, there's a lot of nuance, like how you play. First of all, you have 4 range heroes. We've touched on that. But then you cannot get split like this. So that's going to be step 1. But what I want to highlight is how MOUZ defend the map. It's not easy for them to take this fight. It's important that you have Underlord anchored on this tower to like be the first point of contact. You have the Crimson, you have the tier 2 aura that you can play around. And I also want to highlight that Yamage owns this fight, and at the same time, Crystallis takes this fight. He TPs in without Dragon Form. If they don't take this fight, or if GamerLegion get to take this fight more nicely together, not separated, because if you look at Fade, his Beastmaster is continuously like stuck around his tier 2 area. It's super awkward for him to like join his team. And I'm just going to say that if this fight goes different, if GamerLegion find a better angle, then even with the harder to execute draft and the few flaws they have, there's always gameplay to be had, but those moments, you need to hit them.
No, that's true. It's a great point, honestly. I fully agree. Like, gameplay is, like, at the end of the day, you can point at draft all day long, but gameplay, it really does matter. And you're right. That, like, if that fight went differently, we'd be talking about how GamerLegion, wow, what an amazing 2-0. Look at this great dive, you know.
Skill gap them.
Yeah, exactly.
Dapping them.
Well, I guess we can look at my clip at the 21-minute mark and look at a potential play that game. Oh, no, we're not
Just
looking at
kidding, it's Quinn again!
Skip it.
If we could just mute T's mic as well, just
It's
to
just
rub
a
salt
boring
in the wound.
item graphic again. Come on, Quinn.
Pipe versus no pipe.
Bro,
Now, wait,
played
you
on gaming.
literally got
This
this
is it?
graphic just to say pipe versus no pipe?
Also Crimson. And also
They both have
Underlord.
Crimson.
This hero
They don't
is
both have Crimson.
this hero is a
Did
problem.
Can we pull that back up again? Am I
Yeah,
going
one more
blind?
time.
Beast does not have Crimson.
He does not.
No.
That's a helm dom.
Thank you very much. They're both brown items.
They were, and I got bad eyesight.
We're learning things every day.
So
What
anyway,
do the items
so-
look like?
Thank you.
Was there anything else to this graphic, Quinn?
No, it's
No.
literally pipe and crimson. Yeah.
We're really
I'm
doing you
literally
good.
just
Thank
as
you.
shocked as you
Good
two.
job, everyone. We're really hyping each other up.
How long did that game go for again?
Huh?
How long did the game go for?
6 or 7 minutes.
Too long.
In a world of 6 and 7, be the 21, you want to, like, please stop.
You what? What?
No more. You do it all the time.
I think it's T Governor's time, guys. We've been shutting him down too much. Let's go.
That's cool.
Roll the
So-
clip. Please. Manners, they make it for man. Anyway, so we have here GamerLegion. They're making a smoke whilst Beastmaster's dead. And I feel like we've seen the top dive that Kezu mentioned. MOUZ, they were very quick to react here. Of course, Yamage on the Tusk. We've seen so many clips where he's saving the day. I have to question speed a little bit. He didn't drop the Golem to go for that DK kill. If they made that cleaner dive at the top tier 2, if they used the Golem there were moments where this draft could have worked. But again, they make these little mistakes. And always Yamage on the Tusk was able to turn it around and fix it. So I think Yamage just found himself in this game, and GamerLegion just misplayed too many times in the really small moments to try and bring this kind of quirkier draft into a winning position.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think it's absolutely true, and I mean we're highlighting it in like the 2
Thank you,
clips.
T.
You
Thank
want to
you so
make
much.
it more simple.
Sorry for getting the show flow, my bad.
Thanks. Good talk, guys.
Amen.
Amen. Back to you, Nat.
How's it going, guys?
I was actually trying to listen to Quinn, and then Nat spoke to me, and it kind of got weird.
That's not Quinn.
Why were you listening to Quinn when I'm
Kezu
talking?
was talking.
See, I was just testing they were listening.
Very
Let's
good.
go listen to Kezu.
Yeah, it was a great point by T, and back to Quinn.
So clinked.
Yeah, very good.
It's a bone man, you know that?
They lost because they picked 4 range heroes, guys.
No, they lost because they let MOUZ get Underlord.
That's also true.
That is true.
This hero is OP and he's easy.
He's Giga.
When you're in
He's
elimination,
easy.
it actually matters. You pick easy heroes
It's
when you're
true.
elimination. You don't want to stress yourself. Okay, everyone is playing worse than they would be normally. They're not playing at their pub selves. Look at GamerLegion. Gamson is 1-11, guys.
That's not good.
Those are not
Oh, no.
good numbers. Maybe 11-1, but not shift the slash a little bit, and then it's a good score. But they aren't shifting the slash, so you pick easy heroes. Not Clinks, not some shenanigans, some sneak around crap. Just pick blob. We farm. That's good.
I feel like Clinks isn't even that hard of a hero. Maybe if you have frontline, he becomes easier. But, you know, take a breather, go to the next game. Nat, give me a new topic.
Well, no, a similar vein, but I guess something different to talk about. Who do you think is the most difficult to execute out of the 10 heroes we had in the previous draft? This is so like off topic, but somehow still on topic.
Maybe like Puck or Beast.
I would say Puck. Yeah, but yeah, Beast is trash, so Beast.
I mean, like Beast has a lot of like small
timing.
nuance. To it.
Yeah.
And like if you mess up something, your game kind of like goes straight in the trash. And Puck is like the most skillful, I guess, of these 10 heroes. Of course, that's what Quinn would say. Stupid
Good
Puck
answer.
player.
Good answer.
Stupid Puck player. they didn't camp the runes enough, and that's why he lost.
They didn't play through mid lane until we lost. They didn't shut down the Viper.
I need health when I dodge spells because the lane's too hard.
Do you remember that time that you lost TI on Puck?
Okay.
At least it's been a while.
Oh no.
So it should be fine. Not too soon.
No, it's all good, guys. Much love.
You know, Blast.
QCL.
You know, Blast still uses the same hotel sometimes, and it just gives PTSD to Quinn.
I do walk in those doors, and I'm like, I feel like wash over me.
No, I feel bad.
Oh, you set it up, Nat.
I'm expecting more points from Boom when you have this darts like thing hanging in your room.
Yeah, he hit a. Yeah,
what is he
He hit a
here?
1 just now.
A 1?
That's
obviously that
Maybe
can
no,
happen.
maybe
because you look-
maybe he's trying to do around the world. Is that what he's? No, he's not. He's
Oh,
okay.
he
He's
just-
not.
Did he just split it in
They
half
lost.
like some
They're-
Davy
Oh, he
Crockett?
just knocked
losing.
it off.
Yeah.
He knocked off
They're
the other
losing.
dart.
Can I just say, I feel like, why is our production that good at actually showing darts? I've seen actual darts production.
crying.
And they're not very good at showing the body.
It's really just.
He can actually hear us flaming.
Dude, I just feel like
I
if you
just
have
want
a
to hit
dartboard in your
180.
room.
Come on. Like, I know it's a tall ask, but.
I agree. If you have a dartboard in your room, you have to be cooking.
Yeah, you better be
funny.
owning.
Maybe he just bought it.
No way. He's a sporty guy. He's very good at table tennis.
Sporty
It's
guy.
like his Instagram stories, he's like winning trophies and shit.
Is he
Trust me.
really?
Yeah.
I didn't know
Aren't you
that.
good
This
at
is
ping
a
pong?
0 cap. I'm good at ping pong. I'm sure he's better. He's winning like, he has got a background somewhere with like 45 trophies.
You know, Quake was Giga.
45.
Yeah. Koikwa is super giga.
Quake was the best one in the Dota scene.
Well, at the.
Well,
Yeah, the ping
I
pong.
see, yeah.
I don't understand what that was. But maybe you guys can have a little bit of a rally and figure out who the best out of you guys is at table tennis, ping pong. Is there a difference?
Nope.
Nope. Same shit.
Okay, I don't know why there's two different names for the same thing, but either way, there's only one name for what's about to happen. It's a break and a game number 3.
Today we are doing blind rankings of neutral items. Ooh. Dormant Curio. I mean, I think it's quite bad.
Let's go with 9. Let's leave room
Yeah,
for 9. We'll go 9. Tumblr toy! Okay, no, I'm putting Tumblr toy. That's like middle of the park. It has its place, but it's not great, it's not bad.
5 is fine. 5. What, I'm trying to think what's... Like, Pure Cloak is 1.
Don't think ahead. Oh wait, no, okay, but you can.
Oh, I'm thinking I'm planning.
That's smart. Yeah, no, I'm living in the moment. Stop being logical. Alright, still 5.
5 is fine. 5 is fine.
5, yeah.
The Yeetie pollen bag, I think that might be 10. I've taken it like one time and I just forgot to use it. I don't think I've ever actually pressed it. I don't know what it looks like.
There's probably one guy out there who's like screaming at us.
He's behind a monitor. I don't care about his screams. Like I've never seen anyone. I've literally never seen the item used. 10. Olive Charm is pretty good. I take it more frequently.
Yeah, but it also, you don't take it past its tier, right?
No, sure. It's either 4 or 6, depending on vibes.
Yeah. Vibes, I go 6. I feel like there's a lot of good ones.
That's fine. We can go 6.
Ferret fucking Cloak 1 instantly. There's no doubt about it.
Humbly Undying is like, it's 2, right?
But is it okay? It's very good, but you can't hit Ancient with it. So luckily, that alone would put it like 2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
you can't like clutch it up in the late game just auto hit.
I mean, it was way broken before.
Way broken, yeah.
Like I think it's 2 or 3.
We can go 2.
Unrelenting Eye is pretty bad. Like you're only taking it if your other options are crap.
I've only seen it in one game where Amar Bristleback took it and like utilized it to be very tanky. But like 7 then.
Yeah, 7. I think 7. Magnifying Monocle is good. I think it's like...
That has to be the highest we have left.
I think it's 3. Magnifying Monocle is 3. You take it in a lot of games, a lot of heroes.
Attack range, cast range on support. You're not in like fighting position anyway, so you're always getting that cast range.
Yeah, I think it's like the second best tier 4, probably.
Yeah, so 3,
Yeah.
Sister's Shroud! We might have fucked up.
No, it's not that broken anymore.
Yeah, it's still kind of good though.
It's good, but like I think 4 is a fine placement.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I think it's better than Monocle.
It's not better than Monocle.
Or Unrelenting. Or Humbling Undying.
You know what?
I think 4, right?
4. Yeah, it's 4.
I mean, it's worse. Torment Shield is worse than 6, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, 8's fine. That's a good spot for Torment Shield. Torment Shield's terrible. Yeah. I think it's pretty good.
It's okay. I would say that I think we've maybe fucked up with like Cure and Pollen being lower than like Poor Man and I.
T-Governor loves top.
Yeah, you're a bomb.
both of these teams know just how much it means to win a best of one, because this is essentially how this best of three now plays out for elimination, for making it into the play-in stage for Blast Slam Malta here. Both of them had pretty dominating games is how I describe it, with GamerLegion taking game 1, MOUZ taking game 2. And we are now to see what will unfold for game 3, where the priority is, and if MOUZ are going to go back to still opening up their drafts with a mid-1 hero.
Yeah, I mean, I think GamerLegion has first pick this game, which is the pick that won both other games. I think it is probably preferable for them and lets them get the Yamsen 18 hero. We saw him pick the Clinks on 16-17 last game, which was a bit of an uncomfortable spot. Didn't make too much sense in the context. So I think having him have 18 pick is very, very good for them. And MOUZ opts to give him the Chen instead of the SDO last game.
Oh.
Man, dude, this is really good for MOUZ.
Yeah. Yep. That's solid. So
I was gonna jokingly talk about the Underlord, but I should have. They straight up opened with it.
Again, it's just a classic counter to the Chen, right? Like Chen wants to play that kind of annoying laning game and to get some creeps, hit a tower, kind of buff people up. Underlord's like, all right, you have an aura, I have 2. You know, it's just a very good matchup for Underlord the entire time. And this is where I think when heroes are often banned out in the first phase, when they finally become available, if you rush to pick them, teams are like, okay, thank you very much. This is our prep against you. So I feel like GamerLegion may have fallen into a bit of a trap potentially, as MOUZ, again, they promote Underlord to the first phase.
No, I definitely agree. And I think this is sometimes where you see the experience of older teams or teams with more, you know, high, like the ends of tournaments. You get more practice in these things, because I think this is a very good read on their part to give the Chen and respond like this. And I think GamerLegion could have adapted and just first overall picked Underlord. I think that was actually the correct play. Yeah. But they get baited into this in the typical order of things when the series started. But the series now is not what it was at the beginning.
Like, so, because the most obvious ban is obviously Ursa for MOUZ. You're not going to hand that to GamerLegion. I think if you're GamerLegion, you should be looking at carries that still abuse the fact that Underlord is just this fat boy that's going to build these auras. You want long fights. I mean, ideally you kill this guy first, but it's really hard to play for this. So maybe you can look for like a Chen Slark lane later down the lane, because you know that MOUZ play like, you know, the double melee guys. So you should be able to get a weaker laner like Slark through the lane. That's at least an idea I have, because when you play against this blobby guy, please have like some sort of an idea of what you at least want to try to own him.
They banned out the DK, so they are offering up the potential Ursa into the mix.
Yeah, I mean like for themselves. Or MOUZ can pick it if they want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if MOUZ picks it, then I don't think it's the end of the world. I think there should be things that you can pick that are good against both.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the bear ban. Pretty standard. I do think the ban adjustments from GamerLegion are good, though. They banned the Tusk and the DK, 2 heroes MOUZ had last game, and both look very strong. But no, they're definitely going to want some damage and some hero that can be amplified with the Chen auras. There's stuff like Timbersaw that's in the pool. You want something that cuts through this Underlord one way or another, because you do not want to end up in a situation like last game where you just cannot kill them. So things like the Puck, these low damage heroes, to me, they're off the table unless you've already got something in mind that is going to actually kill the Underlord.
Yeah, I feel like it's just kind of hard. We've yet to really see the hero be broken. Of course, he has lost, so there are ways that you can go about it. But even if you're looking for ways, like, you know, if you get the Slark later, I think you're inviting mid-1 to have also like a Giga Lash game, unless you ban that later. So obviously, you know, when specific things come out, it's going to call for specific things from your opponents. But yeah, this Underlord hero for now, he needs to be answered more than what we've seen.
I love the fact that Yamich, again, the most vocal after game 1, and it's like game 2, he gets his Tusk, game 3, he gets his Pudge. Like, heroes that haven't really been too big in the tournament, and, or for him at least, again, I don't think he's played Pudge in the tournament so far.
I think maybe not right now, right?
Yeah.
But he's like known for his Tusk and Pudge, generally speaking.
I mean, it's his top 2 competitive heroes, right? But his Pudge win rates, after like the inception of this MOUZ roster, it did start dropping, and then he kind of moved away from it kind of slightly, you know, ever so gently in some qualifiers. But again, in the game 3, you win it, you get to go to play another best of 3, lose, you're out.
I mean, it's good. We talked about it.
Wowie woo woo.
Holy.
And Omni Man.
Is it a carry Omni?
I think
is this
so.
Nightfall cosplay?
It is Nightfall cosplay, yeah. Okay, I mean, this lane is super miserable for Underlord.
Yeah.
Like, this lane is awful. You can only pull waves. Don't even try to interact, because Omni Knight is a broken laner.
He just keeps on slapping you.
He just hits you in the head with his big holy hammer.
And it's big. Oh, do you know, continuing the theme of Yamsen in this best of 3, right? The Clinks, Cap was saying it was quite a, 5 games, I think it was, with GamerLegion, and then, what, 3 years ago or something, 4 years ago? Here as well, Omni Knight, only 2 competitive games. Last time he played it, he was on Apex Genesis back in 2024. His score, like, again, I think he was also support back then, because it was a 0-6 support with Solar Crest and 0-6 support Mana Boot. So, again, a role swap has occurred for Yamsen since then, but yeah. 2 support games to his competitive career.
What is up with the Pudge picks today, by the way? We went from having none.
Yeah, to having 3 or 4.
Yeah, we went from literally none, and then today Heroic pick it back to back, and then we get it now. I know it is like a player to hero comfort thing, but I also have to see that there's got to be something calling for it in a draft.
Can't reveal your best stuff in a best of 1 group.
Oh, my bad.
You know what they could have picked on GamerLegion they didn't is the Rubik. That is one of the absolute hardest counters to Underlord. You steal his Q, and then you just kill everyone in the whole fight.
The issue is, players have this weird thing where it's like, if everyone keeps saying hero's bad, then you'll just keep telling yourself it's bad. But there are like very specific games, like the Underlord against Jakiro, that, you know, it is playable. As long as your lineup is like robust enough that a Rubik can kind of get through laning phase, then yeah, 100% would agree.
I will say the hero's kind of Garbo, and Underlord's skills a bit different than he used to. Like, you max Aura first, you also don't necessarily have to max Firestorm, but I could see the hero like come up throughout the tournament, you know, if it does get like very late. I will say that I like MOUZ that they picked SF here, because it's like an open flex, and it just lanes well. It's good with, you know, like the auras to build it up.
What makes Rubik Garbo here? I know that we're not seeing it, but the fact that you both had the same sentiment.
His laning's just very lackluster. Like, you used to just secure range creep and play somewhat defensive. You just don't have very good damage. Your Mousie's kind of weak. You're playing on Fade Bolt. There's no big like level 2 timing to play on the lane. Like, you are hoping to get the spell to then turn it around. It's just a lot of things have to go right for you, and your team kind of needs to like hold your hand, whilst other 4s you dictate more. The Tusk, the Willows, the whatever, you just run around the map and command it yourself.
Yeah, I feel like he suffers a lot, and this hero has like no good first item to build, in my opinion, which is also like a bit of a feels bad as a support.
Definitely.
You don't want your 4-player to buy Mana Boot's Aether Lens?
Yeah, it's like some 2018 Team Secret Yapsor running around Fade Bolting everyone.
You guys are really convincing me on it.
It was the MOUZ lineup, and I mean, GamerLegion has tried to counterpick here. I mean, I think this Jakiro is very out of place, personally. Like, they saw no 5 yet, no carry that it's good against. They picked some random 4 Jakiro. I'm just kind of like, why? I don't think there's a reason for it. And it also doesn't strike me particularly as GamerLegion. This is very snowball. It's not a lot of team fight. It's very much, we need to be ahead and keep building that lead, because I think as more time passes, Omni Knight carry does fall off unless you're like mega fat and super in the zone. It's not that intuitive how to keep the game going.
There's the Storm Spirit, the hyped up hero for GamerLegion.
The big old 100% win rate.
There it is.
I mean, you do have Jakiro Storm, which is good together, and you have 2 heroes that I think Storm also likes having in their draft, which is Chen and Omni. Like, when you go in first, they can help you to like stay in the fight, but I think Underlord should be quite annoying for you to play into. Again, you know, the early pipe. He builds Ags later. He also builds like Atos Gleipnir, you know, if he wants to, so it kind of forces you into like a BKB, or it's very annoying for you to like also play like the mid to late game fights.
Yeah. MOUZ, like, they don't have the cleanest lockdown, which of course Omni Knight running through, you won't be able to counter it other than like a Pudge Dismember. Storm Spirit, again, on paper, a very good game. One thing going for MOUZ though is like, they have constant ways to save each other. There's cookies and hook saves, and then Shadow Fiend, if he goes Pike, can force someone, and Underlord, of course, with the auras. So MOUZ can kind of like invite the Storm, like, come, zip onto us, we'll just drag the fight a little bit longer, drag some more mana from you. Like, your damage is, again, it's kind of a long fight for GamerLegion. Omni wants to punch you a couple times, Storm wants to punch you. It's not like big explosive damage from GamerLegion. So MOUZ, even though they don't have lockdown, can continue kiting these engagements.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty bad Storm game. I think Underlord is one of the hardest counters in the game to that hero. Whenever we saw Storm on the old team, we would pick Underlord almost always if we had the chance.
Just because of rushing pipe?
Yeah, you just buy pipe, and Pit is super obnoxious. Storm has to buy BKB, so it griefs his item build, and like, you just don't have any damage. On top of that, Storm loses lane to Shadow Fiend pretty significantly, and his supports need Storm to enable them to actually play the game. So if he loses lane, which he most likely will, I think Storm winning this lane is practically impossible. The best you can do is draw. Then SF will be full HP with a 20 wand. and he'll be chilling. I think MOUZ can farm it up, and Storm runs out of damage is how I envision this going right now.
So it's looking for a Chrysalis hero right now on the side of MOUZ, and that SF really should just stick on mid one.
I would say so.
Part of me wants to lean the other way and put the Shadow Fiend to carry, and then get a more playmaking mid lane. I feel like Chrysalis, at least in recent qualifiers, really stepped up and showed that he's a pretty strong Shadow Fiend carry player. It wasn't, in his repertoire again at the end of 2025, but again January, he kind of showed it. And I want a bit more pressure applied to the Storm. Like Quinn's already mentioning that like Underlord can annoy him. How does Storm play the game if he's having a weak lane, and the Underlord's there? There's a glimmer on the snap.
I mean, I could see a puck for MOUZ also. I mean, I think that their roles are kind of open. I don't mind it yet. To me, it also depends a bit on like what GamerLegion show you here. I think if their offlane is like very susceptible and you're happy with the SF going there, it gives you like a bit more reason to then like flex it into that lane and get a new mid if that's what you want. But I think honestly either is fine. To me, it's a bit more about if GamerLegion can like corner you or make it harder for like MOUZ to find a good last pick.
But they need that from what? From offlane?
Yeah, I don't want to see offlane Omni-Knight.
Yeah, no.
Gonna do bad things.
Oh my goodness. Because he's sitting by himself during this game then.
I mean, this is fine, but I just look at GamerLegion's lineup and no one is really doing that much damage. It's so middle of the pack. Chen, I feel like generally with that hero, you want some hero that is going to dish out super consistent DPS so that you inevitably can go high ground, or this one hero can carry the game. That to me is not Omni-Knight. I think Omni-Knight and Chen have pretty bad synergy together in some ways. And MOUZ is just easy. They can pick either a carry or a mid hero, and they can just farm and chill, and I think that's what you want. The ability to vibe. You don't have to make moves. You can, but you don't need to. That release of the pressure is so favorable.
Yeah, I do wonder where you go from. I mean, because Centaur is just... He's okay, but even then, like, you don't love playing into, like, also, like, the roots. You're very low damage, and we already talked about MOUZ. They're gonna have a couple of auras. It gives you a fine lane, but you don't have, like, a super kill lane. Like, they're both good laners individually, and then just put together with, like, the Jakiro Centaur.
I think MOUZ as well, like, because they see the Centaur and how passive GamerLegion are being, I was calling for, like, an active mid laner. They see the full draft of GamerLegion, go, they're not doing anything. They're not making any crazy moves, so... Yeah, sure. We'll take our Clinks, let mid one play his Shadow Fiend. And against Omni-Knight in the carry role, sure, he's got Repel, and it's going to be really obnoxious. But if you do get that one hook onto him into a Rec Room from mid one, eventually a Hex down the line, the vision that you play on, you can just blow him up before he gets to take the fight. So, I mean, yeah, GamerLegion, it is a lineup that feels like everything has to go right until like that one mid-game timing, and they have to keep applying that pressure. But the journey to getting to that point, it just feels kind of awkward, as if RCY has to like overperform on his hero and get like every active rune and just feel really good.
What I do like about the GamerLegion lineup is that I think they have a couple ways where they could abuse MOUZ, like in a bit more of the early stage, like RCY having a good lane, maybe a rune, you like collapse on this lane of the Clinks. Like what I do prefer the MOUZ draft, like once they get to the mid game, once the game is stable, and I prefer their draft overall. Omni to me is a bit of a question mark, so I can't fully value or like understand the power level of the hero, but I see the idea of the draft and like what they're trying to do against the Underlord.
Yeah, I mean, my real issue is that I think so much of GamerLegion's lineup is individual performances are really important. It's not that much of a team lineup to me. It's everyone needs to play really well, and then things can work and you can snowball, right? We saw last game, the draft's not ideal, but things can still be done and it can still work, but it's not easy, and it requires GamerLegion to play extremely well on an individual basis, which I don't think is their strong suit.
But if it does happen, then it will be a fun game to watch with Omni-Knight just running around bonking on people's heads, not caring about anything. But again, it all comes from the lanes, right? Like Quinn's already mentioned how Omni-Knight is going to be potentially a devastating lane for Boom to play into. If that doesn't happen, then again, of course, the kind of ball starts rolling towards MOUZ's side.
Well, a lot relying on the lanes, individual skill, and potentially in roughly 30 to 40 minutes, we could be seeing the praises of all the individuals on GamerLegion if they can make that work for themselves. But right now, MOUZ getting that highly prioritized Underlord for themselves, maybe a couple more matchups that are favorable towards them as well. It really boils down to a game number 3 to carry on in Blast Slam and go to that plans.
Well, things have certainly swung in this series. After game 1, I think you'd be forgiven for just expecting the GamerLegion was going to walk away with a victory one way or another. But after getting stomped in game 2, now we go into a game 3 with a draft that I don't know if I believe. Nothing to do with GamerLegion's draft itself, but the fact they gave up of the Underlord and Yamich is rocking his Pudge. Avery, this feels like MOUZ got exactly what they wanted.
I would agree. I don't think the Underlord was addressed enough for the fact they gave it away in the game 3. I don't think they got any direct answer to it. Yeah, Omni Knight might beat his ass on lane, but is that enough to justify going this route? To me, no. I think MOUZ are very happy with what they got. I think their lineup is super strong together. All the heroes have very good synergy. They're going to have the Orth. They're going to be tanky. They're going to scale like beasts. They have minus armor synergy between the Clinks and SF and Snapfire. They have BKB, Piercing, Disable. They kind of got it all. So GamerLegion's work is cut out for him. What GamerLegion did get was maybe some picks that caught him off guard with this Chen Omni Knight bringing a lot of heal. And they got the RCY Storm, which nobody has been able to beat. So it is his best hero. He's an absolute beast on it. To me, this has to be the RCY show in order to bring GamerLegion a victory in this game 3.
I'm going to disagree with you there. It has to be more than an RCY show because, frankly, RCY was putting on a show in game 2 and his team was too damn heavy. So, you know, his team's going to have to step it up a little bit more. And I think the biggest one is going to be Yamsen, right? Yamsen's Clinks was not inspiring. Yes. Yamsen's in a much more comfortable position, I believe. The Omni Knight core that has been an NA staple for decades at this point.
Yeah, who was the guy who spammed it? Light Knight 69 or something? I don't know.
Yeah, something like that.
People are going to act like I just made that up, but that was actually his name. Yeah, it goes back a long way. It's a fighting carry. It will win the lane. It'll get out to a lead. My question with this hero is always, is that good enough? Because we've definitely seen this hero just fall off a cliff in that mid game. It's very difficult to get him to continually scale. Like, once he gets his damage online and he's ahead, it's kind of what he does. You can't really punch that damage up continuously. It comes in these chunks, and that is why I again look towards the Storm. I think Storm has to carry this game. It will not be the Omni Knight, no matter how far this Omni Knight gets ahead. Oh, went for the cheese play, but he got read by RCY.
He did. RCY gives him the tip, and Yamich is going to have to go to top lane empty-handed. No first blood gold for him. And it also means Celery's going to be a bit late to lane.
So that's not great for mid one, because now he got split experience on that. RCY got another deny. RCY's cooking. So these lanes could be a disaster for MOUZ. That's the one caveat. I can see them losing 3 lanes here if GamerLegion are able to perform well across the board.
Yeah, I think the biggest test of this will be how well the Omni Knight actually shuts down the Underlord. I mean, the Omni Knight is an interesting pickup, right? It's going to be pretty useful in this game from the sense of, like, Guardian Angel is probably a very suitable counter to the Clinks. So they've got the defensive measure, and then they've got Centaur, Stampede, to just get on top of the Clinks. So it feels like they should be able to just all-in commit. They don't have to worry about the damage that's being done to them because it'll block out all the physical damage. They have the haste movement speed to get on top of the Clinks in the first place. And we have seen Clinks really suffer from that exact fact. When, like, the enemy team has ways to get on top of the hero, he has no way to be able to disengage. He's just kind of stuck in that area, and he fights it out.
It makes sense on paper. I can kind of buy into it. Maybe Pudge hook bailout could be an issue, but there's no tough snowball save. Yeah. That's a big difference between this and game number 2. I don't believe in Omni Knight though. I'm just gonna say it, man. I don't believe in this hero. I'm not a hater. I don't hate the hero. I just don't believe in the hero.
No, I think that's fair. Be weird if you're an Omni Knight hater. Maybe an Omni Knight hater from, like, 10 years ago where support repel Omni Knight was a cancer on both professional and pub games.
Nobody was a fan of that. The Omni OD patch, get me out of that, dude. Oh, that was one of the most
honestly, I can't believe they brought back Repel. Just because I felt like that left such a scar on the Dota 2 community.
It's because they felt it was safe, you know. They threw it in. They're thinking we can do it now, right?
I mean, so far they've been right. Omni Knight hasn't become a really top tier meta hero.
OD, on the other hand, where is the OD? He would have destroyed this Underlord. Let me tell you that. He would have decimated this kid. So teams are still sleeping on the Outworld Devour, but we'll see him eventually. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, Avery has put his claim out there that OD will be a top tier pick by the end of the season.
I have never said that statement. I said this hero is incredibly underrated. I think he's very strong. That does not make him a top pick.
No, you said it'll take a while for people to figure it out, but eventually.
That is true.
Yeah. So, you know, I gave you to the end of the season. Is that not unreasonable?
That's fair.
I'm giving you a solid, like, 9 months.
I think Tinker's also in that category.
Yeah. Playing for water runes. Yamich is going to secure one for mid one. Seller is going to try and take RCY's on the other side, which he does so successfully. So RCY's left empty-handed. An empty bottle. No way to drown his sorrows.
That sucks, man. The early game not going too well for this Storm. Not happy with the early CS. Misses a water rune. It's going to make it even more difficult. Mid one playing pretty damn well on this mid lane. Looks like MOUZ stepping up a bit, and this Omni Knight is free farming top, but they've kind of just been pulling waves, so it's a sacrificial lane for MOUZ anyway.
Getting a lot of sacrifice out of it, that's for sure. Speed getting the stacked up easy camp that's killing full creep waves. Boom's got to try and stop this. But he only has level 1 Firestorm, so he doesn't even clear out that camp very easily.
Stack this. Yeah, it's decimating his XP right now. That's why you always got to at least block it up once or get some other stacks in return. But Yamich making the mid rotations, not prioritizing this. Gets a Harpy creep too.
Be coming in.
Gave him the business.
Is not. I mean, it was fast enough to get a spell off, but he didn't have Ice Path. And Boom does not die to the dual breath. So
he's supposed to die there. That was a missed opportunity for GamerLegion.
I mean, either way, though, he did have to TP back to base. It would have been awesome if they killed him and, you know, killed his TP. He had to walk out after dying. But either way, Underlord's out of lane, not getting any experience. And he's just going to have to hit jungle. Level 2 Firestorm. It's kind of what he's been left with.
The thing is, you're trying to extract as much from this Omni as you can. So while that's a victory, you're trying to extract maximum victory from this lane. Decimation's so hard that Boom retires. You know, that's what you're looking for with this Omni pick. That this guy goes back to Team Secret or something.
Yeah, where MOUZ pull a Pari Vision and say, man, this offlaner really can't do shit when he's solo offlaning. Must be his fault, not the 4 position who's griefing his lane.
That's right. I feel like that was very specific. I'm not going to bite into that one.
I mean, sure, what Yamich is just wandering around the map trying to hook RCY the entire game.
I feel this is every offlaner's nightmare, and what they all complain about is I have the random 4 Pudge just doing nothing. Like level 2 at 10 minutes, hooks nothing, doesn't pull, doesn't block small camp, useless 4 position. My game is so tough. Except this is a pro match for elimination and a lot on the line. So you can't say that.
Yeah, you know, like, I understand the whole, you know, professional athletes, esports stars, whatever. They're not role models. Well, Charles Barkley, not a role model. But, like, come on. You don't have to be a moral role model, but at least be a role model for pubs. All you are is justifying this 4-position Pudge. Mid one trying to get off the Requiem. He gets it off to kill RCY, but he dies in the process with the Death Requiem doing the job. Big Num wishing he had an Ice Path still as another TP away right in front of his face.
It's another missed opportunity for Yamson. I think his whole tempo in this series has just been off to me. Not playing up to the level I usually expect. That TP, if it comes in sooner, he can impact that fight with really strong early spells. Instead, he doesn't bail out his Storm. doesn't get the kill. Kind of gets nothing out of this play, and now he's giving space to Underlord top, not demolishing that lane. All these little things matter so much for a pick like this.
Dive in. Hook back onto Yamson, but Celery's still going to be in trouble, surrounded by too many heroes. Not much you can do about that. They're going to secure a power rune for RCY as well. It's a shield rune top.
A nice little rune. Got to keep the momentum up, though, and you cannot let Boom farm up here. This is illegal. Unacceptable. He has no TP. He's just dead.
Get him out of here.
He will die eventually.
TP, no mana for Fiend's Gate. Doesn't even have the mana to go through the Twin Gate. Oh, I forgot you could do that. That was
one of the most illegal moves I've ever seen. He gets punished.
Fade TPs away before the hook can come through from Yamich. So 3-man gank squad from MOUZ doesn't work the same way. I mean, it's just continuing. The MOUZ off lane suffers, and the GamerLegion off lane, Fade is, every single time I look over to him, he's kind of doing fine. He's dodging the ganks. He's still getting farm. He's still able to lane.
Bit of a stronger laner in the early game and went that HOD. Had a better start too. Didn't have the Pudge in his lane griefing him.
True.
So he's definitely had the better of the exchange. Though his Dom will get sniped. Plus 100. Trying to think if you could get aggressive here as GamerLegion, but I don't really think you can. Your supports just don't provide that much extra oomph to any sort of early rotation plays. You'd like to be killing with Storm when MOUZ are kind of just jungling with their whole lineup. But Shield Rune is not the best aggressive rune. You don't want to overextend into gate, some hook, and just feed away a kill. So you can kind of combine Jakiro and Storm, maybe bring Omni Knight in those plays, but that's the limit here in the early game. MOUZ are just going to farm up. Maybe look for this 10-minute power rune, hope you get an amp damage or arcane or something. Nope, he gets another garbage can.
Yeah, not an amazing rune for it. What do you think about Yamson's build up here? He's Phase, Soul Ring, and then he's going to go Radiance. He's not going to go the like the Harpoon, Blink Dagger build.
I think either build's fine.
Okay.
Honestly, don't even think it really matters what you build in this hero. It's just go impact the game. Your spells are the hero. You know, getting this insane purification off, chasing people down with degen, the Hammer of Purity scaling in the early game is insane. You have to use his kit to make your presence felt. His items don't really matter in the end because he's going to fall off no matter what anyway.
Well, I guess in my mind, that's why I feel like I like the Harpoon Blink Dagger build, because as you said, your spells are the heroes, so just enable ways to get on top of heroes as much as possible. Mid one, he's going to need to hit a big Requiem here to bail out Chrysalis. He throws it. No, he doesn't even throw it. He thinks better of it, waiting for a better opportunity. Ult goes out from Yamson, protecting his supports as they get out of the tower range. Big Num, he's going to be left behind. But a successful gank for GamerLegion, killing the Clinks.
So my question is, you gave this Underlord, and then your Omni Knight was the big counter pick, but the Omni Knight still can't push through these Underlord skirmishes in the early game. So what did you really achieve with this trade? Perhaps
you can't push through it yet.
Okay. That's fair. But then the time has to come.
Yeah. I mean, that time should be, he has higher levels of Repel, first of all. He has higher levels for his level 10 talent, which is very important, 35 base damage, right? That's not just 35 damage for himself in the right clicks, but also the Hammer of Purity is affected by that. And Radiance. So I think it's a little unfair to judge him on this timing right now.
Okay, I'm not fully judging him, but I'm partially judging him. That's
partial judgment, okay.
OD would have killed everybody there, that's all I'm saying.
OD would not have made a move, period.
OD would have dropped the real hammer and would have one-shot 3 heroes, just saying.
Either way, very even game. most of the network difference here. The Omni Knight pretty far ahead of Klinks, who has been ganked a few times. And the Centaur is a little bit ahead of the Underlord. But a big difference between the Storm Sphere and SF. Mid1 certainly getting a lot more farm out of this game than RCY's Storm, who is once again looking for a gank here in this bottom lane. Two-man smoke up. Bignum, RCY run into Yamich. Yamich hitting the hook first, but that's going to be stopping the Dismember. RCY trying to finish him off. Here comes the Klinks, though. Big damage. Burst down that support. They still get Yamich, though. And RCY has a man to work with. Now the Stampede. He's going to run through these heroes. Here comes the Omni Knight trying to blow up the heroes. Mid1 gets off the Requiem. And no repel out from Yamsen, so he couldn't stick on to the SF. Hit a stomp onto Chrysalis. Chrysalis trying to kill Fade, but Yamsen's trying to kill Chrysalis. Meanwhile, RCY, he does manage to kill that SF. A TP away from Chrysalis. Big burst damage from Yamsen. There's the impact of the Omni Knight you were looking for. Burst down the Klinks at half HP after the death pack. And they will clean house in this bottom lane. Clear out the rest of the heroes. That's going to be Celery dead, and they'll take the tower.
The Omniscience delivers. So does Yamich, cleaning up speed on the mid lane. Don't know what Speed was really doing during all that, but you know, he'll come back and he'll die. At least you get some galvanized stacks for the Storm, and the Omni Knight, he does make his presence felt. Some impact from Yamsen with this strong early game pick, 4-0 now. That's the kind of fight you're looking for to try and break this game open. Need a couple more of those if you can get them. We'll be close to Radiance off of that, though.
Yeah, I was going to say that pretty much completes Radiance. So he was strong in that last fight. He's going to be even stronger in these next fights if GamerLegion can continue to force them. It was easy to force that fight, though, because MOUZ was trying to defend their safe lane tower. Now the safe lane tier 1 is gone. The mid tier 1 is gone due to Speed taking that, even as he died for it. So MOUZ, they're going to play a lot more defensively on their side of the map. We'll see if they give GamerLegion any 5-on-5 team fights.
Keep abusing this Underlord, man. This guy shows on lanes, beat his ass.
He's trying to get a pipe, but it's not going to do anything to stop the Omni Knight. It's all pure damage.
No Radiance.
That's true. It stops the Radiance.
Smoke from MOUZ going into mid. Yamich likes to pop these, you know, 1 or 2 heroes, including him. Just look for some quick solo plays and wards if you can get them. Would love to find the Storm here. That is a tough target to find randomly in the jungle. Do have a haste rune on mid-one's SF right now, though, so anything around that hero is going to turn into a great kill or easy team fight.
He's also flying out the rest of his Kaya Yasha, so between the extra movement speed and the faster cast animation on a Requiem, he has a real chance to one-shot somebody.
But it's GamerLegion grouping up first, and they have a full pipe on Centaur, assuming he can get it off the courier. It's flying. Mid-one's courier also flying. They might see this on the way back.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. There's a courier.
Oh, this
okay, Mid-one's up there somewhere, but he just snuck on by with the haste rune. They run into Celery, spotting him. No jump, though, without RCY. They're going to pop the Stampede to try and run down these heroes. They go for the SF. They really want the Shadow Fiend dead, and they've got him dead. Very easy kill. The Stampede just makes it so simple for this 5-man squad to just roll through you. Because as you said from the start, they got some surprising heroes. They've got Chen Omni Knight. So they're just barreling into you, and they're quite tanky, too. So they're going to catch you, and it's hard to fight back.
A 6 Centaur stomp from Fade there with the Dom creep. Got in range. I mean, I don't know what happened in the middle there. He just like refused to pop this haste rune and got stomped into Ice Path into the dead.
And he popped it earlier. I think he popped it.
Was it running out?
Yeah, I think it ran out because I think he ran down from the jungle area with a haste rune. He ran down river with it.
Oh, interesting. I'm still not sure he should die there then.
Yeah.
Like, how does he end up? I guess yeah, it ran out. That's really awkward then. I thought he was basically invincible on the map. Well, great chase down from GamerLegion. That's exactly what you want right now. Get a couple more of those, you'll be cruising in this game. Because Omni is untouchable. Probably for another good 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Maybe even more.
He's got the Echo Saber going back for Blink Dagger Harpoon. They're up by 2K for GamerLegion, but this is a lineup that I would say you kind of want/need to be ahead a bit. As you said, the Omni Knight's going to drop off at some point, so you just got to make sure this Omni Knight continues to win fights, stays ahead of the Clinks. RCY got a grab on him. Blink Dagger, Dismember into the Requiem. No, Ice Path stops the Dismember, so he cancels the Requiem. Hook back onto Fade, who is stampeding his way through these heroes. Now the Stampede's gone, no way out. RCY, well, gets an amp damage rune. You couldn't finish off any of those heroes. The tankiness does go kind of both ways, because now we have the pipe done for Boom, and so their stack is going to be difficult to get through.
Great block there with the creep by Speed to get out of there. But ultimately, yeah, MOUZ just blob up, and when they blob up, they are fairly successful this series. No Omni Knight in the middle of that fight. Underlord Pit on those stairs is just debilitating. And RCY, not enough resources to stick in the middle of everybody.
Now Vanguard done for Boom, back into Crimson. And he is actually a highest net worth hero on MOUZ, despite his terrible start.
He's cruising. This hero just farms too fast if nothing's happening.
Yeah, it kind of illustrates your point you were talking about in game 2. It's like these heroes are going to get farm. It's really tough to stop that. Beautiful bit of micro there from Speed. And now back to real time with the other 5 positions. Celery, no micro to get out of that one.
Galvanized builds. Amp damage still online.
Yeah, he's looking for the kill on Boom. Boom. Way too far forward here now. He's going to be bailed out by the hook. But with a Stampede, they just run him down anyway. In fact, they're trying to catch Yamage on top of that, who blinked himself backwards after the hook, but RCY was still able to keep up the chase. Yamage, I mean, best you could do is Dismember, but you're dying either way. GamerLegion swarm through the top lane, take the off lane tower, and head back for the Tormentor.
They've been pretty fast at identifying these overextensions by MOUZ on the map. They're not letting this Underlord get away with showing on lanes. Instantly jumped, bringing everybody into that. That's always what you should do. You should refuse to let Boom push any sort of wave out this game, because you have the Omni, you can always give you the damage to punish this hero. So that's a great series of kills into Tormentor, Shard onto the Jakiro. They've used the Stampede pretty well, and keeping RCY's Galvanized stacks up and resources high is ultimately how you're going to scale into that mid game, because MOUZ are always going to find farm here. Pretty hard to stop everybody. You just have to make sure you're snowballing your lineup here if you're GamerLegion. With the lead you have, that is how Omni Knight will carry you to victory. He's getting pretty fat.
Blink Dagger, and next is BKB before he completes the Harpoon, which I kind of like. Just means that he can jump in even more aggressively, and he can use Repel on like the Storm Spirit or something, so they can both be ignoring the Requiem and just all in on the Shadow Fiend or Clinks.
Yeah, I like this too. I think you do want to end up in a position where you repel Storm in this game. So whatever allows you to do that, you're going to be pretty happy with. And
what is this? Kisses? Scouting Kisses?
What is... I guess so. Maybe Scouting Roche. Hit one into Roche.
Their
lineup doesn't do it that fast, so they can do it here, but this is not an efficient Roche. Yeah, maybe with some... If everybody comes, I guess if Chen and Jakiro come.
I mean, no kisses, so they can stack on it.
True. Bought a gem as well, so they're really going all in on this mid game, which I think is correct.
Yeah,
this is the time where you want to take over the map, get full control, full vision control, suffocate MOUZ, because Omni Knight will start to fall off in that 30 to 40 minute mark, no matter how farmed he is. Zero can run into difficulties.
This might be the part of the game where if you're MOUZ, you're gonna want to rat a little bit. But for starters, MOUZ isn't really that kind of team. And second of all, there is still both side lane tier 1 towers up. So you can't even push in the side lanes deep to even start that ratting action.
Super valuable towers when you have the Storm, such a high threat. He's just going in solo.
Nice body damage. He does have an Aegis, so he can be pretty aggressive, but has he been too aggressive? He's going to come back on this life. Yamson in with the repel, but that leaves RCY able to be controlled here. Not enough damage, though. Mid one still trying to back away from Yamson. They're trying to finish him off. Hook in from the side. Yamich trying to bail out mid one. Hits Fade instead, and so mid one does go down. RCY in his second life is cooking, though. He is got on to Chrysalis, trying to finish off this big damage, though, from the burning barrage. They were stacked up 3 to a man. Just got burned down by the burning barrage. Still, though, RCY with a regen rune and 19 galvanized stacks is what he'll end up on. He is able to finish the fight to GamerLegion's favor, but got a little sticky there. A little worse for GamerLegion than it should have been.
Especially considering they threw the Aegis away for free. They should have had to work for that a lot harder. The regen rune kind of bails that fight out for RCY. Gets so much value out of it. Kisses at the end were decimating them on top of that barrage. I mean, the clump was pretty nasty. I think Crystals did miss uphill a bunch, though, initially. His positioning was pretty awkward for him hitting from the low ground, up the ramp, into the Radiance miss chance, uphill miss. He wasted a lot of arrows there. Kind of tough fight for him. The Omni Knight does go down. It's a big kill for MOUZ to get. Just awkward place for GamerLegion to fight into this pit, into that Requiem on the choke point. Hooks are coming through. You're getting barraged. I mean, right here, this Clinks is not doing anything. Like, it's just not doing much damage for the first half of this. The barrage ends up doing a lot, but
yeah, though, because the barrage can't miss for one, and then Celery getting some nice kisses in there as well.
This is a solid fight for GamerLegion. I think every time Storm gets a bunch of kills and survives, they're going to be happy almost no matter what happens, because he's the true carry in this game. 10-1 now for RCY, heating up Invis, walking in. He's scouting them all.
Ooh, he went for the tower there, blinks away before Fade can catch him. Let's see if this mid move works out. Missed hook on Big Num. Immediate grab from RCY and Chrysalis. Chrysalis with no BKB is 100% dead. RCY is not even going to look at him. He looks for another kill, and that's going to be Yamich.
Oh boy, he is starting to snowball. 10-1 in 6, 21 galvanized stacks. And
look at Yamich. He's going to go for Boom here with a Stampede to slow down Boom, and the Storm Spirit having so much galvanized stacks. He expended some mana mid, but he still has plenty of mana regen to get here to bottom, where they will find a third kill. 25 stacks of galvanized as RCY hits his level 18 with the third level Ball Lightning.
This is exactly where they want to be with this lineup. They're playing this very well now. I think the early game was a little clunky, but they didn't give up anything massive, but they got their timings, and this Omni Storm are taking the map over. MOUZ have no good answers in terms of dealing with these heroes.
I love how fast they're playing too. They'll like constantly look around the map, and Big Num even setting up a solo play on mid one, gets the opening disable on him, and RCY trying to follow it up will deliver the damage. So that is effectively a team wipe, right? They killed 2 people mid, 1 bottom, then they got the SF top.
There's so much gold that has been injected into this Storm in the last 5 minutes. It's insane. He's about to have a Shiva's. If he gets to Shiva's Parasma, you throw the repel on him. What are you doing if you're Crystallis in this game?
I don't know.
Going to be the one core with no BKB for a long, like, you're just food.
What is Fade going to do? Because Fade was already building Shivas, and then RCY had like an entire Shivas injected into him, so.
Well, yeah, I guess that's a little awkward. I mean, you get 2. Screw it.
I don't think double Shivas is the worst thing.
No, it's not. You have BKB on your Omni Knight too now, so you can really go in with this Storm, and Yamson could just BKB blink and repel you, bail you out, and then you have Repel Storm plus BKB Omni Knight in the middle of that fight. Not going to care about Underlord, not going to care about these supports too much. Limit the SF damage. That is a tough window for MOUZ to overcome, survive, and try and turn around. This game is in GamerLegion's control right now. It's not won yet by any means, but if they can get one more good team fight into another Roche or something.
Fade, once again, good Helma Dom control. Leads off with a little Mudkip stun there. Follows it up with his own stun, but he's got to get out. Stampede away. Reset a little bit. Repel going on to RCY. RCY can play hyper aggressive here. But with the Underlord sitting in his face, not really a hero he can kill, and he doesn't want to jump too far into the back line. GamerLegion just call it quits. Back up for the power rune. It's a haste for RCY.
They have so much vision around this area, though. You do not want to leave.
Smoking back to that vision.
Yeah, 100%.
No Yamich is here in this corner. Smoke's going to break. Shiva's going to reveal the two of them. Mid one. BKB gets off the Requiem. But Yamson, he's able to protect himself. Gets off the Guardian Angel, so he stops taking damage to Chrysalis, and he takes the fight to Chrysalis now, trying to get a cookie to get Klinks out of here. But again, you really just can't disengage from this lineup. They are going to stick on top of you. In fact, RCY is now looking for the kill on a mid one as well. Good hook back from Yamich. But again, it's just blink after blink, zip after zip. No matter how far you pull these cores back away from the enemy GamerLegion team, they just keep on pursuing all the way back to the fountain if need be. RCY got the descent on him. He'll die inside of the fountain, brother. Come on.
He had gem. Dude, that is the most NA Dota sequence I've ever seen.
That really was.
Ultimate chaotic chase down with some NA picks, and then you somehow end up in the fountain. You feed away gem in the fountain to a punch hook. I mean, that's about as cliche as it gets. Lost a bunch of stacks for that too. Oh, it was like a game-ending fight, you know?
Yeah.
And then you gave up so much with this Storm Death on the last hook.
Entirely unnecessary. There's the double Shivas.
I mean, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, you know?
Okay, and that was not one of those situations where you had to do what you did.
No, I think you had to do that, honestly. I back that up, but you just gotta sidestep the hook. Sometimes you gotta send a message, you know?
Yeah, what message did he deliver?
NA Dota's not dead, baby. NA Dota's still kicking. I ain't afraid to fountain dive. He dove that fountain, you know? It ended up being a 2-foot deep pool. And he cracked his head on the cement, but he dove that fountain. That's what's important.
We dove head first. Yeah, Days of Valve should put up one of those signs, you know.
No diving.
No diving in the pool.
Shallow water.
Yeah. Might help up in both pubs and pro play, apparently. Celery. Maybe a second victim here. Is the Underlord really want to go through this gate? He's going to go through. But without the Klinks, it feels like they're lacking in damage right now. Yamson easily able to undo whatever they've done to Fade with a simple purification. 1 turns to 2, 2 turns to 3 kills for GamerLegion.
MOUZ, the ones lacking damage now. This Klinks cannot output enough DPS to deal with these heroes. Just so much sustain in this lineup at 30 minutes. You have Greaves, Locket, Chen. You have a bunch of Essence Rings on these heroes. You have the Omni Knight heals and Repel. You have double Shiva's Guard for armor plus that pipe. It's so much to get through. Especially if you can't kill heroes quickly, which MOUZ are really struggling to do. This lineup really came together. They're going to get another Aegis here. Throw it on RCY and let him go to town.
A big problem for MOUZ at this point is the fact that they cannot get a jump, an initiation, to even have a chance to blow up a hero right away. Right? It feels like you're always going to get off Repel, Guardian Angel, if GamerLegion are around each other. Maybe they can get picked apart if they split up too much, but frankly, I don't see a reason why GamerLegion would need to do that.
Even then, they have Stampede, they have Hand of God.
Yeah.
They have 4 stabs and double 4 stab on their supports.
Stampede leading the way. He's sitting on a ward sentry. Great lane ward. Great heads up from GamerLegion. Knowing this Klinks is going to be trying to rat around the map. Have a little trap set up for him, and they get an extra kill on Celery. And Tormentor's right there. Boy, everything is just so efficient for GamerLegion. Everywhere they go, it's kills into objectives into more kills.
And they get the Centaur shard. That's a nice shard. He's so farm. It's all rolling now. 20k gold lead. This game is completely out of MOUZ.CET's control. They're gonna have to land some insane hooks on the high ground. Maybe another couple more of those fountain hooks or something, because it does not look like you are killing GamerLegion anytime soon. Too good of a Storm game in the end, maybe.
He's gonna buy out an Ags. The Centaur, who was gonna buy out a Shard, is now going to wait. Oh no, Avery.
Oh, he did it, huh?
He bought the Shard despite... This isn't one of those like, oh, I bought the Shard and then I got the Shard from Tormentor, oopsie daisies. He straight up bought the Shard after he got it from Tormentor, because I looked at his gold and said, wow, he was going to buy Shard, but now he can almost buy a Reaver for his heart. So there goes 1,400 gold. Flush down the drain.
No, not 14. Just you can sell it back.
Okay, 700 gold then.
Or you can just keep it. That sends a message.
Yeah, drop it on one of the enemy team. Slip it into somebody's inventory.
It's just, it fits the lore, you know? Because what is Centaur's lore? It's all about double edge. So you need 2 shards, 2 edges to beat your opponent.
That's not lore. That's just a pun.
No, that's lore. That is
no. That's just wordplay.
No, that's deep Dota lore. It's just...
Okay, what does double edge have to do with the Centaur story? Please.
Nobody knows that.
Nobody knows that. What?
The lore is too deep, Austin. Don't question it.
What is wrong with you?
All right, let's see GamerLegion if they want to go high ground here. They have Aegis. They have the Storm Mags. They have the double edge, double shard.
Oh my God. Glimmer Cape saves him from the harpoon pullback. Maybe this is a little bit too deep here for GamerLegion. They're not going to be immediately punished until, oh, maybe if the hook had landed.
Candy cane. Not thick enough.
He needs a little bit more.
Gotta worry about
girth. Okay, nice smoke. RCY says, I have a regen rune. I'll just zip around on you guys and ruin that one. Get the opening for the hook to save the Snapfire, but boom, left inside of all this one. They give it the Glimmer Cape, give him the cookie, trying to get him out behind the tier 4s. He's still gonna die. Dismember onto the Centaur. He's not certainly gonna die. He's mid one, gets off a Requiem. It's a decent Requiem. Hits a lot of heroes, but doesn't do enough damage, man.
RCY is
everywhere you look. It's GamerLegion just swarming hero after hero. They all look pretty healthy. It's pretty much a fountain dive for RCY. He gets his redemption. Killing Chrysalis, sometimes you do have to do it to him.
I told you, you gotta do what you gotta do. He gives them the chat wheel at the same time. He is just dunking on him with this Storm. They gave him his Siggy, and I bet they regret it. They absolutely owned this game 3. He had so much help behind him. Like, that is what really catapulted this pick, because the Storm didn't even get out to that good of a start, but it's a good Storm game, and he has so much support behind him. Multiple heals, multiple bailout spells, repositioning tools with double Force Staff, Stampede, the Repel that can always go into him, a GA to bait. Like, there's just so much to protect this guy.
And the only way he could die was to fountain.
True. Almost level 25. He's got 34 galvanized stacks. Parasma, Shiva's done. Amp damage in the river if he wants it. The man is crushing it. And I think even more important this game for GamerLegion, Yamson, this game 3 compared to game 2 is not even close, right? I think he was like 1-7 on that Klings here. He's 17-1.
Yep.
His Omni Knight pick has worked out quite well.
He's looking at the luxury items now, the upgraded blink.
Why not?
Amp damage plus level 25 for RCY. That's what I'm talking about. When we were talking about the intro for these two teams, you know, GamerLegion, I called them a very solid middle of the pack squad. But I think what's really cool about them is that I feel like they're getting better every time I see them, right? Just incrementally, not like massive big leaps, but it feels like every single time I see them, they're just a little bit better. Goes back onto mid one. BKB TP out for him. Even then, the physical damage almost overwhelms him. Almost died to the Parasma inside a fountain.
I think if you pop the damage, she kills him there. Perhaps showing some mercy, underestimating his own strength. But of course, you have Megas here. You just go for the throat. Level 25 Storm with those bounces plus the Shard Ags is absolutely nasty, and they're just going to force it.
Yeah, there's nothing MOUZ can really do about that. As long as GamerLegion is pressing their buttons, even the fountain may not be able to save them. It gets the kill onto the Centaur, but it's still a 4 versus 3 with a buyback from the Pudge.
All right, another unnecessary push into the fountain, but that is the style that they want to deliver justice with.
And look at that burst damage. Level 25. This is the peak Omni Knight here. Plus 75% Hammer of Purity bonus base damage.
That's it.
And his base damage is 257. So he's hitting damn hard. And that is MOUZ eliminated from Blast Slam. GamerLegion will make their way through the last chance playoff.
Man, what a performance from them today. Showed up in game 1. It seemed like that series was slipping away from them. They gave them the Underlord in game 3, but they had a game plan for it. This Omni Storm ripped through that Aura hero and made him look like mincemeat. So an impressive, like, strategic and ideal win in this game 3 that they executed well. Like you said, this team continues to step it up.
Question is, will they be good enough for their next opponent? They've made it out of the last chance playoff, but now, tomorrow, it's chance for play-ins.
Woo! A standing ovation after that performance. Definitely deserved, I have to say, because GamerLegion, it's not like they started off strong in this game by any means. They didn't just roll over MOUZ from start to end, but when the ball did start rolling, it was unstoppable.
Yeah, they. I'm honestly really impressed, and I think it's really Chad to pick this Omni Knight, a hero that we don't see very often. You see Underlord, you go to the deep recesses of your mind, and you find a spicy counter pick, and you say, you know what, YOLO, commit to the bit, and you pick Omni Knight, and you Chad up, you pick Storm into Underlord, and RCY cooks like he's a Michelin star chef. They were on fire, and I respect it.
Yeah, I mean, they had to do like all the small things right. Again, the small things that they struggled in game 2. In game 3, they didn't want that to linger on their mind. They had to make the moves cleanly. And yeah, after like the 15 or so minute mark, things started clicking, everything started feeling online. And you could easily see, of course, when you have Centaur Storm Omni with items, it is a very, unkillable bull. So yeah, very cool draft to get online. MOUZ just not punishing it at all in the early game. Like, you see the greed that they have in GamerLegion, but I'm not seeing any kind of conviction, any way to try and punish that. And yeah, GamerLegion eliminating MOUZ.
Yeah, I think MOUZ didn't really find many connections like of their own that they would have liked. They just kind of sat back. Whereas I feel like GamerLegion, I wasn't too sure like how strong this Omni is, but like Quinn mentioned, I really like that they did, man up, look for this counter pick, make it happen. RCY, there's a reason he's undefeated on the Storm. I do think they understand this hero quite well. Like, even when he goes in, the Omni will back it up. Centaur has Stampede. You're going to have some auras. You have speed on the Chen as well, giving you the Divine Favor, Hand of God, Guarding Greaves, and anything else that they have. So overall, I think that like GamerLegion were maybe a little bit like underrated and also disrespected by MOUZ. I just feel like they didn't really show up here. But I like that GamerLegion just like made it happen. They manned up. Even if game 2 was bad, I feel like they had a good reset, came into game 3 fresh, and just made it happen.
Yeah, I definitely like what you're saying, where maybe they were a little bit under-respected. You let through the Storm, which has been phenomenal for RCY, and you think to yourself, well, the counterplay here is we just kind of sit him mid, and we just try and make sure that we shut him down early game. No, and someone like RCY, who is a Storm specialist, he now has proven that he can play from behind at Storm. He can still have impact, and it isn't just him on Storm that has been winning these games for GamerLegion. Everyone else in their respective roles stepped up as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not just impressed by. I think he's a good laner and he's an individually skilled player, but I think he is clutch, and I think he's a player that doesn't get like bothered by stress and pressure. Like, I think you can look at his, like, he zips over the Shadow Fiend ult, like things like that. You don't do that unless you're locked in. These little moments, I see like the way he's zipping, the spells he's dodging. He's not fighting in some klutzy, stupid manner and playing like a macro game. His micro is very precise, and he is like clearly locked in and making actives like that little stuff. When I see that, I'm like, okay, he actually has potential to be like a real, true mid player at a high level, you know?
I mean, it's like when they're killing Boom and then like he's zipping for the pudge, right? Like when he goes to the hook save, like things like that. It's like he's not looking at the kill in front of him. It's like, I've already done my job here. You don't need my damage. I can go and do something else. Like not every mid laner always thinks 2 steps ahead. They're always thinking like, I'm getting kills. My KD is great. Like he really is always thinking. So again, RCY, we've said it from day one. The standout player on this roster, again, in spirit, heroes in puck, you know, it's like there's a clear hero pool for him, but when he gets on them, he does shine.
Yeah, like he's doing really good. I think both him and Tailang are like pretty big standout players, I would say, especially when it comes to like the younger players and also like the mid players of the tournament. But I will say that GamerLegion as a whole, they look quite clean today. Like when we looked at some of the other days and some of the games that were played, the mid game is messy or this happens. But once they're ahead, they were doing it really nicely from start to finish. So that is giving me like actually quite a bit of confidence. Like I've never felt as good about them as I do today.
Okay, just fine.
Just what? Are you starstruck, T?
No, just Kez was saying that he used to hate them and now he doesn't. Like, wow, he's just like,
that's absolutely English may not be my first language, but that might be a far fetch.
He might maybe be
like, all right.
I just what I'm hearing. Sorry,
learning something new today.
No,
T is proven gold medal in jumping to conclusions over there for sure.
I mean, you got to do it on the panel. You know, we're just clip farming over here. There we go. Thank you very much.
Look, this is one of those things. It's such a dice roll. You pick up the Omni and you're either standing here being like, guys, it's an elimination game. Did you really think that was the choice? But instead, we get to be on the better side of that NA history and say, God, elimination, and you picked Omni.
I think when you chat up and it works, it's so sick. And I think also, like, in some ways, I think it's good for the future. Like, I think it's good to be okay taking risks and to not be scared in draft. I think also, like, when you exert your ideas, then in the future, people will see that and like, oh, they have this response to Underlord. We can't blind pick Underlord. They can pick Omni. Look how this game went, right? Like, in general, asserting yourself and your ideas in draft, like, it does wonders future, like, later on in the tournament. So if they intend on going far, then believing in themselves and their ideas, whether they've scrimmed this or not, I don't know. That's really important for a long run.
I feel like you do need to have like more ideas though, because if you do this again, I don't think teams are going to be picking a carry Clinks, having the mid Shadow Fiend, a farming Underlord, and now it's like, we want to farm your farm, but then Omni balls up into this timing, right? Like, I feel like that maybe MOUZ just didn't really truly understand the big timings that GamerLegion have in play, because I think just putting the Clinks in carry, to me, it's like, you're just too AFK. You're basically trying to be like the better team overall, and they just weren't.
Yeah, and I will say also like the topic of the like chatting up with like the hero. I think it's not just good against the teams that you will play against in the future, but also for a team like GamerLegion. I mean, I don't know about their confidence levels, but when you do this, whoever made this call, maybe it's Yamsen, maybe it's the coach, and you make it happen and it feels good, it gives you like also this confidence like moving forward that you can, you know, break the script, get out of the flow. I see this, I want Naga 24 pick, I'm gonna carry this game. Like one win like this can really snowball this type of feeling.
You've spoken to them a little bit, Quinn, so do you think that that confidence is going to carry over like Kezu was saying, or is that maybe something that then personalities don't lead into it?
Poggers!
He's already talked about it on broadcast.
I wasn't there, you guys
I doesn't count, I wasn't on panel, it doesn't count, repeat yourself.
Sorry, go on.
You got to help your region a little bit, but no, I think I think their team has been together for a long time, and they've been actively like working and trying to improve and stuff. And I think they believe in each other a lot. Like they had multiple opportunities to break up, or people try to go play in Europe, but they've decided we're going to stick together whether we have an org or not. And I think that's very admirable. And it's like it's not an easy grind. I tried it for a long time, and I eventually gave up.
Yeah,
they haven't given up yet. They're still working on it. And I think they're on a good trajectory, and I'm really impressed by them. And I hope that they can keep that improvement going and keep working hard and learning, because that's what it is about, right? You need to keep improving because they're not a tier 1 team yet, but they are on a good path. And like you said, they are the best now than they ever been.
Yeah, they just need to continue being a sponge though. That's it. Like continue taking in new ideas. Don't get this like little mini ego where it's like, you know, we made it, we're getting to the event, we're doing it. Like there should be no ego in this team because you've not won anything. And I'm not saying they don't have one, to be clear. It's like you can't fall into this trap. Other teams have done it in the past where they kind of get into their own minds like, oh yeah, we're beating this team, we're beating that team, we're making it. It's like, no, you need to actually prove yourself. Again, they're not like that yet. I'm just saying, don't get carried away.
Preemptively putting out that PSA
because like
there.
the hype that is appearing here, like what if you hear this like, yeah, we're making it, we're the best we've ever been. You know, it's like, then you go to your head and see you back at the
I don't think they care about us.
No.
I care about you guys.
Hate us because they ain't us.
They hate us because they ain't us, that's true.
There you go.
Okay.
Back to you,
on a scale of...
Okay.
Sure. On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy would you guys say you are that NA is won? That they're going through? Not eliminated?
Like a 6 or 7.
I mean, I personally It's good for the scene, but I personally don't care that much. I think what I no,
no, it's so true.
No,
thank you. No. Take it away. No,
what I care more about is
yeah.
that they showed me that they played well. Like they showed us good Dota. I liked what they were doing. I liked their conviction and their confidence. That's it.
That's it. That's all. Let's do it.
Any region other than like Eastern Europe, Western Europe doing well is a success for Dota.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I'm going to jump to that conclusion.
Could not care less about Europe.
Hates Europe.
Yeah, I hate Europe. SEA, go try and win. SA, go try and win. NA, Dusty, try and go and win. Like, somebody try and win to disrupt the flow of Dota 2.
Well, there are still plenty more chances for those regions to show their face. We already know that OG and SEA team has made it to the semi-finals, so you're not going to see them on this play-in bracket. What has occurred, though, is one of those regions you mentioned, T. South America. Heroic got the dub early today, 2-0 against REKONIX, which means they now face up against Tundra to lock in a spot here at Malta. With GamerLegion, NA's win, they're going to come up against Liquid. Of course, as well, 4 more teams that didn't play in this lower bracket last chance qualifiers, however you'd like to coin it, was just Yandex, Spirit, Falcons, and
XG.
Thank you. Mattia finals run back.
Oh, damn. Pretty cool series, and Falcons easily can lose it. How they're playing.
Let's go, brother.
Do you know when they're playing, though?
Tomorrow in the evening. I think.
Do you actually know that, or did you just guess? Because it was a very good guess. If it was a guess.
Look at me.
This guy's good.
Damn, you had it in the morning. Oh my god. And then in the evening, we got the banger. That's the main one. Sorry.
Really? You don't even care about the Yandex Spirit? You're like,
sorry.
Snooze fest, Resident Sleeper.
All right, you've just heard me talk about the whole European lack of care. I don't mind it. I appreciate it.
China.
There we go.
China.
There we go.
A lot of clapping this panel. Why are we clapping?
No, I don't mind XG. I feel like XG, they just ruined everything last year with the whole Chengdu gate situation.
Production cut us off, please.
I muted Mike and
And now they have to redeem themselves with Malta. There we go. All right, Carl. Bye.
He's
Good night.
throwing stuff.
He's throwing things, and I'm going to throw to the close of this show because it's been a very fun day number 4. We've seen 2 teams go home, and we're going to see 2 more tomorrow go home. So we'll see you for day number 5. Last time Slicks.
Bye.